The October 21st, 2025 meeting of the Orange County Legislative Delegation is called to order. Good morning and welcome to all who are attending or watching on Orange TV. I am Representative Johanna Lopez, Chair of the Delegation, and I will be presiding over the meeting today. I would like to call on our Senator, Lavon Bracy Davis, to offer the invocation, after which we will remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you bow with me? Father, before we ask you for anything, we say thank you for everything. Thank you for allowing us, the Orange County Legislative Delegation, the opportunity to gather and humbly serve your people. Thank you for the voices that will speak and the ears that will listen. We gather here today with hearts united in service and seeking your divine guidance. Bless us, O God, with clarity of purpose and vision, that we may lead with the wisdom of Solomon and the courage of David, as we do our work here today and in preparation for Tallahassee. In your infinite grace, grant us compassion to see the needs of our people and act with kind hearts. Bestow upon us the courage to stand firm in the face of adversity, always upholding justice and truth. May we embody commitment unwavering in our duty to those we serve and creativity to find innovative solutions to the complex challenges of our time. As we navigate the nuanced narratives of our state, infuse us with clarity that we may see the canvas of our state not as a fragmented piece, but as a magnificent mosaic, rich in diversity and powerful because of inclusion. And in the spirit of unity and progress, we recall the powerful words of Dr. Martin Luther King. The time is always right to do what is right. May this truth guide our actions, our decisions, and our laws. Be with us in Tallahassee and be with us on today as we engage in bipartisan leadership. And the people of God said, amen. Amen.
Now we have our Senator Jason Broder for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can be seated. Next on the agenda, we will call the roll. We have several members of the delegation that are unable to join us today. We have District 8, Natalia Bejarano, and Legislative Aide, Victor Martinez, representing House Representative Susan Plasencia. Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, Delegation Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, beginning with Chair Johanna Lopez.
Here.
Vice Chair Lavon Bracy Davis.
Here.
Secretary Carlos Guillermo Smith. Here. Senator Kristen Arrington.
Here.
Senator Jason Broder.
Here.
Senator Keith Trenow.
Here.
Representative Bruce Antone. Representative Doug Bankston.
Here.
Bankston. Representative Erica Booth.
Here.
Representative Dr. Anna V. Escamani.
Here.
Representative Rita Harris.
Here.
Representative Susan Plasencia. Representative Leonard Spencer.
Here.
Representative Paula Stark.
Here.
Representative Rashawn Young.
Here.
Madam Chair, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Senator. As I said, I am Representative Johanna Lopez, representing District 43, former teacher, former school board member. I'm a single mother of 4 adults and a proud grandmother. So I represent the east side of Orlando. I would like to give each member of the delegation a minute to briefly introduce themselves. Let's start on my far left and work our way across.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And welcome to the Orange County Delegation meeting. I'm so honored to be here with my colleagues, and I'm so honored to represent House District 45. My district represents parts of Ocoee and Winter Garden, the city of Oakland, the city of Windermere, Horizon West, Celebration, and parts of the Four Corners area. I want to make sure that while we're here, I acknowledge my district aide, Riley Hazel, who does the work of the citizens of House District 45, along with my legislative aide, Julian Cintron, who will be here today. So if you need any information from my office or you need to connect with me, those two are primary contacts. And again, I'm so honored to be here, so honored to represent House District 45, and look forward to our conversation today.
Thank you. Good morning. Kristen Arrington, representing State District 25, which is all of Osceola County and portions of South Orange. From my team here today on the legislative side is Zoe. Zoe, can you raise your hand? She handles the calendar, so she is the one most definitely to connect with, and she'll be up in Tallahassee with me. And then also we have Anna and Francis from our team, and they work in the district office. So any constituent issues while we're off in Tallahassee, they hold down the fort. Very grateful to them, and looking forward to hearing from each of you today.
Good morning. I am Representative Rashawn Young, and I proudly serve the people of Florida's 40th House District. And for the last 49 days, I have been able to serve them and hopefully serve them well. I represent College Park, Lockhart, Rosemont, Pine Hills, Mercy Drive, and the city of Ocoee, a portion of the city of Ocoee that is split with Representative Bankston. And am extremely excited to be here to hear from all of our partners in the community as we seek to move this state and our community forward. So looking forward to it. I also want to recognize and acknowledge my team, my district aide, Jerry Owens, if you'll wave your hands or stand up, either or, and my legislative aide, Faith Woods, who travels with me to Tallahassee.
Well, good morning. I am your newest state senator, LaVon Bracy Davis, representing the fabulous, fantastic Senate District 15. It is a delight to be here with you today. I represent almost all of West Orange County. My staff is also here with me on today. Savannah Piper, who is my legislative aide, also Christopher Miller, who is my legislative aide, and then Janae McKissick, my district aide. I'm delighted to be here. I also, as always, call the name of Senator Geraldine Thompson. I'm thankful for her work, and I'm honored to be able to continue some of the good work that she started. Thank you, and God bless.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith. I represent Florida Senate District 17. I am proud to say that I have staff here with me today as well. We know that Cecilia Figueroa is here. In case you need any assistance from our office, also Ariel Ribas will be here later this afternoon. The district that I represent is most of Orange County east of I-4 with a few exceptions. So that's the Mills 50 area, Soto, Belle Isle, Baldwin Park, downtown, Thornton Park. We've also got Waterford Lakes, the East Orlando area, UCF, Lee Vista, Wedgefield, and also all the way down to Lake Nona and Conway and most of the areas in between. It is great to be here, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Representative Rita Harris. I am so proud to represent House District 44 in the Florida House, one of the most diverse and dynamic districts in the state of Florida. It includes neighborhoods like Lake Nona, Meadowwoods, South Chase, Taft, Sky Lake South, Hunters Creek, Williamsburg, Dr. Phillips, Lake Buena Vista. And I am so happy to be here today to hear all of the comments and the feedback from you, our constituents and our community.
Good morning. Good morning. Representative Dr. Ana Villascamani, proudly serving District 42 in the Florida Legislature. I first just want to say welcome District 42, the best district, but I'm a little biased. And of course, we encompass parts of Orange County and the City Beautiful, but also stretch all the way down to Pine Castle, Edgewood, and Belle Isle, all the way up to Maitland, Winter Park, and the historic town of Eatonville. I have with me today Jasmine Barnaby from our team. I want to wave Jasmine, let folks know. So as we go through what will be a long but impactful agenda today, do let us know what we can do to support you. And with that, I'm grateful for the county for hosting us, as always, and for my colleagues for being here.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paula Stark for District 47. That covers City of St. Cloud city limits, coming west into Kissimmee, bordering just right downtown, and then kind of up the trail, and then Orange County south of 417 is my area. So, and it is very diverse as well. So we really like to be able to bring people together in that area. My district aide is Jennifer Ballesteros. She's right there. So if you need any assistance, she's the gal to get with. And we look forward to hearing from you today.
Good morning. My name is Doug Bankson, and I represent District 39. Is this on? Testing, 1, 2, okay. I represent District 39. We've got a big pie-shaped district. We go from Ocoee up around the lake to the Orange County side of Mount Dora, and then across the county line over to I-4, Markham Woods area. We have a portion of Seminole County there, come down through Longwood, a little bit of Altamont, and skirting on down back to the point down in the south. And it's my pleasure to serve. I'm excited to be here today. We've got a long agenda, but looking forward to hear what we have, and so we can represent you. I'd like to introduce my air traffic control, which is my district aide, Madison Wagner. Would you stand and wave? And my legislative aide up in Tallahassee. I'll call her the right half of my brain. This is Nicole Kennedy. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Representative Erica Booth. I represent House District 35. I am the east side of Orange and Osceola counties, and my district runs from Highway 50 to 60. So I have very rural parts, which include Christmas, Bithlow, Wedgefield, all the way down to Yeehaw Junction in St. Cloud, and I go all the way up into Medical City, Lake Nona, Waterford Lakes, Avalon Park, and those areas there. So thank you for having me today. My district aide is here today, Jack Vernon, if you could please wave. And also my right side of my brain is Grant Christian, my legislative aide up in Tallahassee. So if you ever need anything, please feel free to reach out to both of them as well. Thank you.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody awake? Ready to go? I'm Keith Trina. I represent Senate District 13 in southwest portion of Orange County. Glad to be here. I have Eric Raimundo and Aileen Guy here with me today, so feel free to check us out and call us if you need help.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Broder, State Senator from District 10. Have my staff with me as well. We've got Zoe and Michael and Kathleen, and so if you need anything, please feel free to reach out to them. My district's all of Seminole County, and then in Orange we have Winter Park and Maitland and the surrounding areas there. I currently serve as the President Pro Tempore of the Florida Senate, and I'm the Chair of Agriculture, Natural Resources, and General Government Appropriations. Thank you for having me.
All right, good morning. I'm Bruce Antone, District 41. Thank you all for coming out this morning. I have a very compact district. On the east side, my district is I-4 down to Orange Blossom Trail, across Sand Lake Road, west to Kirkman Road, up to the Turnpike, out the Turnpike. So I've got Gotha, I've got Metro West, I've got all of this that goes to the hospital and the Walmart and the Ocoee, and then it comes all the way across Highway 50. So very compact district, but thank you all for coming out this morning.
And I would be remiss, I would like to also recognize my district aide, Paula Cortez, who is also from the district. So happy she holds it down while we're up in Tallahassee. We appreciate you, Paula. So if you have any concerns, please see her. She'll get you covered.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge my left hand and right hand. They are at the timer side, so Miguel and Diego. They're amazing, my staff. So Legislative Aide Diego and District Aide Miguel. If you need anything, just from my office, go and talk to them today. So this morning, we will begin the presentations with representatives from government-related entities. Later this morning, we will also elect delegation officers. The newly elected officers will transition to their new duties at the conclusion of our meeting this afternoon. Before we start, let me ask delegation members and those addressing us to silence their cell phones and other communication devices. We will now receive welcome remarks from Orange County Mayor Jerry L. Demings. Thank you, Mayor, for loaning your facilities and for allowing Jessica Kinkle to help us with organizing this meeting. I also want to thank Orange TV for recording, publishing, and photographing the meeting. Miles Ray, Mike Seif, and Jared East from Printing Services, Aneta Duhigg from Public Information Officer distributing the press release, Amanda Dukes, and the Facilities and Security team. Mayor Demings, you are recognized.
Good morning, Chair Lopez. It is indeed my honor to welcome you and the members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation here to the People's Chambers here in Orange County. This is where myself and the members of the Board of County Commission do the work on behalf of the people here. Our staff is here today. Their goal is to make certain that you have a wonderful stay while you're here. Orange TV certainly is covering this. If there's anything that we can do to make your stay more palatable, please don't hesitate to call on our staff. Let me recognize some of my colleagues from the Board of County Commission. I see Commissioner Nicole Wilson has joined us, Commissioner Kelly Martinez-Simrad, and Commissioner Myra Uribe is here. And if there are any other commissioners, they may come in and join you at some point. As I welcome you here today, I do want to recognize first Senator LaVon Bracy Davis. You can tell that she is a PK, a preacher's kid. What a wonderful invocation that she did this morning. I also want to make certain that I recognize my representative, and from District 44, Representative Rita Harris. Thank you all as well for being here. Now, let's see. I think my Chief of Staff may be here. Roseanne Harrington is here. Our Legislative Affairs Director, Ms. Kelly Teague, is here. You all will see her oftentimes there in Tallahassee. And Mark Jeffries, a longtime member also of our Orange County Legislative Affairs Office. I do recognize Congressman Maxwell Frost still here this morning as well as he's walking in. And as we begin this morning, let me just kind of talk to you briefly about the legislative session for 2026. I do look forward to working with the entire delegation, members on issues of importance to Orange County. Together we share the same constituents and in many cases the same issues. The Orange County Board of County Commissioners has adopted our legislative priorities for the upcoming session. My staff will be with you in Tallahassee to discuss these with greater detail. For now, please consider my office as a resource throughout the legislative session if there are matters that you believe are important to you that involve Orange County. I am just a phone call away. As Orange County's population continues to grow, it is important that we empower local voters and their local representatives to develop and execute policy close to home. State preemption of local government takes away our residents' ability to have a say in how their community is governed. We believe government closest to the people serves the people the best. I ask you to work with us, help us to do what we can do to protect home rule and serve our constituents. On behalf of the more than 1.5 million people who consider Orange County home, I ask you on their behalf. Also, there's one area that is of special interest to us here in Orange County, and that is an issue regarding Senate Bill 180. Orange County has joined more than 24 other Florida jurisdictions in a lawsuit challenging certain parts of the new state law regarding Senate Bill 180. That restricts local home rule authority over land use and planning. With Orange County's population projected to exceed 2 million residents by 2050, it is imperative for the county to implement smarter growth management policies that protect natural habitats, foster small business growth, promote walkability, and expand access to affordable housing. One of the initiatives most impacted by Senate Bill 180 is Orange County's Vision 2050 plan regarding future growth of this county. Senate Bill 180 has effectively invalidated Vision 2050 in its entirety, undermining years of collaborative community planning, hours of public input, and actions of the Board of County Commissioners here. While the lawsuit moves forward, Orange County's Legislative Affairs team will work diligently with you, our state lawmakers, to seek changes to the law during the upcoming 2026 legislative session. In the meantime, the county will continue to operate under the current comprehensive plan, and we and our staff will review and process development applications following those pre-existing plans. With that, I won't take up much more of your time, but if there are any questions that any of you may have for me, I would welcome those questions. If not, Madam Chair? All right.
Yes, Representative, Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a question, but more a comment. I speak for myself, and I know many members of the delegation that we're also very concerned and dismayed over the outcome and the implementation of SB 180. We look forward to certainly working with your staff to do everything we can to mitigate that damage and perhaps change some of the language. I've already met with the sponsor of that bill, Senator Nick DeSigli, and he has shared with me that trying to fix what was in that bill is a top priority of his in this upcoming legislative session. So we hope that those, certainly those commitments are followed up with action, but I just wanted to share that sentiment at least from myself, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly that is important to not just Orange County, but many of the counties and local governments around the state of Florida. We're just looking for some balance there. That's all that we ask. With that, again, thank you. Welcome here to our chambers. Enjoy your day. I get to spend many hours here, and so today you will likely spend many hours as well. God bless.
Thank you, Mayor. We will now receive remarks from some of our local elected officials and spokespersons for government-related entities. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the delegation. A timer will be used to keep track of the time. Please note that your time has concluded when you hear the beep. Members, if you have questions, you will have an opportunity following each presentation. First up is our 9th Judicial Circuit Public Defender, Melissa Vickers, followed by Commissioner Nicole Wilson, Supervisor of Election Karen Castrodento, Commissioner Mayra Uribe, and Commissioner Dr. Kelly Martinez Sembrat. Speakers, please state your name and address for the record when you are recognized. You are recognized.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Melissa Vickers. My address is 435 North Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I am the elected public defender for our 9th Judicial Circuit, which covers Orange and Osceola counties. Our office represents people who are accused of crimes, anything from criminal traffic cases like driving while license suspended, up to death penalty cases and everything in between. So much like you all are fighting up in Tallahassee for your community, we are fighting in the courtrooms for ours. Our nation decided hundreds of years ago that it was important that people have constitutional rights as well as due process rights, and that's what our office does. We're there to protect those rights of our clients every day. A couple of things. We are part of the Florida Public Defender Association, proud to be back in with that group, and 2 of our top priorities are raising the starting salary for attorneys. Currently across the state, there are varying salaries. As most of you know, last year, 8 state attorney offices got a cost area differential increase, which greatly diminishes public defenders as far as hiring and retaining attorneys. Several public defenders have left to go to state attorney offices just because the pay increase is upwards of $10,000 to $15,000. So we're struggling as a group right now to attract talent to represent our clients in court. The second big priority we have, and we're going to face this here in Orange and Osceola, is that they have granted new judgeships but not funded the actual courtroom. So what that means is we're getting a new criminal judge in Orange County, and we're getting a new criminal judge in Osceola County, but there's been no funding provided for the public defender, the state attorney, the clerk of courts, extra deputies in the courtroom. And so with that, extra judges, caseloads grow. Our caseload in the last year grew over 5,000 cases in 1 year. So we are clearly growing. Osceola from 23 to 24 was listed as the 8th largest county of growth in our country. And so you can see the projections, the growth we're going to experience over the next several years. It's going to be important also to fund attorneys to represent those people. I also wanted to lend our assistance to you all. I'm a board-certified criminal trial lawyer, which means that I'm an expert in criminal trial law. We have 24 attorneys at our office that are board-certified, which is the largest number in the state of Florida. Very proud of that. But what that means for you is that you have local experts. So when you come up with a criminal bill that you have questions about, please feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to answer any questions. We can tell you how it's going to affect our criminal justice system in any manner. So I do want to extend that offer anytime you have any questions. Please don't hesitate to reach out. We will be holding our first legislative day at our office tomorrow in Orange County in the morning and Osceola in the afternoon. We look forward to hosting all of you and look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Nicole Wilson.
Thank you so much. This is like good old days for me to get my timer started and start rolling. Good morning, Chair and Legislative Delegation Board. Thank you so much for giving me the time today. My name is Nicole Wilson. I have the incredible honor of serving as Orange County's Commissioner for beautiful West Orange County. I'm humbly asking you to prioritize restoring Florida's constitutionally based home rule. Home rule is a cornerstone of American democracy. It ensures self-determination and direct government representation of the people by the people. Home rule is not a partisan issue, and local officials closest to the people are those who we serve. And I know everyone in this room, we serve the same community, and we're fighting for the same issues. We're the ones at this office down here who get calls from citizens when roads flood, when development strains our infrastructure, or when families can't safely cross the street to get to school. When lawmakers who have potentially never set foot in Orange County preempt local decision making, it takes away this community's ability to respond to real immediate challenges. It endangers our citizens. Here in Orange County, we've worked hard, hand in hand with our local communities over the last 12 years to come up with a balanced growth plan with environmental protections, preserving wetlands, protecting tree canopy, managing stormwater, and planning for sustainable transportation options. Punitive preemptions silenced all of those last year, or actually over the summer. And again, lawmakers who potentially have never been in those neighborhoods or seen those flood impacts removed the ability for us to adapt our local solutions and allowed us to quit really representing the unique character and needs of each of these areas. We need the flexibility to enact environmental protections that safeguard our natural resources. As you all are familiar with, Wekiva and Shingle Creek, these are basins that require vigilant local stewardship. We've lost those protections under the guise of emergency management, and it's very concerning to many residents here. I want to be clear that environmental protection is not an obstacle to growth. It would actually ensure that growth remains sustainable and that current and future citizens can thrive here. Growth management must remain a local responsibility, and really the safest, most effective form of cost savings for citizens across the state is thoughtful growth management. Preempting growth management plans and then abolishing property taxes would create a perfect storm for fiscal instability, infrastructure decay, and loss of essential services like fire protection, EMS, when residents truly need it the most. Local government need the authority to require that development pays its fair share. The impacts that they create will be long-lasting. And then finally, I urge this delegation to support local innovation and transportation planning. We must be able to explore multimodal solutions. Finally, I want to say that we're partners, that we share the same constituency, and we're here anytime that you need a resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, the Honorable Karen Castor-Dentel, Supervisor of Elections, Orange County Supervisor of Elections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I'd like to welcome the newest delegation members, my Senator, Bracy Davis, and my representative, Representative Young. Thank you for your service and for representing me. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few priorities from our office as we look ahead to the upcoming session. Starting off, we'd like to see legislation to create a centralized database to help increase efficiency in the 90-day period the Department of State has to respond to returning citizens seeking clarification on their voting eligibility. Currently, this is a process that can be slow and confusing, and better data sharing would help ensure consistency and timely answers for those who are eager to rejoin the democratic process. Next, I want to reemphasize Secretary of State Byrd's recent comments that there is no need for mandates surrounding the hand counting of ballots. Florida's system is already fast, accurate, and secure, and we are a model for the nation. As the Secretary himself highlighted earlier this month, mandating hand counts would threaten that consistency, slow down results, and introduce more room for human error. We also want to preserve the safe and secure process that is Florida's vote-by-mail system. Florida truly has the gold standard when it comes to vote by mail, and it's one that's trusted by voters of all political backgrounds. Another priority is to continue the open dialogue with local supervisors of elections, whether it's with the ones from Osceola County, Polk County, Lake County. We all share common concerns, especially when considering changes to citizen initiative petitions. These changes often come with significant budget impacts and tight deadlines and procedural adjustments that directly affect how elections are administered. So collaboration early in the process helps avoid unintended consequences and ensures that laws are workable at the local level. And finally, I'd like to encourage this delegation to support adding the Supervisor of Elections offices and satellite locations to a list of places exempt from open carry of firearms. While polling places are already protected and our office serves as a polling place during elections, the current ambiguity of rules can be confusing for the public outside of election periods. On some days, open carry is banned. On others, it's not. And that inconsistency creates unnecessary confusion and potential safety concerns. Closing this loophole would promote voter and staff safety, reduce the risk of intimidation, and align with the spirit of the Voting Rights Act. These priorities are just steps to keep our system strong. And at the end of the day, we're all working toward the same goal, ensuring Florida's elections remain secure, efficient, and trusted. And thank you so much for your time, and good luck to you and all of your staff in the session.
Thank you. Senator Lavon Bracy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Supervisor, for that report. I just, one thing to note, you made mention of that you would like to see a centralized database for returning citizens. Would have you know that that provision is in the Harry B. Moore Voting Rights Act that I have filed for the last 3 years with the brainchild of Senator Geraldine Thompson. So we are also hopeful that that bill passes, or at least that provision. I'll be carrying it again in the Senate, and Representative Rashawn Young in the House. So have you know, I heard that you said that it is a priority, and it is also a priority of some of your legislators. So as you go to Tallahassee and as you lobby and talk to some of the legislators, remind them that there is a bill that addresses just that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Rashawn Young, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor, for being here today and for facilitating that great election that happened just a couple of weeks ago. We have been hearing that the state is now issuing new driver's license numbers for new replacement licenses. I'm concerned about how those changes to the identification number might interact with voter verification processes that are already in place by your office. And so my question is, since the numbers are often used as a form of voter ID, how will your office ensure the updates to these numbers don't disrupt existing voter records?
That's a very good question. We are working with the tax collector's office in trying to understand what are the processes that residents can perform when they are updating their licenses, and what they can do when they're asked to update their voter registration, even if nothing has changed on their addresses or their names or their party, but just letting them know that, yes, you can say yes to update your voter registration. And also, we're hoping that there will be a legislative fix, or at least some kind of sharing of that information between the databases between those two agencies.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Now we have the Honorable Mayra Uribe, Commissioner, Orange County District 3.
Good morning, legislators. What an honor to have you here in our chambers. Thank you for making yourselves available not only to the public but to us. I want to take a moment. We are all very aware of Senate Bill 180. I think you all are much aware of it, but I want to talk to you about a different aspect of a different form of home rule, and that's with transportation. I am currently on the Metro Plan Orlando. I also am on the Executive Board for Disability, the TDLCB, Transportation Disadvantaged Local Coordinating Board. I have the pleasure of being the chair for the MPOAC, which is a statewide where I chair all 27 MPOs across the state of Florida, and have also recently been posted by our FDOT Secretary Perdue to the FTP 2055 Transportation Steering Committee Plan, which is essentially putting out the vision for transportation across the state of Florida from the Panhandle to the Keys for the next 25 years. And it is so essential that these roles, like us and like you, we know what's important in our region, and we want to continue to advocate. Senator Broder, 3 years ago, with the assistance of one of our Metro Plan, Orlando Carson Good, helped us remove some legislation that would have eliminated the MPOAC. Last year, with the work of Secretary Perdue and Representative McFarland, in the final days, we had that language removed, and we are hoping to stay clear of that, because to efficiently work for our regions with federal money, Florida, federal highway, FDOT, and locally, so we can get our infrastructure worked on, takes us knowing what those work plans and what the validity of what needs to be prioritized, of course, Vision Zero. So if that language peaks up again this season in your session, I hope you will remember that, because it is very important, very equivalent. Those dollars are so hard to come across, and every day we know that rising costs of transportation is affecting every region. My colleague talked about flooding and not having that infrastructure as we're building in and taking in that densification of areas. Transportation infrastructure has to be at the table. It actually almost should be first before we're looking at development, because if you can't, I always say you can have the best homes, the best schools, the best jobs, but if you can't move people, they're not valuable. And so with that, I hope we will work directly. I am proud to say I was in Palm Beach TPO a week ago. I'll be with the Miami-Dade delegation with Secretary Perdue on the 29th, and hopefully the Florida Chamber, as they're coming to Florida, to keep fighting and advocating for transportation in our infrastructure. And you and I had the pleasure of being at the I-4 Forward program. Transportation is the validity of what this state is about and how we continue to be great. So I hope you'll remember us. I am here at your disposal in any which way that we can work, and continued future. And thank you all for your dedication to the residents of Florida and to everyone who's here, and to the visitors that come by and see us all along. So thank you all. Any questions on transportation, DOT, anything that I can answer?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the Honorable Dr. Kelly Martinez, SEMRAT Commissioner, Orange County, District 5.
Thank you so much, Representative. Good morning, legislative delegation. It is wonderful to see all of you. Thank you so much for all of the service that you do. I am Dr. Kelly Martinez Semrat, and I have overlapping areas with many of you. So we serve proudly College Park, Winter Park, Baldwin Park, downtown Orlando, Colonial Town, Maitland, all the way to Lake Pickett, UCF area, all the way to the Seminole County line and out to the Brevard County line with Wedgefield. So the district is immense. It takes up about two-thirds of the county, so we overlap in a lot of areas. And I am here today on behalf of the constituents of District 5 to ask for 4 things. One, we've already talked about Senate Bill 180. Senate Bill 180 is when you have developers that contaminate a law so that they can just declare that whatever policy they don't like, they get to say is more burdensome and restrictive. And you go to the bill sponsor and say, hey, how did you define it? And they say, it's in with a committee so that they can define it. We'll find out in December. But we already have developers suing us now. It puts $5 million of Orange County taxpayer money on the line with Vision 2050. And it also impacts 73% of voters who said that the rural boundary is meaningful because it requires you to develop in the urban core where we have the infrastructure to support it, instead of building out in wetlands that end up flooding us out and increasing all of our flood insurance. So the rural boundary is a growth mechanism that is used to ensure a sustainable, smart development, not to increase our infrastructure budget to build roads to luxury homes in nowhere land. The rural boundary is important for many issues, one of which is a $sign value, which is getting the biggest return on investment for our taxpayer money and infrastructure. The rural boundary helps guarantee it, but when Senate Bill 180 came in, now developers just decide, well, we don't like that, so it's more burdensome and restrictive to me. Well, you know what? My flood insurance increase and everybody else's here is more burdensome and restrictive to my family. So who gets to define it? It should be the legislators as defined through the lens of the people. So we need help with Senate Bill 180. I got to put it on your radar right now. Senate Bill 208, filed by Senator McClain, is doing much the same of what we see in Senate Bill 180. So please red flag it. We will keep sending District 5. We comb the legislation. We will keep contacting your office like we did last year. We will come up and see you again. Hopefully we get to meet with all of you. I want some TDT sugar for the people of Orange County, and I don't care what you call it. TDT, I'm a tourism expert on an international scale, specialize in tourism economies, and I do tax adaptation reform all over the world. The fact that we can have the highest number of visitors in Orange County, 75 million, but we can't figure out how to tax the people who don't live amongst us is problematic. We should be leaders in visitation, but we should also be leaders in figuring out how to tax the people that don't live amongst us. Lastly, immigration, homelessness. We should not be arresting our homeless people when our shelters are full. Immigration, our local officers should not be required to do the job of federal employees. And finally, I know that we have many fine higher education institutions here. I graduated from one of them, and our higher education institutions are under attack. And any bill that comes across your desk, you should deny, tear up, and send back, because every single one of us is sitting in this room fighting for reform because of the educational places we came from. Thank you so much. See you in Tallahassee.
Thank you. Now we have the Honorable Monique Worrell, State Attorney, State's Attorney's Office.
Hi, good morning. I am not Monique Worrell. My name is Camila Perry. I'm the Executive Director and General Counsel for the State Attorney's Office. Monique is in trial this morning. She's in a murder trial. Otherwise, she would be here. So she sends her regrets and she sends her thank yous for the support that she has gotten from you all in the past several years. I'm very lucky to go behind Public Defender Vickers because we have a lot of the same problems. I'm a firm believer that whatever the State Attorney's Office gets in terms of appropriations should also go to the Public Defender's Office, because we have to work together and we have to be fully functional in order to achieve public safety in our community. I agree with her that one of our biggest hurdles is paying our attorneys. We do not have experienced attorneys. And let me paint a picture. We have law students coming out of law school with no experience. They stay in county court doing DUIs and trespassings, maybe 3 to 4 months, and then they are hurdled up to felony very, very, very quickly, very unsure of themselves, very unprepared, and they are doing violent felonies. They're doing, attempted robberies and attempted murders. They're not ready. Our attorneys burn out around year 5 because at that time, they want to buy a house, they want to have children, they want to put their kid in daycare, but they simply cannot afford it. So they leave. And I can't tell you how many of them come in my office crying because they want to stay, they love the job. They don't want to leave their victims who they've had a relationship with, but they can't afford to live. So that leaves our baby lawyers having to take their place, and they don't have anybody to mentor them. It is a real problem, and it could really impact public safety if we don't get a handle on that. So one of our LBRs is to increase our experienced state attorneys by way of getting 13 new FTEs and the salaries to go along with that. And in that same regard, we're also facing the same challenges as a public defender with respect to the cost area differential. There are state attorneys' offices in other circuits that have gotten $10,000 to $15,000 more dollars per ASA, not just with respect to the PD's office, but our office, as the state attorney's office, is not able to compete with other circuits. For instance, we had a homicide lawyer quit yesterday. She was earning about $130, and we had a few applicants, and when they called to find out the salary, they said no thank you, because they could earn $160, $170, $180 next door, and that's a problem. We need to be able to pay our homicide attorneys what they're worth. I just ask that when our legislative requests come across your desk and you have any questions about it, please please let us know. We will be in your offices trying to answer those questions also. And we are co-sponsoring Legislative Day tomorrow with the Public Defender's Office, so we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the Honorable Dr. Jim Moyer, Board Treasurer, Orange Soil and Water Conservation District.
Good morning, esteemed legislative delegation. My name is Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor, representing Northwest Orange County, and I live in the center of good living, Ocoee. I have 3 small things that I've been working on that I could need your assistance with. But Emily Dickinson said, if you take care of the small things, the big things will take care of themselves. The first thing is DEP put out the Wekiva Spring and Rock Springs Basin Management Action Plan. They have 28 stakeholders, but we're not included. So in business school, they teach you if there's an oversight, you acknowledge it, you immediately correct it, and you move on. And that's what I'm asking for. The Orange Soil and Water Conservation District should have been a stakeholder on that BMAP. Secondly, is in regard to the Department of Revenue. As we all know, there's exemption forms that a lot of organizations are eligible to bring to the businesses and for exempt for purchases for your organization, the DR-14. There, in the state of Florida, there are approximately 4 times as many special districts as there are counties, school districts, and municipalities combined, but the exemption category will only allow federal government, county, state government, county government, municipal government. It doesn't make any sense to me. If we present that to a business and they see Orange Soil and Water, but county, what if they ask for an ID? We don't have a county ID because we're a special district. Lastly, and most important to me, again, I live in the center of good living, and the center of good living is right downtown Ocoee, Stark Lake, and Lake Prima Vista. The state has should have a vested interest in that. It's partially owned by the state, TIITF. The Fish and Wildlife put fish stock into it. The DOH monitors the algae bloom. The Florida Department, FDOT, there's a road that partially pollutes Stark Lake. And the children attend Ocoee Elementary and Ocoee Middle School in Lake Prima Vista. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Now the Honorable Congressman Maxwell Frost, District 10.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, and thank you so much. I'm proud to be at my first Orange County Legislative Delegation meeting. Usually, I am working in Washington, D.C. during these. I'm not right now because we're in the middle of a government shutdown, but I just want to thank you all for your work. Florida's in the middle of a healthcare crisis, made worse by a bill that the United States Congress passed a few months ago called the Big Beautiful Bill Act. This law will cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid nationwide and take health care away from roughly 17 million Americans, including more than 1.9 Floridians. We're already seeing the consequences here in Orange County and across the entire state. Hospitals and clinics are overwhelmed, some closing in rural and underserved communities. In fact, just recently, we had a nursing home close in Winter Park due to a lot of these cuts as well. Families are being forced to choose between the care they need and putting food on the table. As I mentioned earlier, we're in the middle of a government shutdown. Before I get into that, though, as you head into Tallahassee, you'll be forced to deal with the repercussions of the Big Beautiful Bill Act. The state will have a much bigger burden to carry as it relates to nutritional assistance and Medicaid. That means the health care of our people and making sure people have food in their belly. This means in order to stay as close to the status quo as possible, which already is inadequate for our people, you'll either need to shift funding priorities, raise taxes, or eliminate the health care and nutritional assistance for millions of Floridians. My ask to everyone here is to hold strong in making sure that we stay as close to the status quo as possible and making sure that we don't see millions of Floridians lose their health insurance and millions of Floridians lose their nutritional assistance. As I mentioned, we're in this government shutdown. The big debate here surrounds health care. And as you all know, the largest Affordable Care Act marketplace in the nation is the state of Florida. If we don't do what we need to do in Washington, D.C. and extend the ACA tax subsidies, in my district alone, which I think I overlap with most of the people here, 189,000 people in my congressional district alone, 189,000, will see their health care premiums go up anywhere from 50 to 300%. I've solicited to my entire district for people to send me pictures of the letters. We've been receiving them. We're about seeing that the average is a little bit more than double is what people are receiving in the mail right now, not in a year, right now, telling them that their health care is going to go up coming January. This impacts everybody, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and my ask is that folks here encourage members of Congress to encourage our leadership to send us back to work so we can reopen the government. The Speaker of the House has said that the House of Representatives will not go back to work under any circumstances until the government's open. But my question is, how's the government going to open if half of Congress is not doing its job? Thank you all so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. We have comments from the legislator. Our friend here, my state rep, Rita Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate you being here, and I would like to prove the point by saying that last night we received an email. My daughter is on the ACA in Florida, and we received an email saying that her premium is going to go from $233 a month to over $900 a month starting January 1st. So if you have not received those letters yet, you will probably be getting them soon.
Yeah, and this is one of the, am I able to respond? Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
This is one of the reasons why someone who I disagree with on maybe 99% of things, but a colleague of mine, Marjorie Taylor Greene, came out and said, well, actually, I agree with the Democrats on this right now, because her own children also received that letter in the mail saying that their health care would be going up by more than double. We're going to see this happen across the country, but Florida's going to get hit the worst because we are the largest marketplace.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, everyone, for your service.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Now we have Honorable Shan Rose, Commissioner District 5 from the City of Orlando.
Good morning, everyone. I am Commissioner Shan Rose. I represent District 5, starts here in downtown Orlando, right across the street, and it goes all the way west to Metro West. Includes communities Paramore, the West Lakes community, Ivy Lane, Malibu, Timberleaf. I want to thank you all for your service. As you know, our communities continue to face pressing challenges from affordable housing crisis, mental health struggles, to food insecurity and beyond. It's going to take all of us working together with compassion, urgency, and action to create solutions that serve everyone in Orange County. I'd like for this body to consider 3 things that are pressing within our community. So the first one is an eviction expungement. So Minnesota has one in the state where individuals, after a certain time lapse, the eviction will come off of their record. What's important about that is that we have great partnership with HUD and the state when it comes to providing rental assistance to be able to put people in housing, whether we're upskilling and we're using funds to get people better jobs. But if they can't move in somewhere, then it kind of eliminates the purpose of all of the great funds that we set aside. So I really would like for you all to consider something like that. HB 89 was introduced last year. It lowers the threshold of grocery stores and authorizes local government to enact land development regulations to permit land use and small footprint grocery stores. Sure. So the reason why you may ask is, why am I bringing this up? So many of our communities are food deserts, and there's the state kind of sets how grocery stores, how large they are. And so when HB 89 was introduced, it kind of died. And it's important for communities such as Paramore and others where we're not able to put, and not even go as far as saying parts of Creative Village in the downtown corridor where we have thousands of UCF students. It reduces the amount of ability to be able to put smaller anchor grocery stores because the state dictates how big the grocery store mandates are supposed to be. And the last one I would like for you all to consider is funding for a long-term mental health facility here in Central Florida. We have to stop. We cannot criminalize our way through homelessness and mental illness, and there is not a long-term. And so we have a lot of services that may offer 90 days, they may offer 6 months, but we need somewhere long-term that provides a wraparound service. And let me explain why. So we have a lot of affordable housing, and we have individuals who may be receiving some sort of disability, and they may have the funds to get into an apartment. But some of their challenges with their mental health does not allow them to stay. I have a resident who I'm really close to. He suffers with PTSD, and he's been put out of several apartment complexes because he can't, the noise and people around him. Whereas if we were to create an actual facility here, and we've got plenty of space down in Lake Noah in the medical city here in the city of Orlando, but if we were to put a long-term mental health facility where we get the full wraparound services, I think it would alleviate some of those who may not have the mental, who may just need some basics. Maybe a person just getting out of a bad divorce. So a lot of we do permanent supportive housing here in Central Florida where we give case management. But for an individual who will never be able to sustain on their own, we need to provide housing and opportunity for them. So those are the 3 things I would like for you all to consider when you head back to Tallahassee. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Honorable Brian Nelson, Mayor, City of Apopka. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Lopez, and thank you, the entire delegation, for your service to our constituents here in the state of Florida. So anyway, here, Mayor of Apopka, Brian Nelson, we're just here. We got 3 funding items I'd like you to consider. The first one would be the Binion Trail and Wildlife Drive connection. As we all know, the Wildlife Drive in Apopka is very, very, very popular. Over 100,000 people that use that trail. And so this will give it some connectivity, some different neighborhoods that I think will make this even more popular to the constituents here in Central Florida and even outside of Central Florida. The second one is we've got an opportunity to work with OCPS on a school in Apopka that will train our high school students to become EMS and paramedics right there in Apopka, which should help our Wekiva, Ocoee, and Apopka high school students move into that field. And so we're excited to put that together. And the third one, we've got some issues. As we all know, we got some crumbling infrastructure. We got a lift station we'd like to get replaced, and we need help from Tallahassee. It's a $5 million budget item, and so if we could get some help with that, we'd be much appreciated. So congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you there in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Honorable Scott Rand. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mayor. You are recognized, Representative Bengtson.
Thank you. I just want to brag on our mayor. He's served for 8 years, did his time in Tallahassee, County,
Yeah.
and then, of course, is serving us there. And that wildlife drive is amazing, and I really want to encourage everyone's help and support. Of course, we'll be advocating for these needs there.
Thank you.
But if you've never been there, come on over to friendly city of Apopka. And we one of the top birding sites in the nation is right there. Over 354, I believe, different types of birds, species of birds. And so it's a great drive. Your family will love it. And so just want to encourage that. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Reps.
Thank you. Now we have the Honorable Scott Randolph, Tax Collector, Orange County Tax Collector.
Good morning, representatives and delegation. It's great to see you guys. Obviously, I'm the Orange County Tax Collector. We do a lot of issues coming before you. Probably everything from, you might see some issues on CDLs this year, as well as voter registration, other DHSMV issues. But today I really wanted to quickly give an overview of property taxes, which is obviously going to be a huge issue coming before you. I hope, and I urge you really to have a longer meeting that focuses just on property taxes. I think you'd want to hear from a lot of different local governments, I think, on what property taxes do for the budget and mean to them as part of their budget. And so it's tough for me to stand here in 3 minutes and give you a big detailed oversight of what the property tax situation is. But one of the things I want to point out is if you actually take come out and take a view that's larger than the last 5 or 6 years, let's say 20 years, you'll actually find on the property tax side that most governments, local governments, are actually barely keeping up above inflation over those last 20 years. And so, the idea that local governments and property taxes are sort of exploding, they are exploding in the last 4 or 5 years. I don't want to say that they are not. They obviously are. And how governments are spending those, that's within their purview. I don't want to get into that purview. But, however, again, property taxes themselves, I urge you when you get into session to look at not budgets, but the system of fairness. Because I will tell you, yes, local governments' property tax revenues are exploding because in the last 5 or 6 years, right, property values have exploded as well. But if you've been in your home before that time, your property taxes have been protected by Save Our Homes. I've lived in the house I've lived in for the last 10 years. My property taxes have gone up less than $1,000 in 10 years. If somebody purchased that home this year, they would pay double what I pay in property taxes. The issue I hope the legislature focuses on, again, isn't the total budget, it's the fairness issue. And Florida cannot continue to push property taxes onto new homeowners, whether they be new retirees from other states, or whether they be young people trying to buy their first home, or whether they be people, in the middle of their career coming to Florida for a new opportunity. If we don't address that fairness, we will kill the housing market. It happened in 2007, 2008. And so I urge you, and I hope we get a longer discussion. There's one proposal that the speaker sent out that I would urge you is very good. It's a percentage-based homestead exemption. And in fact, in 2008, the House passed that. Representative Simmons, David Simmons at the time, had that proposal of a 40% homestead exemption. I think the one that Speaker Perez put out was 25%. I urge you to go 40. And we can talk about that in a longer time. Another aspect of property taxes is the tangibles, which is not, the exemption has not been raised since 2008. If you would raise that exemption to $200,000 for tangible personal property taxes, you would help so many small businesses throughout the state at a very minimum cost to local government. Those are the type of things that I hope we get to expand on in a longer meeting about property taxes, but obviously 3 minutes was not long enough to do that. But if anybody has any questions on that or any other issues for the office, I am open.
Thank you. We do have questions. We have Representative Rashawn. Who's going to be first? You? I'll go first. Okay. So, Senator Lavon Bracy, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And it's not even a question, but you made mention that you have a longer, more in-depth conversation that you'd like to have with us. I know the House has dug kind of deep into property taxes. The Senate has not as of yet. Looking at Senator Brodeur. However, I would be open, and I'm sure some of my colleagues would, if you wanted, very similar to what the public defender is doing on tomorrow, if you wanted to do kind of a kind of one-on-one meeting with the delegation, I would be open to that, to hear some of your ideas.
Yes, Chair, yes, I would. Yeah. I would love to do that.
We do have a conversation about that at the end of this session. You are recognized, Senator Brodeur.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to let you know, we hear from local governments every day. This is a big issue for everybody, large and small, fiscally constrained, non-fiscally constrained. I think folks with an expectation that if we cut property taxes, it's going to get rid of their bill and we don't address required local effort. Some folks are going to be very disappointed because we don't in a lot of these proposals. That's a big deal. Nothing that has been proposed so far prohibits a cost shift from municipalities going to fees instead of from taxes. A lot of these create a permanent funding obligation for law enforcement. And so these are all issues. I just want to give you confidence. We're not going to solve them today, but we're talking about them. We're looking at them. We've discussed them, and we have a dozen charts that I think they're floating around that talk about our 31 fiscally constrained counties versus the 36 that aren't. What does that do at different levels of exemption, whether it's we do the 25, 50, 75, the 100, 500, or we go as a percentage as suggested before. And so we're looking at all those. And so, again, no answers, but I want to give you confidence. These are all the questions that are cycling. We're talking about them. It's not as though if you haven't seen a public meeting that there hasn't been some discussion about it. I think it's just such a large issue and it's so complicated in the state of Florida that we're still getting input from everybody. Thank you.
Chair, and obviously my office is there for any data or information you need. I've spent a lot of time this summer and this fall and speaking with Representative Bankson and Representative Escamani over the summer, obviously on some details. So definitely, if you need any data or anything like that, Senator Berger, please just let me know.
There we go. You are recognized, Representative Bankson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you for our conversations. I think you really nailed something there. It shows why long-term price controlling ends up failing, because I've enjoyed that, having home ownership for almost 30 years. Again, it's kept a lid on that, but now new home buyers are pushed out of the market. So we've got to find a way to get back there. It's like turning around the Titanic. And so these concepts are very important for us to consider overall. While we want relief from that, we don't want to see a senior lose their home after doing things right, working their whole life, paying their bill, and then having to sell because of property tax and insurance. So we're considering all of those different measures, and we want to have the right approach. But I believe in that, making sure that it is fair across the board, and that we're dealing with the level of service versus taxing someone for the value of their property. We've got to find the right way to approach that.
Definitely so. Do you want me to address the voter registration for you real quick? So voter registration, yes. For those of you who may not know, a few months ago, the DHSMV, as you recall, there were a few years ago, it was determined that actually you could break the what was supposed to be random numbers on your DL, sort of like the Social Security situation, that actually there was sort of a methodology to that. And so you could actually figure out somebody's driver's license number with a little bit of time. So the state finally was able to update their technology several months ago, sort of the beginning of this year, to issue a new driver's license number, a more randomized type system. And so if you come in, and this is statewide, by the way, and renew your driver's license, so it's not just new driver's license for people coming into the state. When you get when you renew your driver's license, you will get a new driver's license number as of now. The problem is that does not automatically get input into the statewide voter database. And it's important because that number is now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Castor-Dental, is that that number is used to update your voter registration online and also to request vote by mail. And that's just the minimum, right? And then you don't want to have other issues with IDs and things like that trying to vote. In Orange County, we recognized that a couple of months ago, came to our attention. Our clerks will ask every single person to update their voter registration. The problem is that's confusing, right? If you're in the same address, you haven't moved, you don't want to switch parties, you don't want to do anything, it seems confusing that we're asking you to, quote unquote, update your voter registration. But we did find that if the customer does actually go through all those steps, even if they don't make any changes, that data then gets moved over to the SOE's database. That has been our fix for now. And I'm sure it is not being 100% because, again, the customer's confused as to why you're asking me that question when I don't have any changes. But we did find that solved that issue. So I don't know if it needs a legislative change per se, but I definitely would start asking my state agencies, DHSMV, and the Secretary of State's office to fix this problem. I'm not sure, to be honest, how they do that, because right now, again, if you don't have any voter registration change, there's no reason for that data to ever get sent over to the Secretary of State. So how they're going to do it, I don't know, but it is an issue. It's an issue that we've tried to work around. I know the other tax collector offices have finally recognized that issue and are coming around to that situation as well. But again, it's not 100% cure because people don't want to update their voter reg if they don't have an update.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, delegation.
So now we have Janet Owens, Vice President, University of Central Florida, Department of Government and Community Relations.
Good morning. I bring greetings from the University of Central Florida's Board of Trustees, President Cartwright, our faculty, staff, and 70,000 students. We're proud to have over 16,300 Orange County students enrolled this fall and over 9 90,600 UCF alumni living here in Orange County. I'm going to do this until we go over 100,000. I'm super proud. With state support, found efficiencies, support from industry, and your support, UCF has remained focused on solidifying its position as Florida's premier engineering and technology university. We've expanded our academic offerings, deepened our research capabilities, and increased our impact on Florida's economy, especially in critical sectors like AI, aerospace, semiconductors, advanced manufacturing, and healthcare technology. I am so proud to tell you that our 2026 funding request includes preeminence funding for the state's newest preeminent state research university. We achieved the metrics. We could not have done that without your support, and we're so grateful. We will invest these funds in our faculty, in student success and employment, and in infrastructure, specifically supporting UCF's growing footprint in engineering, computing, and high-tech disciplines. We're now ranked number 41 among public institutions in engineering by U.S. News and World Report, and our aim is to break into the top 25. But our focus extends beyond engineering. We're working to embed technological proficiency and innovation across all disciplines, ensuring that every UCF graduate, no matter their major, has the fluency to contribute meaningfully to a tech-driven world. You'll see successes in this initiative as we deploy technology to treat PTSD, to fight human trafficking, to train our military, and to prepare nurses for the future, just to name a few. To adequately house our growing engineering and high-tech faculty and students, and to provide necessary lab facilities, we are desperately in need of renovating and expanding our academic facilities. We do receive the lowest funding per student in the SUS, and we continue to graduate over 18,000 students a year. We are super, super dependent on state support. We appreciate everything that you can do for us. Our investment in us is an amazing return. We know the state is reducing its recurring spending, and we also know that investing in Valencia College and UCF is investing in this area's future and in Florida's future. Thank you for your leadership and for your hours of service to the people of Florida, and thank you for this opportunity for all of us to get to tell you what we hope for in the upcoming session.
Thank you. We have a question from Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Thank you, Janet. Just want to say congratulations to UCF on achieving the preeminent status. I know that that was many years of hard work, and as a proud UCF alum myself, it's my alma mater. I just want to say go Knights.
Phil Scarpelli, CEO, Family Partnerships of Central Florida.
Well, good morning, honorable members of the delegation. I am not Phil, but he has sent me on his behalf. He unfortunately could not make it this morning. So I'm here to speak today on behalf of Phil and all the whole team at Family Partnerships of Central Florida. Family Partnerships is the state's lead agency for Circuits 9 and 18, serving child welfare involved families and children. As you may know, Family Partnerships grew tremendously last year, assuming the state's contract for Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County, in addition to serving Brevard, which it has served for nearly 2 decades. Today, the organization has some updates to share. They're currently working with nearly 500 foster homes across the 4 counties in which they serve. This past year, they've served 10,000 clients. In the past year alone, they've celebrated 440 adoptions, 500 family reunifications, and 66 newly licensed foster homes. Well, last year when we came to this delegation meeting, we came speaking about the need for critical funding to fund the one-time costs associated with transitioning that system of care from the prior lead agency. And we came to many of your offices in Tallahassee and just want to thank you for your support. That funding was placed in back of bill and fully funded by the legislature. Since session adjourned, we've been working closely with the department and with legislative leadership in both houses on a few policy areas. Number one, you'll remember from prior years, is an updated funding methodology. The department has a report due December 1st of this year, and we will be sure to keep your offices informed on that methodology's impact to each of your districts. We're also in discussions about policies focused on workforce retention and safety, normalcy, and other key issues. So just want to give that as a preview of what we'll be talking about in Tallahassee when we meet with each of you in your offices later this year. Thank you all for what you do for our state.
Thank you. Dr. Robert Karch, Health Officer, Florida, Department of Health in Orange County. Maria Bledsoe, CEO, Central Florida Cares. Steve Powell, Library Director, CEO, Orange County Library District.
Good morning, Orange County Delegation.
Good morning.
And thank you for your service, and thank you for having me this morning. I'd like to talk about libraries where communities thrive. At OCLS, our purpose is enriching lives through experiences and opportunities to learn, grow, and connect. Florida's 560 public libraries support workforce development and community growth. Florida libraries last year delivered 1.7 million technology classes, enhancing digital literacy and job readiness. Libraries serve as safe, welcoming spaces where individuals of all backgrounds can learn and grow together. Libraries offer access to books, technology, and support services, ensuring opportunity and education for everyone. Early reading programs foster empathy, social skills, and emotional resilience in children, supporting lifelong development. And regular reading is linked to longer and healthier lives, emphasizing the physical benefits of literacy. Last fiscal year, Florida libraries handled nearly 12 million research and reference requests, underscoring their vital informational role. And Florida libraries welcomed 45 million visitors last year, demonstrating broad public engagement and importance. More than 1.4 million Floridians participated in a 2025 summer reading program promoting literacy and learning. And every dollar invested in Florida libraries generates $10 in community economic value, demonstrating a strong multiplier effect. Libraries provide critical infrastructure supporting education, human capital, and economic development in communities, and supporting library funding strengthens long-term community health, education, and competitiveness. As property tax pressures mount, remember, libraries aren't just nice-to-have amenities. They're essential infrastructure that builds human capital, supports economic development, creates the informed citizenry democracy requires. When you support library funding, you're investing in Florida's competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolina Wasmer, Florida State Program Director, Poder Latinx.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Delegation. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. Speaking on behalf of Poder Latinx as the Florida State Program Director, Poder Latinx is a civic and voter registration, issue advocacy, and leadership development organization. I'm here to talk today about the work that we do around economic, environmental, and immigrant justice. We work for all Floridians. We are in coalition and in support with constituents. We work on the PSC reform. We think it's important for a Public Service Commission to be implemented to include transparency when it comes to decision making and to allow our community to understand the needs for rate hikes. Justification for rate hikes is important to make sure that we're protecting our consumers. We also want you to support the PAUSE Act. We understand that it's important for veterans, Medicaid recipients, and rural Floridians to be able to have power at all times, even if they can't pay a bill due to economic hardships. We also want to thank Senator Smith for participating and being our sponsor when it comes to the paid parental leave bill, which he has a bill number already 220, which we hope that you would all also consider co-sponsoring. We do need a House sponsor. We're looking for bipartisan support. This is important for women and both maternity and parental leave when it comes to employees for up to 12 weeks of paid maternity and paternity leave. So we'd really look for support. However, we do like to oppose HB 197, which is the E-Verify bill. We understand that this would limit small businesses and be able to continue hiring, and we know that there is discrepancies when it comes to using this program. So we hope that you do not continue sponsoring or supporting this bill. We hope to meet with all of you individually to talk a little bit more about these individual bills, and we look forward to having conversations individually. Thank you.
Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Carolina, for addressing the delegation today and for your comments. I just wanted also mention, as it relates to PSC reforms, we're going to be, and we are, drafting legislation related to making sure that there is more transparency and accountability for how rates are set for our utility customers, which we know are seeing just dramatic increases in their utility rates. And also there's bipartisan interest. I know that Senator and former Senate President Don Gates has also introduced legislation to change the makeup of who is appointed to the Public Service Commission. So I'll be supporting that legislation as well, because I think it's really important that we have that conversation. These are unelected individuals who are appointed, yet they do have a very, very large impact over the high utility rates that Floridians are seeing. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Charlene Gaitlin, Manager of Public Affairs and Outreach, Orange County Clerk of Courts.
Good morning. I am Charlene Gatlin, the Manager of Public Affairs and Outreach on behalf of the clerks. On behalf of Tiffany Moore Russell, your local Orange County Clerk of the Courts, and her peers of the Florida Court Clerks and Comptrollers Association, we would like to thank you for your support over the last few years to alleviate some of the incremental funding gaps. However, the funding shortfalls faced by clerks still persist and can only be remedied by your steadfast efforts this upcoming session. The collective efforts have made significant promise over the years. However, since Clerk Russell's election in her seat in 2014, the overall concern has been a consistent funding shortfall to provide support to the clerks and ultimately your constituents. The budget concern has expanded over the years, with a deficit this year equaling $75 million for clerks statewide. This includes like FRS absorption for increases, jury disbursement, where we're putting out more money than we're actually receiving. To address these issues, the solution is rather simple. We need your help to increase our revenues. For the 2026 legislative session, the Florida clerks will present a set of policy bills to address the budget shortfall. And we hope that we have your full support in committee, on the session floor, and would very much appreciate your co-sponsorship. Our proposal is currently being finalized based on statewide gaps between what it takes to fund our offices and the dollars available for disbursement. Clerks recognize we have a long-term funding issue. As the courts continue to grow and the demands on caseloads increase, we ask that funding be considered for the entire court system, which includes our clerks, public defenders, and state attorneys. On behalf of Clerk Russell, I would like to personally extend an invitation to you all to attend the 2026 State of Clerk and Comptroller's Address on January the 20th. Please save the date. A more formal invitation will arrive to your office in the upcoming weeks. In conclusion, on behalf of the employees of the Orange County Clerk of Courts, who work hard serving our constituents, our local government, our other justice partners in the courts, we hope that we can count on you to be our voice in Tallahassee during this upcoming legislative session for our legislative priorities. Thank you again for lending your attention to me today, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Marquise McMiller, Senior Director, Government Relations, Orange County Public Schools.
Good morning, Madam Chair, to the members of the delegation, specifically to my senator, Senator Broder, for my residential living. But on behalf of our chair, the Honorable Teresa Jacobs, and our superintendent, Dr. Maria Vasquez, we'd like to bring you greetings. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Orange County Public Schools and the more than 200,000 students we serve. I come before you today to respectfully urge this body to make school funding the top priority for the 2026 legislative session. Our district has made difficult but necessary budget adjustments to reflect the evolution of education in Florida. We have streamlined operations, restructured programs, and adapted to new demands. However, even as education evolves, one fact remains unchanged, that the overwhelming majority of families, of parents, continue to choose public schools. Public education is school choice. It is the daily choice of thousands of parents across Orange County. Yet as funding priorities shift toward non-traditional options, we must ask, does the choice of some parents matter than those who still make public schools their choice? We support growth in all educational pathways, traditional and non-traditional, but the growth must be matched with fiscal accountability. That is why we call for the reform to the Family Empowerment Scholarship and similar programs. These reforms are designed to protect parental choice by ensuring fiscal accountability, preventing waste, fraud, and abuse, and safeguarding taxpayer dollars. We support a separate funding authority specifically for scholarship programs likened to the Florida virtual system to have it below the line. Also, verified student identification numbers for all Florida students in any choice program. And a clear disbursement schedule for scholarships that align with the traditional schedule to ensure transparency, responsible stewardship, and prevent the loss of funding which occurred this past fiscal year. Prioritizing education is reflected by an increase to the base student allocation that meets or exceeds the Consumer Price Index. This adjustment is essential to meet the rise in costs in salaries, benefits, and mandatory contributions to the Florida retirement system. Without it, districts are forced to stretch limited resources, which undermines student achievement and staff retention. Funding is needed for transportation, which currently in Orange County Public Schools is funded at 50 cents on the dollar. Also for advanced courseworks and school safety. We ask that the required local effort rate be maintained to allow for natural growth and sustain improvements to the Florida Education Finance Program. Furthermore, these priorities reflect sound governance and a commitment to all families, regardless of the educational path they choose. Let us ensure that public schools as the backbone of Florida's education system are funded to succeed based on the priority that we fund education based on choice. We thank you for your time and service and continued partnership and support.
Thank you. We have a question from our representative, Rashawn Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Marquise, for the presentation. I think for me, I think I can speak on behalf of all of my colleagues up here that we have an investment in making sure that our young people receive the best quality education possible. I think with that in mind and given that reality of how you all are facing a tighter budget because of inflation and other different aspects or contributing factors, how is OCPS prioritizing classroom instruction and student services while managing these declining revenues? I know that in many classrooms they have full-time subs, and we are seeing and have heard of lots of layoffs that have had to occur because of the budget and the projection for a deficit in this upcoming fiscal year. So how are you all still managing that? Because the public still has kind of that perception that the education still needs to be of high quality.
So our students' achievements, our student success is ultimately our top priority. We have managed to increase teacher salaries. We came to an agreement with the local bargaining units to do that. We're always recruiting. In fact, everybody in the district recruits. I'm going to the law school to try to recruit some attorneys who might not want to go to the public defender's or the prosecutor's office to maybe bring them into the classroom to ensure we have high quality teachers. But we are managing that balance by prioritizing teachers and teacher funding. That's why at the district level we've cut, I believe it was 2% from district, all department staff, all department budgets, but we are making the necessary adjustments to right size with education being the primary objective. But we can get you more details about what we're doing at the school level as far as the recruitment of teachers and having staff and qualified instructional personnel in the classrooms.
Thank you.
We have another question. Representative Benson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marquise, it's always good to see you. Enjoy our conversations. I've got a real focus and the concern on the AI in education because there's some tremendous help for teachers in class preparation, in real-time monitoring of student progress, and helping to tailor things to the student. At the same time, there's the informational side, and we want to protect our kids. We've already had to make legislation to backtrack on what the internet has done to our kids. So finding that way to bifurcate between informational and operational function of AI, I'd really like to know what the district, the conversations that are being had there regarding that, and would like to work together as we navigate this new horizon.
So absolutely, Representative. We are actually underway in developing policies as it relates to AI in the district. In fact, there was a committee meeting in the Senate last week on what districts are doing to bring AI, and Orange County Public Schools serves on the statewide task force for AI in Florida. We have AI programs that are accessible to teachers, and it is very much structured in the way that it's issued to teachers and how it can help them in the delivery of instructional education. Of course, nothing that will compromise any law, nothing that will bring improper material in front of children. It is limited what we have accessible to students, but we are developing and have some programs that are available to students on a limited basis. It's very much monitored, and I actually serve on the task force for what we are going to ultimately do for AI development. We know that we don't want to be behind. We want to be right at pace with what's happening in Orange County Public Schools with AI, and so we're continuing to develop our programs for that.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just short follow-up. I want to make sure that we protect personal information as well on our students. So I think those are, again, it's this new frontier, but we need to be aware of the ramifications of what it can do and just be proactive in that. So I appreciate that conversation.
Absolutely, and we'll be glad to get you more information on what we're already doing and what we aspire to do in that field. Yes.
We have another question from our representative, Bernard Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senior Director Marquise, for your presentation. Just had a couple of questions because in your comments you mentioned that, Orange County Public Schools still remain the overwhelming choice for a lot of our parents relative to their children, with over 200,000 children currently, attending OCPS. And with that in mind, I was just wondering, what is the current percentage of students who are choosing Orange County Public Schools? That's number one. And then number two, you mentioned that we're having some significant challenges in terms of recruiting. You said everybody is recruiting teachers, and I think we all want the best quality teachers, in the schools teaching our kids. And so with that in mind, what is the current rate of openings of teachers in the OCPS, and what is the biggest barrier that you're having in terms of recruiting?
Well, I can tell you all of that is not my wheelhouse, but I know the right people who have the answers. I know at least statewide, I want to say, and I can be corrected, it was 80% of students in Florida are choosing public schools. I don't know the rate for Orange County off the top of my head, but we'll get that information, as well as the rate of openings that we have within the district for specifically, I'm guessing, instructional personnel.
Yes.
I don't know that off the top of my head either, but we'll be glad to not just get that for you, but for all of the legislative delegation. As it relates to barriers, I can tell you teacher salaries, is always one of those barriers that we face being competitive. In the district, we're doing things to counteract the salary aspect. While we do our best to raise salaries, we're in the field of affordable housing, trying to make options be unique with public-private partnerships to offer our teachers the ability to have housing options, to counter that cost, what they're not getting from salaries, and a host of other things. But if I had to pick one, it'd be the salaries. That's why we need the base student allocation raise and the teacher instructional aspect of the state budget increase so that we can provide competitive salaries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rashon Young.
I promise this is the last one. I think as you are acquiring the information that Representative Spencer asked for, I think a good framing of that is not only what are the rate or amount of openings from an instructional perspective that the district has, but what can the district budgetarily handle, right? What is the capacity for, these are the amount of teachers that we can afford in our current financial situation. So as you all, I know that we have a meeting in a couple of days, and so I think that would be good information to have. Thank you.
No problem. Representative Erica Booth.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Marquise.
Good
Thank you for the
morning.
conversation. I'd be remiss to say, if you don't look on the legislative platform, number 3 that's listed here, I'm supporting the creation of a uniform statutory definition of chronic absenteeism. I was actually the bill sponsor on that bill last session. It passed the House unanimous, and we had some hiccups in the Senate, so I will be filing that legislation again, and I encourage all the support from my colleagues to bring it back for this upcoming session so we can get to the root cause of why students are, it's a statewide epidemic. Had a lot of time this past summer to reach out to many community partners with your input as well from Orange County Public Schools. I very much appreciate that. And thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Representative Dr. Ana Escalani, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. And just to add to the follow-up, Schools of Hope. And so I've been reading a lot about the last-minute bill in the legislature that expanded this program, but also redefines the schools that are under improvement, the schools that are now going to be at risk of having this take place. And we've been hearing a lot of concern from parents and educators and just everyday citizens around the notion of a charter school opening up in a public school and not having to pay the same type of expenses that our public schools go through. And I'm curious if you have any updates to how many of our public schools are now going to be impacted by this, and of course, just any other guidance or insight you can provide on that for families that are watching.
Well, I don't have the total number. The last I checked, which on the day it was announced that the rule would eventually go into effect, Orange County Public Schools, I believe, got 4 notices. I don't know what that currently is now, but as far as co-location for Schools of Hope, we know that it comes with a cost that is not, factored into our operations. With anything, if you increase capacity, the increase of utilities, we have questions in regards to what that will do in terms of school resource officers, because there's some nuanced issue about if, with another school being present, does that mean we have to have an additional officer present for that aspect? The cost we'll have to bear for food and nutrition services, because all of those services that are offered to the public school students have to be provided for those Schools of Hope, and so those are increased costs. I don't have the details, but as I meet, and I think I'm scheduled to meet with each of your offices, I will be sure to have those hard projected numbers present with us. And this is slated to take effect, that the notices could come to us within the month of November, I believe before November the 14th. So we are aware of this, and we are making the necessary adjustments to prepare should this become the reality in Orange County.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
I got the hot seat today. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Kaylee Slattery from the Southern Group.
Good morning. Kaylee Slattery with the Southern Group, representing the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida. I wanted to introduce Danny Moritz. She is the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for the Boys and Girls Club, and she will tell you all about the amazing work they're doing in Orange County.
Good morning, and thank you for your time and your service. We are proud to serve 13,000 youth and teens across 5 counties, including Orange. And that number continues to climb thanks to so many of your support. Just this last year, we opened a new branch in Tangelo Park, and coming this next year, we're thrilled to expand our Winter Garden location with the support of Senator Trunow and Representative Bankson. Thank you so much. Just in Orange County alone, we serve nearly 9,000 kids and teens. Our mission, as so many of you know, is to inspire and enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to realize their full potential as productive, responsible, and caring adults, and we truly can't do that without your continued support. To accomplish this, we focus on several key program areas, including education and career development, character and leadership development, sports, fitness, recreation, health, the arts, and mental health. We're proud to serve a beautifully diverse community of young people, all who are the leaders of tomorrow. 81% of our families in Orange County earn less than $50,000 a year, and 94% of youth qualify for free or reduced lunch. They need your support, and together we're doing amazing things. Last year, 100% of our high school seniors graduated. 99% of club members were on grade level and successfully promoted. With your support, we have teens like Raymond, who's now attending Duke University on a full ride scholarship, attending math and physics, content I certainly can't understand, despite multiple bouts of homelessness. But because of the club, because of the public school system, he's able to thrive. This year, we ask your support of the Florida Alliance, which represents more than 260,000 club members, to support positive youth development, mentoring initiatives, workforce readiness, and substance abuse prevention. Thank you so much for everything you do. Central Florida needs club kids, and club kids need you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any elected officials or representatives of governmental entities who have signed up since we started the meeting? Next on the agenda, Senator Jason Broder has requested that the delegation hold a discussion regarding potential amendments to the delegation rules. Included in your meeting packet are the proposed changes submitted by Senator Broder for your review and consideration. Senator Broder, would you like to speak to your proposed amendments?
Sure, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity. If it's easier for the members, I thought maybe we just present it like you present a bill, where I do an opening and then there's questions and then debate and then a close and just vote on it that way, if that makes it easier for us mechanically, if that's all right with you, Madam Chair.
Yes and no.
Okay, up to you. You're the chair.
Based on what I see in the language, there are certain things that are grammatical mistakes that we might change also. There are certain things that I think that we should see it individually, and then, because if we voted, for example, I see in the qualifications, the number 2 portion, instead of house, chamber, just put chamber. I think that's nothing that is, is something that needs to be changed. We also want to look good with the language of the bill. And, we don't have the committee, the House, the Federal and Veteran Affairs Subcommittee anymore. So we have to change that too. I think that do you agree on that one? I would love to have getting conversation from the delegation, both sides, senators and state reps, to see if you agree, just only vote yes and no, or go into the discussion and fix what needs to be fixed. That is nothing that is going to affect in a long-term, our delegation.
Sure. So I'll introduce all the stuff in here and just kind of go line by
Please.
line, talk about that stuff, and then we can come back.
I
Okay,
highly
great.
appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you so
I'll
much.
just go one by one then. The first one is obviously the big one. 50% of all precincts shall be with Orange County for either chair or vice chair. This one I think is a relatively easy giveaway in that there's only 2 counties in Florida that do this. So this is kind of arbitrary. It's us and Palm Beach. 97% of all delegations in Florida don't have this provision. So this is, we're not a super county commission, we're a legislative delegation. All folks that are duly elected and qualified and eligible should be eligible for any leadership position. And so I think this is an easy give. It's kind of what differentiates us from Washington, I think, in a lot of ways, is that we get things done. We do a budget every year. We're able to work together on projects that mean a lot to us. And I think this is an easy give, considering it just looks like it's a way to preserve the status quo, and that's not really what we're looking to do. 1B3, we repealed that 2 years ago, so that's no longer in there. 1B4, that was what you had mentioned, Madam Chair, is that we just changed the word house to chamber just for consistency purposes. That was just a grammatical change. If we go to 3C, all public hearings to be held in Orange County except in an emergency with unanimous consent. 2 things there. Number one is changing it to an affirmative vote of 2/3, so just one person on the delegation can't hold up what would be an emergency meeting. And that makes us very consistent with the preceding one of 3B, which needs 2/3 of the delegation members for special meetings as well. And so that's really just a consistency kind of cleanup thing. And then in 4, local bills, 4A, we put the we really didn't have any rules that state what type of vote is necessary for a delegation to pass a local bill, so this just mirrors what is in Palm Beaches, effectively. And then you're right, Madam Chair, the House doesn't have a local federal or Veterans Affairs subcommittee anymore, so we just put a generic House intergovernmental subcommittee so that that would stand the test of time no matter what each incoming presiding officer decided to name the committee. That would fall within it, so we didn't have to revisit it. And those are the suggested changes.
So can we say, can we discuss by portion if somebody in the delegation wants to provide feedback in the House or the Senate, or we just vote for 1B and then from 1B1 or 1B for, do you want it to do it like that? I would love to hear from the delegation.
Madam Chair?
You are recognized, Representative Ana Escamano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that probably makes the most sense to just go line by line to each edit, and then we can do a roll call vote for or a voice vote, whatever the preference is. But just vote on each one of them individually. I think that'll help us move faster. And so I would recommend that if maybe we, as the senator spoke earlier, maybe each one is almost like a separate bill. If folks have questions of each one, debate, and then we'll vote on them. Okay?
So let's do it like this.
Yeah, and I'll concur as well. I'll concur with Rep. Escamani because my read on this is that there are some grammatical things that need to be adjusted, and I would hate for us to have to redraft this and come back and vote on it later. There's one that I'm not so crazy about, but the others I think are ones that are valid and worth consideration, and we should try to address them one at a time so that we can clean up some of this language.
Thank you for your understanding. I think we have to do it individually because I saw so many things that are, included in the bylaws, but different, addressing different aspects. So we're gonna vote then in 1B1. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think that's the senator's first proposal.
So 1B1 will be based on the percentage, on the 50% of precincts. So please, Senator Guillermo Smith, can you please do the roll call for that one?
I was going to say, people might want to ask questions and then have a close and stuff like that.
So do you have any questions on that one? Do you have any comment?
I actually do have a question. So, Senator,
you are recognized, Senator Smith.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Broder. My question is, and forgive me if my memory is a little rusty, is provision 1B that changes or removes the 50% of precinct requirement. Is that a provision that you introduced previously in previous delegation meetings that we did not adopt, or is it identical? Is it just similar? Could you address that portion?
You are recognized, Senator Broder.
Madam Chair. Yeah, that was the one adopted 2 years ago. And so the thinking there was, number one, I would wait 2 years to have a different alignment of the delegation to see if maybe some other folks decided that we should align with 97% of the rest of the state of Florida. And so, yes, similar provision to 2 years ago.
Any other question from? I have a question, Senator. Can you please explain how can we be, it's going to be a beneficial decision to change it like that to the delegation and to our constituents?
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think one of the things that we have all decided is that we are all equal in this process as a delegation. We're a legislative delegation. We're not a super county commission. And in that, we're not separate. This is not separate but equal. This is equal. And having some of us be more equal than others does not really feel like the other 66 counties that don't do it this way. I think over the years and in American history, there have been attempts to limit civic participation in a number of different gimmicky ways. There is apportionment control, whereby you could say, well, maybe I don't get to have a full vote, maybe I get 60% of a vote, or 3/5. That's a compromise, right? Or maybe, in order for me to buy my way into civic participation, because it's one person, one vote, except for you, I can be taxed at the polls in order to get my participation up. And so over the last 150 years, we've seen some pretty gross things happen in order for a party in power to limit the civic participation of others that are just as equal as everyone else. Now, fortunately, over years, we've gotten rid of all that stuff, and it's gross. This looks like and feels like, because again, 97% of the state does not do this, that it's gimmicky. And so I would think for our constituents, it would be a way to acknowledge that the gimmicks that have no rational basis for limiting civic participation don't belong here. I would remind everybody that, in the words of Senator Bracy Davis, quoting Martin Luther King Jr., time is always right to do what's right.
Thank you, Senator. Do we have any other feedback, comment, questions? Okay, so we're ready to vote then. Okay? So that's your motion. Do you want to make a motion? Yes.
Full speed ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I'll second the motion.
Second by our representative, Paula Stark.
Yes.
Do you want to make a comment? Okay.
So yes means you support removing this?
So yes is that we support his recommendation, no against his recommendation, and yeah, against the motion. So you're ready for the call.
Okay.
No debate, there's no debate?
No, there is debate. Do we want to debate?
Technically, we are in debate since that was the answer to a question, so yes. For those that would like to, that.
So, Senator, can you please do the roll call?
Okay. Chair Johanna Lopez.
No.
Vice Chair Levon Bracy Davis.
No.
Secretary Carlos Guillermo Smith. No. Senator Kristen Arrington.
No.
Senator Jason Broder.
Yes.
Senator Keith Chernow.
Yes.
Representative Bruce Antone.
No.
Representative Doug Bankson.
Yes.
Representative Erica Booth.
Yes.
Representative Dr. Ana Viescamani.
No.
Representative Rita Harris.
No.
Representative Susan Placencia. Representative Leonard Spencer.
No.
Representative Paula Stark.
Yes.
And Representative Rashawn Young.
No.
So close. The noes have it.
Okay, for the second The second portion of the rules recommended by Senator Broder, we have the 1B4. So do you want to explain a little bit?
That's the technical one.
It's technical.
Yeah.
So any questions, any comments? So I think any debate, anything. So we are ready to do the roll call. Senator Smith, please. Yes in favor, no against the changes.
Chair Johanna Lopez.
Yes?
Vice Chair Bracy Davis.
Yes.
Secretary Smith, yes. Secretary Arrington.
Yes.
Senator Arrington, I apologize. Senator Broder.
Yes.
Senator Turnell.
Yes.
Representative Antone.
Yes.
Representative Bankson.
Yes.
Representative Booth.
Yes.
Representative Escamani.
Yes.
Representative Harris.
Yes.
Representative Placencia. Representative Spencer.
Yes.
Representative Stark.
Yes.
Representative Young.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you. So now we have the portion of the regulations is part 3, C, all public hearings to be held in Orange County except in an emergency, and trying to take away the with unanimous consent by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the delegation members. Can you please explain a little bit, Senator Broder?
Yeah, that's just aligning with the paragraph above it that for special meetings, for emergency meetings, all that is affirmative vote of 2/3, mostly because the thought is, should an emergency meeting really require a unanimous consent of the delegation when one member could cause it not to be an emergency? 2/3 is pretty good. It's a very healthy delegation size-wise, so I think that's still pretty good and aligns us with the provision right before it.
Thank you. Any questions or feedback?
One question, Chair, if I may?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
You are
you, Senator.
recognized, Representative Escamani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator. I'm just quickly reviewing the rules to remind myself, so maybe you know top of your head. Do we have to vote in person for something like this, or can we vote online and remote in the case of an emergency?
I don't know the answer to that. That's a great question.
Okay. Chair, I might suggest
Put it as so we can do it online or have some
Yeah.
kind of virtual way to weigh in?
Correct.
Yeah, that would be great. I would be okay with that, sure.
So we have to add the language then, and then vote. So, can you explain how it's gonna be in the rule?
Yes. Because I don't see anything in the rule that prohibits amendment, and this does not materially change the announcement, we can amend in this committee without having to renotice because it's a small provision within what we have already noticed, and it's not a material change. And so I would suggest that we amend C to read by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the delegation members, comma, which can be done through electronic means. And if there is a local delegation lawyer out there who reads our rules differently, please, I don't think you're going to get any pushback from us, but I believe because it's uncontemplated and it doesn't materially change the notice that we can add that provision in there.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
I agree. And thank you, Senator Broder, for just very quickly coming up with the language so we don't have to come back and do it again. So thank you. Yeah.
So we are ready to vote then. So can you make the motion, Senator Broder?
Sure. I would like to make a motion that we adopt in our delegation rules, Rule 3C, to read all public hearings to be held in Orange County except in an emergency and by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the delegation members, comma, which can be done through electronic means.
I second the motion.
So can you please, Senator, do the roll call?
Call the roll. Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bracy Davis.
Yes.
Secretary Smith, yes. Senator Arrington.
Yes.
Senator Broder.
Yes.
Senator Turnell.
Yes.
Representative Antone.
Yes.
Representative Bankson.
Yes.
Representative Booth.
Yes.
Representative Escamani.
Yes.
Representative Harris.
Yes.
Representative Placencia. Representative Spencer.
Yes.
Representative Stark.
Yes.
Representative Young.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
So all yes, 0 no's. So for part number 4, local bills, A, no local bills should be introduced to the legislature unless approved by a majority of the members of the House present and a majority of the members of the Senate present as indicated by roll call vote. Can you please, Senator Broder, explain a little bit more?
Yeah, so our rules didn't actually have any way that we would adopt local bills in them, and so we've simply mirrored the Palm Beach, which is the one that has the 50% land thing as well. And so this is just a mirror of their language for us to actually have a rule that says how we do it. I think normally we would just go, a majority is good, all right, there we go. But this actually has it in our rules about how we would adopt a local bill.
Madam Chair.
Do we, yes, you are recognized.
Can I ask if it is okay with the body that we just accept all of 4 at one time as opposed to going through the different changes? I think, yeah, since it's the same section.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
If everybody agree, we are just make the motion, Senator.
I would like to make the motion that we adopt the changes to 4A and the renumbering of B, C, and D, and all changes here within.
I second the motion.
Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, please.
Okay, calling the roll. Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bracy Davis.
Yes.
Secretary Smith, yes. Senator Arrington.
Yes.
Senator Broder.
Yes.
Senator Trudeau.
Yes.
Representative Antone.
Yes.
Representative Bankson.
Yes.
Representative Booth.
Yes.
Representative Escamani.
Yes.
Representative Harris.
Yes.
Representative Placencia. Representative Spencer.
Yes.
Representative Stark.
Yes.
Representative Young.
Yes.
The yeas have it.
All yes, 0 no's. Thank you so much. Going. Have an updating it. Before we move to the next item, I'd like to bring to your attention a request we received from Scott Randolph with the Orange County Tax Collector's Office. Mr. Randolph approached the delegation team approximately 1 week prior to today's meeting, requesting to deliver a presentation including a PowerPoint on the current status of property taxes in Orange County in advance of the upcoming legislative session. After discussion with the delegation team, it was determined that this topic may be better suited for a separate meeting of legislators to allow sufficient time for review and discussion. In having conversations with the delegation, I heard different options to hold this meeting. Therefore, I want to open the floor to discussion. To move forward with this scheduling such a meeting, we will require a 2/3 vote of the delegation meetings. At this time, I'd like to ask Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith to please, not yet, in advance. So let's have the conversation about this recommendation from the tax collector, Honorable Randolph. He's requesting, yes, to have a meeting with the PowerPoint presentation and explaining in details about the property tax. So Dr. Anna Escamani, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. And just for the members' knowledge, I hosted a roundtable about 2-3 months ago when the property tax conversation was first starting with our tax collector, Scott Randolph, our property appraiser, Amy Mercado, a few local officials. And I do think such a conversation would be of value to us as we approach the 2026 legislative session. And I would even think that it might be helpful to invite local public safety officials, our sheriff, our chief, our fire chiefs, commissioners, school board members. I think there's an opportunity to make it a very well-rounded conversation, a lot of different perspectives. And we could also open it to the public because I know the public has a lot of questions, a lot of thoughts on it. So I think there's a lot of value to that.
Thank you. Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And a question for clarification. I think we're having a discussion, potentially a vote on scheduling what would be a traditional public meeting of the delegation. Is that correct? We would notice it, we would pick a date, and I don't know if the Board of County Commissioners and Orange County government will be hosting us per se, unless we find another venue. But is this going to be an official meeting of the delegation as opposed to, let's just say, a briefing of legislators who just show up and want to hear a presentation? Is that correct?
Yeah, well, in the conversations that I had, I call every legislator, and, the conversation is, are you available to schedule that that date to have the public meeting with this presentation, So I heard virtual would be an option for some. Others said we can visit a site and see the presentation. Others were saying, individually, because we have different schedules. So that's why I ended in saying, let's have the conversation publicly so we can, because, what Representative Dr. Ana Escamán is saying, inviting all of these elected officials. I don't know how much time we have here and there, in Tallahassee, and everybody's having different schedules for different meetings. I think that we have to be focused first in the delegation and make a decision based on our delegation and our schedule at this point, because that's what he wanted, to came here and do the public presentation. That I know, a PowerPoint in the morning for me is going to be kind of challenging. We have 156 people that are going to speak today, and having that time, for an elected official that we can have that opportunity to do it later, at another time, it will be better to respect the time of our constituents. Senator Arrington.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think it was one of my colleagues that said earlier, I like that the state attorney's office and public defender's office is hosting a day. I don't know how hard it is for the chair to coordinate a meeting and so forth, or I would love, I'm not trying to speak for him, if Mr. Randolph would host us or have an open house where there's opportunity, or the virtual option. I just worry about getting us all to this room, or how that, how that happens time-wise with sessions and so forth. But I think it sounds very fascinating, and I'm definitely going to participate in whichever way we decide.
Thank you, Senator. And you are recognized, Representative Leonard Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with my colleague, Senator Arrington, that, this conversation on tax policy and, it's going to be very important for all of us to get information. And if, Scott Randolph is opening up to the conversation to provide us the information that we need to make an informed decision in Tallahassee, I'm very open to it. And I'm sure from a constituent standpoint, a lot of our constituents may have some interest in what he may have to say and what he can share to get everyone up to speed and ready for this conversation that we're going to have in Tallahassee. I'm open to either doing it in person, virtually, or whatever. I think the information is probably the most critical thing that we all need. And so I'm open to the conversation and the debate today, and I'll be there.
Thank you. Senator Broder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say, listen, when we talk about this, we have 411 municipalities we have obligations to. We're a state delegation. We are not a super county commission. Can't state that enough. And so would love to hear from big counties, Orange, Hillsborough, Miami-Dade, Duval, and small counties. And that's our obligation as folks who are looking at this. And so if we can make it, great, super. But I think it's our responsibility to make ourselves available to everybody. And so I'm very pleased that Scott Randolph is making himself available. I think it's critical. I think for folks that don't understand the issue, it's super complicated, and you should talk to him. But we should also talk to Miami-Dade and Hillsborough, Duval, and all of our fiscally constrained counties too, to see what the best possible solution would be.
So is there any other comment, feedback, question, recommendation? Senator Smith?
Yeah, and it looks like based on the fact that the 2026 session begins, of course, in January, we've got to pick a date if we're going to schedule a date for another delegation meeting to address the issue of property taxes or the potential elimination or substantial reduction in property taxes, that we certainly pick a date that works for everyone, knowing that we're running into the holidays. I would encourage members of the delegation also to, certainly do what you can to be there if that's what we end up taking action today as a delegation to create this meeting. But I think that we should also, given the somewhat last-minute nature of scheduling a delegation meeting, we should explore options for members of the delegation to join virtually if possible, because I do think it's important that they all have that opportunity to engage, even if they can't physically be here. We all know that these proposals impacting property taxes will have major repercussions for emergency services, for fire, for so many of the critical government services that are provided here. We have to take our time to make sure that we fully research this issue, get all the feedback from stakeholders. That's why actually the Florida House and Senate put money in the budget to research the issue of eliminating or reducing property taxes, but unfortunately that was vetoed by the governor. So now we have to do our due diligence to do the research ourselves and get all of that input from all of those stakeholders. So thank you.
Thank you. So is the motion is related to be inside and virtually, or can somebody make a motion in the ideas? From what I heard, I think that everybody agree maybe in having virtually and in person. But what type of combination? Because
I was going to say, I'll gladly make a motion to do it virtually. I don't think Mr. Roundoff's here, so I don't think we want to all, show up at his place of business, but virtually might be easiest via PowerPoint and for everyone to get, or if they're not able to get on, they can easily, AI records that and puts a summary together. So I'll gladly make a motion, if everyone's good with that.
I'll
to
second
do one
that.
virtually.
perfect. Can you describe just for the record the motion?
I will make a motion to host another meeting virtually with Scott Randolph to discuss property taxes in Orange County.
It's gonna be in his side or
Virtually.
virtually and in person?
Just virtually, though.
Just virtually.
He's not here, so I don't want to discuss or us, show up at his office, so I think virtually is probably.
So the motion is for a virtual meeting, and you second? Yes. Okay, so, my friend and Senator Smith, please do the roll call.
Okay. Okay, here's the roll call vote. Chair Lopez.
Yes?
Vice Chair Bracy Davis.
Yes.
Secretary Smith, yes. Senator Arrington.
Yes.
Senator Broder.
Yes.
Senator Trunow.
Yes.
Representative Antone.
Yes.
Representative Bankson.
Yes.
Representative Booth.
Yes.
Representative Escamani.
Yes.
Representative Harris.
Yes.
Representative Placencia. Representative Spencer.
Yes.
Representative Stark.
Yes.
Representative Young.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Oh, yes, 0 no's. Okay, perfect. So there is no other delegation business to address?
Oh, we have the new leaders.
We would be,
The leadership, Madam Chair.
yes.
The leadership.
I'm sorry?
The election.
I'm so
of
sorry,
next
it's
year's
because I
delegation.
have 3 packages. Let me find the updated one. Here you go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so that was our last Okay. Okay, let's move now to the election of officers for the coming year. We will elect a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary. The new officers will assume their duties at the conclusion of our meeting this afternoon. I would like to take nominations for chair. Are there any nominations for the office of delegation chair?
Madam Chair, I nominate Senator LaVon Bracy Davis to serve as the next chair.
Perfect. Any second?
I second the motion.
Okay. So there is a nomination for our Senator LaVon Bracy to serve as a chair. All in favor say yay.
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 All opposed say no. No. So let's count the no's. So let's do the roll call again. I'm sorry, my friend here, Senator Smith.
Roll call vote. Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bracy Davis.
Yes.
Secretary Smith, yes. Senator Arrington.
Yes.
Senator Broder.
No.
Senator Trunow.
No.
Representative Antone.
Yes.
Representative Bankson.
Yes.
Representative Booth.
No.
Representative Escamani.
Yes.
Representative Harris.
Yes.
Representative Placencia. Representative Spencer.
Yes.
Representative Stark.
Yes.
Representative Young.
Yes.
The ayes have it.
I will now take nominations for vice chair. There is a nomination for vice chair.
Madam Chair, I nominate Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith for vice chair.
Another nomination?
I'll second that.
Second. I'm sorry, it's because before you, I have Bruce Anton, Representative Bruce Anton.
Yes, historically, we've gone Senate Chair, Senate, House, Senate, House, Senate, House. And so for that reason, I am recommending Rita Harris, or nominating Rita Harris for Vice Chair.
You know, yes. I second that. I think because it's, you know what he's trying to explain, that historically we have a senator and somebody from the House. So we cannot have two senators in the, you know, as a chair, maybe. This is our conversation as a,
Madam Chair.
as a group, and then.
I believe we removed that last year, 2 years ago, from the rules of the delegation that it had to alternate between House and Senate.
Because we have, remember, Senator, we always have it combined, even this year. It's because she won as a senator. So, yes.
Yeah.
You are recognized, Senator Lavon Bracing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, if I recall, last year we took it out of the bylaws, and I think what Representative Antone is just talking historically, not necessarily that we have to, but that is a suggestion. Not to clarify his motion, but I think there's no rule that we have to do it that way because we took it out of the bylaws.
Correct. That was removed, and we see that actually in the delegation rules that were emailed to all of the members of the delegation in preparation for the amendments to the bylaws.
Senator Broder?
Yeah, and so Senator Smith is right. 1B4 says the chair and the vice chair will not be members of the same chamber of the legislature unless members of that chamber whose turn it is does not desire to be chair or vice chair. And so we could choose to, given the delegation rules that are currently in play, have it, as long as the individual members choose to do that, they could choose to be from the same chamber or opposite.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Representative Rita Harris.
Yes, thank you so much, Representative Antone. I do not want to cause a kerfluffle, so I am honored by the nomination, but I will decline it.
Okay.
Makes it easier.
Perfect, okay. So now, you are recognized, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in respect to bipartisan working together, I would like to nominate Representative Erica Booth.
Second. But I don't have 50%, so it can't be me. Just a second.
So we have two nominations for vice chair. We have Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, and we have Representative Erica Booth. Am I right or wrong? Any questions? Any feedback? So let's start with.
Since Senator Smith is a candidate, should I do the roll call vote? Or
Yes, ma'am. You could.
Okay. Back to my secretary days. All right.
And let's start with the nomination for Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith as a vice chair.
Can't we just call out the name?
We can do it like that too.
Yeah, we can probably just go around and maybe you just say your vote, and we'll do a count like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go down alphabetical order, though, based on this roll call sheet. Okay, Chair Johanna Lopez.
Carlos Guillermo Smith, Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Okay, give me some time. I want to write this down. Vice Chair Lavon Bracey Davis.
Senator Smith.
Secretary Carlos Guillermo Smith. Senator.
Senator Smith.
Excellent. Senator Christine Arrington.
Senator Smith.
Okay. Senator Jason Broder.
Representative Booth.
Senator Keith Truenow.
Representative Booth.
Representative Bruce Antone.
Senator Smith.
Representative Doug Bankson.
Representative Booth.
Representative Erica Booth.
It's Representative Booth.
Excellent. Representative Dr. Ana Villascamani. I'm voting for Carlos Guillermo Smith, our senator. Representative Jennifer, I just read it verbatim. Representative Rita Harris.
Senator Smith.
Representative Susan Placencia is absent. Representative Leonard Spencer.
Senator Smith.
Representative Paula Stark.
Erica Booth.
And Representative Rashawn Young.
Senator Smith.
Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith will be our vice chair.
Congratulations.
Thanks, y'all.
So, and congratulations to our chair as well, our Senator Bracy. We also need another nomination for secretary.
I'll nominate
And,
Representative Booth for secretary.
So we have a nomination of Booth for secretary and another nomination. Yes, ma'am?
I nominate Representative Rashawn Young for secretary.
We have another nomination, Rashawn Young, and we have a third nomination here from our representative, Bruce Anton.
I nominate Rita Harris.
Okay, I second that one.
I second Erica Booth.
Okay, so we have second Erica, second Rita, and second, who's second Rashawn nomination? Who's second Rashawn? Okay, so let's vote. So let's start.
Accept their nominations. Yes. Everyone accept the
Yep.
nominations. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, Carlos, Senator Smith, please do the roll call again. Oh, let's just do, names. Everybody say the name that they support,
Thank you, Madam
say
Chair.
secretary.
And to recap before I start the roll call, your choices for Orange County Delegation Secretary are Harris, Young, and Booth.
Yes, sir.
Chair Lopez.
Representative Rita Harris.
Vice Chair Levon Bracy Davis.
Representative Rashawn Young.
Secretary Smith, Rashawn Young. Senator Arrington.
Rita Harris.
Senator Broder.
Representative Booth. We're going to steal one.
Senator Truenow.
Representative Booth.
Representative Antone.
Representative Harris. I see where this is going.
Representative Bankson.
Booth.
Representative Booth.
Booth.
Representative Escamani.
Harris.
Representative Harris.
Harris.
Representative Placencia. Representative Spencer.
Representative Harris.
Representative Stark.
Representative Booth.
Representative Young. Harris has it with 6 votes.
Congratulations. Congratulations to all the nominees and also, the chair, vice chair, and secretary. I think you are all great. I think that, just teamwork is what matters. And, at the end, we're here to represent our constituents and work hard for them. So have fun on the positions. I'm just so glad she's going to be the chair. So if there is no other delegation business to address, we will be in recess until 2 p.m. Members, Please be ready to resume promptly at 2 p.m. We have many people who wish to address us. We are in recess. So meeting adjourned. Good afternoon and welcome to all who are attending or watching on Orange TV. I am Representative Johanna Lopez, Chair of the Delegation, and I will be presiding over the meeting today. Before we hear presentations from individual citizens and representatives of community entities, I would like to address a procedural matter regarding our earlier election of Delegation Chair and Vice Chair. During the election held prior to recess, Senator Lavon Bracy Davis was elected as Chair, Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith as Vice Chair, and Representative Rita Harris as Secretary. However, it has been brought to my attention that Rule 1B4 of the Orange County Legislative Delegation Rules and Regulations explicitly states Chair and Vice Chair will not be members of the same house of the legislature, unless a member of the chamber whose turn it is does not desire to be chair or vice chair. Since we elected members from the Senate to both chair and vice chair positions, our vote does not comply with the delegation rules as written. Therefore, we must reopen the election for vice chair of the Orange County Legislative Delegation. The chair election stands as conducted. I would like to take nominations for vice chairs. Are there any nominations for the office of delegation vice chair? Representative Benson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Representative Erica Booth.
Anyone second?
Second.
Representative Bruce Anton?
I'd like
You're acknowledged.
I'd like to nominate Leonard Spencer, Vice Chair.
Seconded.
My friend here, Representative Young, already, I'm so nervous, seconded the motion. This
Spoke too
situation.
soon. I was very excited. I spoke too soon.
So, okay, so we can vote it by saying the names, or do you want to have a conversation before we get into votes?
Just a quick conversation, if I could, Madam Chair.
You are recognized, Senator Smith.
Yeah, I'm definitely very enthusiastic to support Leonard Spencer to be vice chair. I don't know if I need to withdraw, obviously, what my nomination was or my election before, but obviously, as you stated, after we reviewed the rules, we realized that was out of sync with the rules, so I'm excited to be supporting Leonard Spencer for vice chair in lieu of that.
You can resign, just for the record, Representative Senator Smith.
Thank you. Yes, I do remove that nomination for myself.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the first nomination. So just say yes or no. You're gonna do the roll call. If we don't have any other.
I think it's easier, Madam Chair, to just actually have individuals state the last name of the person they support for vice chair, just for efficiency purposes.
I agree with you. Thank you so much, Senator Smith. So let's start with your roll call then.
Okay, I'll do the roll call just for clarification to elect a vice chair of the Orange County delegation, starting with Chair Johanna Lopez.
I will support Representative Leonard Spencer.
Vice Chair Lavon Bracy Davis.
Leonard Spencer. Representative Leonard Spencer.
Secretary Carlos Guillermo Smith, Leonard Spencer. Senator Arrington.
Representative Spencer.
Senator Broder.
Representative Booth.
Senator Trunow.
Representative Booth.
Representative Antone.
Representative Spencer.
Representative Bankson.
Representative Booth.
Representative Booth.
Booth.
Representative Escamani.
Spencer.
Representative Harris.
Representative Spencer.
Representative Susan Placencia. Representative Leonard Spencer.
Spencer.
Representative Stark.
Representative Booth.
And Representative Young.
Representative Spencer.
Spencer is elected vice chair of the delegation with 9 votes in support.
Thank you so much, Senator Smith, and congratulations to Representative Leonard Spencer for becoming our new vice chair. So we will now move to hear from our delegation introductions, starting from the right side of the aisle.
Oh, all right, there we go. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Doing an excellent job. It's a lot of moving parts today, so I appreciate it very much. Jason Broder, State Senate District 10, all of Seminole County, and in Orange, Winter Park, Maitland, unincorporated parts. My staff is here, so Michael, Zoe, Kathleen, all in the back there, if you all need anything. Always happy to coordinate and chat. Currently the President pro tempore of the Florida Senate, as well as the Chair of Agriculture, Appropriations, Natural Resources, and General Government Appropriations. I think I said that word 4 times. Perfect. Thank you.
Keith Trunow, Senate District 13, and I represent Southwest Orange County and all of Lake County. And I'm also represented with Eric Raimundo and Aileen Guy here today. Thank you.
Erica Booth, House District 35. I represent the east side of Orange County and Osceola County, basically Highway 50 to 60. I have both of my staff are here today, Jack and Grant. If you can waive any constituent services or needs, please reach out to them. And thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Doug Bankson, representative for District 39. I go from down in Winter Garden all the way up to the Orange County line by Mount Dora, across to I-4, and then back down. Big piece of pie. My legislative aide is here. I'm not sure if my district aide made it back yet, but Nicole is right here. And again, she's the right half of my brain in Tallahassee. But if you need anything, please reach out to our office and we'll make sure to get you in.
Hi, I'm Paula Stark, representative for District 47. I cover most of the city limits of St. Cloud, moving west into the edge of Kissimmee, right downtown, kind of going along the Orange Blossom Trail up to the 417 and across. So that's my part of Orange County. My aide, I've lost her in the shuffle. Oh, Jennifer. There's Jennifer Ballesteros up against the wall. And she can help you if you need anything. Thank you for being here.
She's great. She's great. Good afternoon, everyone. Representative Dr. Ana Villascamani, probably serving District 42 in the Florida State Legislature. I always love to welcome folks to District 42. We love having you here. The district includes parts of the City Beautiful, Winter Park, Belle Isle, Pine Castle, Edgewood, Maitland, and the historic town of Eatonville. I have with me today Jasmine Barnaby from our team, and big shout out to the team back at the district office holding it down. I'm always thrilled to be here and hear what everyone has to share with us as we approach the 2026 legislative session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rita Harris. I'm proud to represent House District 44 in the Florida House. House District 44 is most of South Orange County. It is a dynamic and diverse district, including neighborhoods like Lake Nona, Dr. Phillips, South Chase, Williamsburg, Meadowwoods, Hunters Creek, Taft. I am joined here today with our district aide, Paula Cortez. If you have any issues, please see her. She will get you in touch with our office and we can help you. And we're really grateful that you all are here to let us know what is on your mind and what your priorities are before we go up into this legislative session.
Good afternoon, Orange County. It is great to have you here for the delegation meeting. I'm Carlos Guillermo Smith. I'm your state senator for Florida Senate District 17. For those who don't know, Senate District 17 is most but not all of Orange County east of I-4. So that includes the neighborhoods of downtown Orlando, Mills 50, Soto, Belle Isle, Edgewood. We have Baldwin Park, East Orlando, the neighborhoods of Waterford Lakes, Wedgefield, Avalon Park, Lake Nona, Conway, and many other neighborhoods in between. I'm excited to be here and proud to serve as your senator.
Buenas tardes. My name is Johanna Lopez. I represent District 43. That's the east side of Orlando, former teacher, former school board member, and I'm here just to serve you. My staff member is on the right side. They are in charge of the timer. A legislative aide, Diego, Victoria, and I also have my district aide on the left side of the room, Miguel Bermudez. Thank you so much for coming.
Well, good afternoon. I'm LaVon Bracey Davis, your newest state senator. I very proudly represent Senate District 15, the fabulous, fantastic Fighting 15. It's a delight to be here today. This is one of my favorite events. I'm always excited to hear from constituents and excited to hear from Orange County. So thankful for this opportunity to be here. I also, as I did this morning, called the name of Senator Geraldine Thompson. So very grateful for the work that she has done, and I am excited to follow in her footsteps. With that, I'd love to introduce my staff that's here today, Savannah, Janae, and Chris. If you have any questions, please see them, and they will direct you to me. Thank you so much. God bless.
Tough act to follow. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your newest state representative. And for the last 49 days, I have had the great opportunity of serving the people of House District 40, which includes the communities of College Park, Rosemont, Lockhart, Mercy Drive, Pine Hills, and Ocoee. And so I also want to introduce my staff, my district aide, Jerry Owens, who is over here on the wall, and my legislative aide, Faith Woods, who is in the back of the room. And extremely excited, I echo the sentiments of everyone who has spoken, extremely excited to hear from our community partners this afternoon and looking forward to potentially some new ways to interact and engage with you also. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kristen Arrington represents State Senate District 25, which is all of Osceola County and portions of South Orange, Hunters Creek, Taft, Meadowwoods, also some of the I-Drive tourism corridor. Zoe is here from my team waving. Also Anna and Francis. Please reach out to them if you have any constituent issues or want to get on the calendar and discuss further maybe what we're not able to dive into all today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Orange County Delegation meeting. So exciting, right? I'm Representative Leonard Spencer, and I proudly serve House District 45, which covers parts of Ocoee, Winter Garden, Oakland, Windermere, Horizon West Celebration, and the Walt Disney World Resort. I'm joined by my outstanding legislative aide, Julian Cintron, who's back in the room, my district aide, Riley Hazel, who's next door working on some constituent issues. And, you know, they both help us really, you know, stay responsive to all of the needs of the folks in House District 45 and keep the office running with what I think is excellence. I want to thank my colleagues, county leaders, community partners, all the residents who are joining us today. I'm looking forward to continuing our constructive dialogue around the issues that matter most to all of the folks here in Orange County. So that we can have what we need as we go back to Tallahassee for the next legislative session. Thanks so much and look forward to the conversation.
All right, good afternoon. I am Representative Bruce Anton. I represent District 41. I think this is my 30th, 31st, or 32nd Orange County delegation meeting, so I kind of been around here for a while. If we were to drive around my district in a car, we would start at I-4 and Highway 50. We'd go down I-4, then we'd jump on the trail, go all the way down the Sand Lake Road, go all the way across the Kirkman Road, wind around Universal Studios, go up the Turnpike, all the way out to the multicultural Walmart and Health Central in Ocoee, and then come across Highway 50 back to I-4 and Colonial Drive. So very compact district, probably the most compact district in this entire delegation. But thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure. And we're anxious to hear what you have to say. All right.
Senator Smith, you are recognized.
Oh, yes, and I wanted to save the best for last when I neglected to mention my staff. So Ariel Rivas is in the back, as well as Cecilia Figueroa, who are, of course, here to help with any constituent issues you have for Senate District 17. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now move to hear presentations from citizens and local community organizers. We will reduce the time to 2 minutes because we have 156 speakers today. So that's why we have 2 minutes. If not, we're going to be here until midnight. Okay? So first we have Dale Brill, Chief Policy Officer, Habitat for Humanity, Greater Orlando and Osceola.
Good afternoon. I am not Dr. Dale Brill, but I am speaking on his behalf today. My name is Lucy Gitto, and I am the Growth Management Officer with Habitat for Humanity, Greater Orlando and Osceola County. With gratitude for your efforts here, we are encouraged by your continued focus on the affordable housing crisis. Amendments to the Live Local Act, last session particularly Yes in God's Backyard bill, demonstrate the legislature's commitment and creativity, and we ask you to continue that work. Among remaining concerns, of course, is the role that rising property taxes continues to play in the cost of housing, one of the biggest issues facing Floridians today, and we are hopeful as the legislature tackles this issue heads on. From a broad systems point of view, we are reminded that sometimes the right fix in the short term can cause unintended long-term headaches. For example, assessment caps provide short-term relief but can shift burden to first-time homebuyers down the road. And similarly, overly broad exemptions can end up cutting local revenue that keeps our communities running. The goal should always be of balance. relief without the ripple effects that make the housing crisis worse. In the meantime, we at Habitat Orlando and Osceola continue our work pioneering housing initiatives, empowering the county's residents through housing readiness, and transforming our communities by providing stable housing. I thank you all for your tireless service to our community, and with your continued leadership, we will face the affordable housing crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm gonna call 5 speakers at a time so we can be faster during the day. So J.J. Holmes, Linda Coffin from Gun Violence Prevention, Paul Herrocks, Windermere Union Church, UCC, Marnie Stallman, President of the Mental Health Association of Central Florida, and Zachary Moldov, Skate Butt Program, Inc.
He can't, he's got 3 minutes. He can't
No worries.
change it. Okay, thank you.
We have accommodations.
Okay.
Too.
All right, you ready? I'll pull it down.
I'm here today because I'm scared, not just for myself, but for every Floridian who depends on Medicaid to survive, especially people with disabilities. I waited 18 years to get disability services through the Medicaid waiver. And there's still tens of thousands of people with disabilities stuck on that same wait list right now, while Florida ranks 49th in the nation for funding the program. And your big fix? Managed care, which is so broken it makes Florida's unemployment system look like cutting-edge technology. And now, thanks to what President Trump calls a big, beautiful bill, we're about to face the biggest Medicaid cuts in history. And the most frightening part is that the waiver I'm on isn't a mandatory part of Medicaid. You can cut it whenever you want. And I know you're going to, because you've done it before. Back in 2011, when Florida faced a big budget shortfall, people like me had to give up our services, and you told us we were doing it in the spirit of sacrifice. But wealthy corporations weren't forced to make sacrifices. And our sacrifices weren't services like foot massages. They were services that keep us fed, safe, clean, and alive. And now, Governor DeSantis is saying people under 50 mostly just need catastrophic plans. Well, I'm under 50. And our First Lady, Casey DeSantis, was about 40 when she was successfully treated for cancer. And thankfully, early preventative screenings saved her life. The very protections the governor now says people under 50 don't need. So, it looks like the message from Tallahassee is that healthcare is a privilege for the wealthy and a gamble for the rest of us. So yeah, I'm scared. Because if Tallahassee was happy to sacrifice us back in 2011, then it's gonna be even worse when the shortfall is with Medicaid itself. At the very least, please stop rewarding managed care companies for cutting care. You literally pay them bonuses to spend less on people like me. That's not health care. That's putting a bounty on our heads. And if fiscal responsibility means taking health care away from the people who need it most, then don't call it beautiful. Call it what it is. Brutal. Thank you for listening.
Representative Bruce Anton, you are recognized.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for bringing your message here. We heard you, we're paying attention, and we'll do what we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, JJ.
JJ, don't leave, please. We also have Representative Young. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, JJ, for being the strong advocate that you have always been. I think this is an extremely important message, not just for this delegation, but for all of our colleagues in Tallahassee, because your story is a shared story of people from all across this state who are going to negatively feel the impact of the legislation that both we pass in Tallahassee and the legislation that trickles down from DC on the everyday Floridians who call this state home. And it is hard for people to see the sunshine in the Sunshine State when we do not show up for them and do not represent the values of those who are coming. Our congressman, I'm sure you watched this morning as Congressman Frost came and told us that over 180,000 people in Congressional District 10 are going to lose care. And so know that we are fighting for you and we hear you. And we see you, and your story is not, your story we take to Tallahassee with us. And I am extremely grateful, and I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here, that we are extremely grateful for the advocacy that you have given in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
For all the speakers, please state your name and address just for the records.
My name is Linda Coffin, and I'm a proud constituent of Senate District 15 and House District 10. 32810 is my zip code. And I love following JJ. I am excited to share with you that we will soon have two wonderful nonpartisan bills that I hope you will support. The Conflict Resolution Pilot Program, which will give our youth tools to handle anger and disagreements without turning to violence. In the last two sessions, this proposal received unanimous support in all the committees that it was in, which shows how much common ground there is in this issue. The next one is Yaya Alert Bill, honoring Tyona Yaya Majors, who tragically lost her life at 9 years old to gun violence. This would require all schools to notify parents if there's an active shooter within 3 miles of a school. If we had an alert like that then, Tyona's family would have known of the danger and her life might have been spared. Lastly, I'm urging you to vote no on House Bill 133, which would lower the age to purchase a firearm to 18. This bill raises serious safety concerns for our communities. We know that individuals in this age group commit a significant percentage of gun homicide. Allowing 18-year-olds easier access to firearms would increase both gun violence and suicide. Lastly, I want to talk about Florida freedom. Tell me, what is free about criminalizing a man who works sun up to sundown, feeds our family, builds our homes, only to be arrested for tinted windows and deported without due process? And tell me this, why are we spending our tax dollars building and staffing tents in the middle of the Everglades to cage non-criminals while our cities can't afford gun violence intervention programs to keep our children alive? What is free about open carry? Maybe free for the one with the gun, but for the rest of us, it's the freedom to wonder, are you going to use it on me, on my children, on a stranger at the grocery store? What is free about restricting the vaccine or reducing access to care for the disabled, the sick, the poor? They call it freedom, but whose freedom is it? Freedom for fear, freedom for profit, freedom for the few, while the rest of us pay the price. Thank you.
Don't leave, please. Don't leave, please. Senator Lavon Bracy, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. And I don't have a question, really just a statement. If you heard Ms. Linda, she talked about the Youth Conflict Resolution Bill. I think everybody on this panel, I've talked about this bill ad nauseum, and I'll continue to talk about it because I think this is what our students need. So I'm refiling this bill. As she mentioned, it did pass a couple committees last session with unanimous support. Representative Young is also pushing it on the House side. So I'm not really speaking to the audience or to Ms. Linda, but also to my colleagues to keep this top of mind because I think it will help our school system be a lot safer if these children know how to de-escalate and they know how to resolve conflict. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul? Marnie?
Good afternoon. I'm Marnie Stallman. I'm a proud constituent of Dr. Anna Askamani and Senator Jason Broder. I live in Winter Park, 32789. I have the honor to be here today to represent the Mental Health Association of Central Florida as their current president and CEO. I'm here to share an inspiring story of hope and healing and community partnership, and to invite you to help us take the next critical step in transforming mental health care access for Central Florida residents. With your support, we're preparing to open Seminole County's first free and charitable mental health and behavioral health care clinic, a safe haven for uninsured individuals in need of counseling, psychiatric care, and compassion. We are the safety net for people at or below 300% of the federal poverty guidelines that are about to become uninsured. We've secured a welcoming home for the clinic at 419 South Park Avenue in downtown Sanford, located inside the First United Methodist Church Co-op. This 750 square foot space is not just affordable, it's filled with possibilities. It represents a new beginning for hundreds of local residents who have waited far too long to help. Thanks to Senator Broder, Representative Placencia, and their aides Victor and Michael, we were able to secure appropriations last year that has now come through the Florida Department of Children and Families, along with matching dollars from Advent Health. However, that commitment from Advent Health has now been extended for 2 additional years. We are going to be seeking, and this is only the beginning, a new appropriations for this year that we are asking you to support to ensure that the 2 years of the clinic's operation not only continues but grows. This is just our beginning. This project is more than a clinic, it's a lifeline. It directly supports the Seminole County Community Health Improvement Plan, which identifies mental health access as one of our community's most critical and dire needs. We have the space, we have the team, we have the passion. Now we need your continued partnership to sustain this life-saving mission. Together we can ensure that no child, no parent, no veteran, and no neighbor in Seminole County is left without access to mental health care. We certainly have seen within the last week the effects that mental health care can have on our youth with the unfortunate and untimely suicides of 3 students within that community. We're here to help. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Zachary Moldov. Jim McCoy, Giancarlo Rodriguez, Nelson Betancourt, Michael Lincoln, and Cheyenne Drews.
Good afternoon. My name is James McCoy, 7600 Majorca Place, 32819, and I am the campus president of South College Orlando campus. South College is a regionally accredited institution that has over 140 years of involvement in higher education. Additionally, our nursing and other healthcare programs are also programmatically accredited. Offering nursing, surgical technology, and other healthcare programs, we opened our campus in Orlando in January of 2022. A vast majority of the students attending the Orlando campus are residents of the various communities throughout the Orlando and Orange County areas. Therefore, most of our graduates plan to return and seek employment in the healthcare field in these areas. The Orlando campus serves a very diverse student population, which includes traditional college-age students, as well as many working adults returning back to school to achieve their dream. All, however, are seeking to enter the nursing or other healthcare fields. This year, we are happy to have had 60 of our nursing graduates, as well as dozens of our other healthcare graduates, graduate and find employment in healthcare industries, hospitals, and medical centers throughout the Orange County and Orlando areas. We're also happy to announce that we're going to have another 50 join this group by the end of this year. What I wanted to speak about today was the value of the EASE Grant program. The EASE Grant program has provided many of these students the ability to pursue their dream, become a nurse, a sonographer, a surgical technologist, while curbing the cost and debt of student loans. I encourage you in this coming session to continue to fund and seek additional funding for the EASE Grant programs, because these students will be the future health care of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Orange County Legislative Delegation. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Sunrise Movement Orlando, a youth-led climate organization fighting for an Orlando that's affordable, walkable, and sustainable. I want to touch on 3 main things: the negative impact of SB 180 to Orange County, a potential bill that would encourage transit-oriented development, and diversifying the use for the tourism development tax. First, in regard to SB 180, SB 180 creates more red tape for building housing and takes away home rule, making it harder for local communities to make decisions. Sunrise Orlando is in support of the passage of Orange County's Comprehensive Land Use Plan, Vision 2050. This comprehensive plan would have helped Orange County have affordable smart growth instead of developing unaffordable sprawl. Vision 2050 was supported by the people of Orange County, with the community disproportionately making public comments in support. And even after the County Commission voted in favor, SB 180 prevented Vision 2050 from going into effect due to a few minor issues, making it harder to, going against the bill's initial mission of, making it easier to build and taking away restrictions. Senator Don Gates introduced a bill, SB 218, that cuts some of the red tape with SB 180, but his bill does not impact Orange County. So I'm asking you, the Orange County Legislative Delegation, to please cut the red tape SB 180 has put in our community and allow our community to have home rule and build smart growth. Second, transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development, or TOD, is allowing for development near trains and bus stops. Transit is a big issue in Orange County. We've seen the traffic on I-4. It's awful, and we can combat it head on. Right now, we're in support of a concept of a bill that would encourage transit-oriented development across the state. And so I'm asking you all in the legislative delegation to talk to Representative Vicky Lopez, who is seen as one of the possible sponsors in regards to this bill. And finally, the tourist development tax. We would love more funding to go towards housing and transportation, a critical source to our community. And this also would support tourism as well. So hoping to build off the work that Senator Smith was doing in diversifying the tourist development tax. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Nelson Betancourt, 5350 East Scaly Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Good day, members of the delegation. I'm not here to carry water for the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm here to stand up for the respect of citizens, their votes, their voices, for ethics, for subsidiarity, and common sense. It is my sense and intuition that reducing or abolishing property taxes will open the door to further privatization of government services and public assets, which will lead to higher taxes on the people. The Orange County Charter of 1988 states that to guarantee the security of our citizens, the county must ensure the following: a just and equitable taxation, proper use of public property, full disclosure of public records and proceedings, and the prevention of abuse of the environment. As representatives for Orange County, you are the bulwark of our home rule in Tallahassee. But in Orange County, we will do everything possible to stop the posse of marauders, political cowards, and clowns in Tallahassee who are abusing and encroaching on our right and ability to self-govern, to self-sufficiency, to be resilient, self-reliant, and strong. I want to end my remarks by recognizing and validating Congressman Maxwell Frost in becoming an original co-sponsor of the National Infrastructure Bank in the new Congress. I admire his courage, foresight, and passionate dedication. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Michael Lincoln, Chayanne Drews, Diana Larson, Stephanie Palacios, Victoria Grajeda.
Well, good evening, or good afternoon. Sorry, I'm still getting used to from Fort Lauderdale. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation, and the screenless desk. My name is Michael Lincoln McCrate. I am the proud president of Magical Self-Advocacy of Greater Orlando, co-chair of the Disability Advisory Board for Orange County, and the outreach coordinator for the Autism Theater Year Project. First of all, I want to thank you for the progress on the APD waitlist. The new director recently reported that 5,612 people on the pre-enrollment list received eligibility lender, and that's a tremendous news, but a sign of hope for families across Florida. But moving people off the wait list is a challenge because there's more people who actually need services in this county, including lack of waiver support coordinators. Orange County are very low with waiver support coordinators. It's impossible for our constituents to be able to find waiver support coordinators that will advocate for the needs. One of the biggest issues, though, is low-income housing. For years, Section 8 has been closed, and that is drawing people to be evicted from their homes because most of them are on Social Security. As an advocate who passed House Bill 73 and signed by Governor DeSantis to require judges to look at supported decision-making before putting people in guardianship, I'm asking, as a disabled self-advocate, as a member of this community, to please advocate to open up Section 8 because there are people in this county that needs it, and there are people who are relying on that service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Cheyenne Drews with Progress Florida 32806. We are a nonprofit organization working for a safe, affordable, and healthy state. Happy to be here on behalf of our 34 members in Orange County. We are here to ask you to please oppose Senate Bill 164, civil liability for wrongful death of an unborn child. We can all agree that people deserve to seek justice if somebody's negligence causes the loss of their pregnancy, and that remedy currently exists in Florida's criminal code. What this bill would do is rewrite the law to treat embryos and fetuses the same as living children. So put simply, if I were pregnant, the embryo would have the same rights as me. That means if I needed to seek emergency treatment, providers might delay or deny care as they consult with lawyers if emergency treatment to save my life could put them on the hook for a wrongful death lawsuit. It also doesn't require the consent of the patient to sue, which means if I was in a relationship with someone who was abusive, became pregnant, and my friends helped me seek an abortion, that abuser could then sue the friends and anyone else involved in helping to seek that care. We're also asking that you oppose Senate Bill 166, HB 173, which would ban a minor from receiving STI treatment, birth control, and other care if they don't have parental permission, which the majority of young people already involve their parents in these decisions and those who don't have a reason. It would be incredibly dangerous to pass a bill that would ban teenagers from calling a suicide prevention hotline if they didn't have parental consent. Last week, 3 students in Seminole County died to suicide. If this bill passes, it will be deadly. Finally, please support and co-sponsor House Bill 6001, Senator Arrington's Senate Bill 242, which would disband the Florida Pregnancy Care Network, a taxpayer-funded program that spent at least $5 million on election ads in 2024. These centers are not bound by HIPAA, do not have health or safety standards. So we're asking that the $29.5 million allocated every year of taxpayer money be used to support Floridians, as 1 in 2 families struggle to support diapers, 18% of kids don't have enough to eat, and 1 in 5 Floridians won't have health insurance by January. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Diana?
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Larson, and I am the chair of Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County Board of Directors. Thank you for allowing us to continue to serve the families with the needed services to support the entire family. Healthy Start Coalition's goals are to ensure pregnant women have access to care and improve maternal and infant health while reducing the number of preterm births, low birth weight babies, and infant mortality. Every premature birth prevented saves thousands of dollars in hospital and medical expenses. Last fiscal year, the Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County had 14,000 referrals to families, with 69% women and 97% infants being screened. Orange County has experienced a 29% decrease in infant mortality since Healthy Start began here in 1992. Our services are needed now more than ever due to issues negatively impacting our community, such as substance abuse and racial disparities in birth outcomes. Areas of concern include areas to care, access to care, Medicaid eligibility, family engagement, housing, and mental health. In an effort to provide wraparound care throughout Orange County, we have expanded our service providers to include home visitation and care coordination, parental support, child safety, newborn education, links to community resources, and more. Our mission is to improve maternal and child health in Orange County. Our nurse-family partnership is an evidence-based approach to assisting first-time low-income mothers through home visits from licensed nurse prenatally until the child is 2 years old. We also now have programs for dads. Team Dad and Dad University works to increase father involvement through the implementation of 24/7 Dad and Boot Camp for new dads' evidence-based curriculums. We are humbled to be a continued resource to local leadership as well as our families and information on early childhood issues. Thank you again for your service to the citizens of Orange County and your continued support of Healthy Start.
Thank you, Diana.
You're welcome. Any questions? No?
Hello, good afternoon. Stephanie Palacios, 411 Mercy Drive, 32805. My name is Stephanie Palacios, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Government Relations at Second Harvest Food Bank of Central Florida. We have the pleasure of serving 7 counties throughout Central Florida and are the largest hunger relief organization in Central Florida. 1 in 7 individuals face food insecurity in Central Florida. But what are we doing about it? Last year, we distributed over 82 million meals to Central Floridians to address that problem. And Orange County is significant when it comes to the work that we're doing. In partnership with our 300 partner agencies, we distributed over 35 million meals to Orange County residents last year. I want to thank the Florida Legislature for your support. In 2024, in partnership with Representative Placencia, the Food Cost Mitigation Project was funded, and it allowed us to distribute an additional 3.5 million meals in our service area. In 2025, with the support of Senator Truenow and Representative Placencia, we were able to get additional funding for that project, and we hope to distribute an additional million meals with that funding. Our statewide network of food banks, Feeding Florida, has worked closely with Senator Albritton, Commissioner Simpson, and Senator Broder to seek funding for the Farmers Feeding Florida program. This partnership resulted in an expansion of the Farmers Feeding Florida program and has allowed us to source additional proteins, produce, and milk from Florida producers. In the first quarter, our partnerships with agriculture have increased by 40%. And before the expansion of Farmers Feeding Florida, Central Florida distributed over 36 million pounds of produce, and 75% of that was Florida grown. We anticipate that that partnership is going to grow this year. We are asking that the Florida Legislature continue its investment in Farmers Feeding Florida and in food banks throughout the state. Thank you.
Chair,
Thank
can
you.
I ask a quick question?
You are recognized, Rep. Anna Scamani.
Thank you, Chair, and it's great to see you, Stephanie. We had a presentation in our Human Services Subcommittee about 2 weeks ago. I'm sure you watched it. For the audience to know, about 181,000 Floridians that currently are exempt from going through the administrative burdens of SNAP benefits are now going to have to go through them. I'm curious, from your organizational perspective, how are you preparing for this, and what advice would you give to us in the sense of 181,000 Floridians, including veterans, former foster youth, a lot of different immigrants with legal status, are now going to be in this gap, and I'm just curious of your thoughts on that.
So we've received some guidance from DCF. We are fortunate to have a contract with DCF that we've had since 2008 to provide SNAP assistance to Floridians. Our specialists out in the field work with DCF to do the actual interview. So my suggestion would be for constituents to seek help from Second Harvest Food Bank and our Benefits Connection program to do your application, because we're working directly with DCF to get that guidance to walk you through it. Now, I anticipate in the next week or two that additional guidance is going to come out from DCF after they receive that information from USDA, so that how this all works is going to come out. But as I watched I watched and I heard your many questions, but it seems a little squirrely because DCF is waiting for federal guidance as well.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Victoria Grajeda. Donald Stanton, Jr., Delegate at Large, Florida Cares Charity. Tamika Leslie, Scholarship Parent School Choice. Martha R., CEO, Homeless Services Network of Florida. Dr. Sherry McClary, Central Unit Chair, National Association of Social Workers. Thomas Caffrey, PE Third Act, Florida.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tom Caffrey, 4406 Yachtman's Court, Orlando, 32812, representing Third Act. And I've got a lot of issues that I would like to cover in my 3 minutes. Oh, wait, that's 2 minutes. So, but 4 words to focus on for me. Climate change. This is the issue of our generation, and it needs more recognition and response in our state and national government using science-based approaches to mitigate the far-reaching effects to our vulnerable state. It seems that President Trump has no concern on this, probably because it will not affect him personally, but all the rest of us cannot afford to ignore it or deny it in state funding and education. Home rule. The state Doge panel is trying to wrest power away from local governments and must be resisted. SB 180 eroded our power to self-govern, like Vision 2050, that codified our desires to shape development in our own backyards. The state-led attacks on property tax also threatens home rule, and replacing local tax revenues with state handouts through regressive state sales taxes that penalize those who least can afford them would be morally indefensible. Also be following Public Service Commission reform. Congratulations, Senator Smith. I believe you're working on some legislation on that, maybe with, and Senator Don Gates as well, I think, is working on that. We'll be following that closely. We'll also be following the Hope, Florida investigation. That and Alligator Alcatraz seem like they're just schemes by some very disreputable characters to grift our state of funding. And the illegal environmental impacts of Alligator Alcatraz are staggering, and the GOP-linked corporations benefiting from it. We just need to hold those responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Campbell. Tamika was unable to make it. I live in Orlando, Florida, in 32825 zip code in Senator Smith and Representative Lopez's district. I'm here today to tell you about my family's journey helping others fulfill the promise of equal opportunity in public education. I'm a mother of 4 kids, 2 grown. My youngest are high schoolers, and they attend Chesterton Academy of Orlando. We love the small learning environment with the influence of young, vibrant teachers who serve as excellent role models for my children. For 7 years, beginning in 1997, my family lived in Holden Heights, where I became passionate about teaching struggling students. While volunteering with an after-school program, I was trained in methods of reading intervention. Teaching became my passion. It became my way to serve my community. When the PEP Scholarship launched in 2023, I was able to return to that first love, working with whoever needed my skills without regard to their ability to pay. PEP allowed me to serve families not served well in large classrooms due to academic or behavioral issues. Within 1 school year, most of our students are at grade level, and it's a blessing to help them thrive. The PEP and UA scholarships have allowed our family to dive into the world of small business as well. To do this, our family has taken a huge pay cut, but living a life of service is worth it. We would not be able to do it without Florida's unique education choice landscape. My students get a day off of school today. When they heard what I'm doing, one of my students said, "Miss Becky, you're becoming important." I say no, but giving students the education they need is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Martha R. I'm the CEO of the Homeless Services Network of Central Florida, and I live at 1819 Nave Drive, Orlando. It's an honor to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I know it's a long day for you. The Homeless Services Network of Central Florida is what HUD and the Department of Children and Family call the Homeless Response System's lead agency. In that role, we help the region to access competitive federal funding as well as state funding. And we help the program participants that we serve and that our partner agencies serve to find housing by intensively working with and looking for landlords who are willing to work with people who have experienced homelessness. We facilitate a process of recognizing that our resources are not unlimited. We don't have as much as we want, so we need to be strategic in who we work with and how we serve them. So we facilitate that process across the region. And then we also coordinate a regional database, a client-level database. It's called the Homeless Management Information System. And that system allows us to track particular people within the system so that when a case manager is working with someone, they can look and see where else that person has received services, how well did it work, what are they on task for, what are they not. But the system also helps us identify and track how particular programs are working, what the outcomes are for a particular agency, as well as our system as a whole. Are we making progress? Are we losing ground? What's working well? What's not working well? Over time, what's changed? What hasn't? So I come to you today just to ask that when the topic of homelessness comes up in your work, and it is a surprisingly complex issue once you kind of dig into it a little bit, when it comes up, please remember that we have a wealth of data, a lot of information, a lot of experience and insight and understanding that we would like to share with you so that you can make stronger decisions for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to have Felipe Sousa Lazabat-Let, Mary Lynn, Rebecca Leininger, Marie Martinez, Carla Radka.
Rep Lopez, it is a mild flu. Good afternoon, Orange County Delegation. My name is Felipe Sosa Lazabalet, a proud resident of District 42. My zip code is 32810. I speak today on behalf of the Hope Community Center and Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition, made up of over 60 organizations and a faith network of 142 united faith leaders across Central Florida. And we have one message: immigrants are welcome here. I come to you not just as an advocate, but as a U.S. citizen who feels now compelled to carry my passport because racial profiling is becoming the law. The recent Supreme Court decision allowing ICE to target people simply for speaking Spanish or having an accent is terrifying. In Orange County alone, nearly 3,000 students didn't return to school because their families are afraid. We urge you to take action. 1, restore in-state tuition for undocumented students, our neighbors, and future leaders. 2, support home rule and stop the blatant attack on our democracy. No more forced 287Gs. 3, use your oversight power to stop the governor's abuse of emergency powers being used to enrich donors and build internment-style camps in the Everglades and across Florida with no transparency. Defend the 4th Amendment and the 14th Amendments. Stand for family unity, civil rights, and human dignity. To those already standing with us, thank you. To others, set aside partisanship and lead with courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Chuba. I'm standing in for Rebecca Leininger with Rise Community Solutions. She couldn't be here today. Address is 220 Lucian Way, Maitland, Florida, 32751. So Rise Community Solutions, many of you have probably met some of our team members over the years, but in short, we strengthen families and the communities that they call home. And we do this in two ways. First, by supporting families during a crisis, and then also building up the systems that are put in place to support them and their communities. Our services range from housing instability to child abuse response. I'd like to thank all of you for supporting the Bridge the Gap funding, which held victim services harmless from federal cuts. That was critical in allowing victim service providers, including the Osceola and Orange County CACs, from being able to serve our child victims who've experienced abuse. One of our most impactful programs is Breakthrough, and we've operated that program in partnership with Orange County government for the past 6 years. Breakthrough serves youth ages 9 to 17 who have multiple Baker Acts and a mental health diagnosis such as oppositional defiant, bipolar, or schizophrenia. Our peer specialists walk alongside the family to help them navigate the complex mental health system. That ensures that the children get the appropriate care they need, and parents have the tools and support to help sustain that progress. In the past year, children who were in the Breakthrough program experienced a 75% reduction in Baker Acts. We are now ready to bring that program to Osceola County, where last year 501 children were subject to Baker Act hospitalizations. With a 3-year, $398,000 award from Advent Health, we have a strong start. And with your support of an appropriations request sponsored by Representative Booth and Senator Arrington, we can fully replicate Orange County's model and outcomes. We'll follow up soon with more details, but I want to thank you for your time today and thank you for being partners in helping families in Central Florida thrive.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marie Martinez, 14431 Stamford Circle, Orlando, Florida. I'm with the Howard Phillips Center for Children and Families, and I'm here today on behalf of your youngest and most vulnerable constituents, and that's the children of Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties. The Howard Phillips Center for Children and Families serves populations of kids, including kids with special needs, children who are abused and neglected, and teens who lack access to health care. So there's many ways that you have supported us in the past, and we're requesting your ongoing and continued support this session as well in a variety of categories. You have, I believe, a one-pager there that describes some of the funding we've gotten. I want to talk to you about the impact and the number of kids and families served. In our Healthy Families Florida program, this is an evidence-based program that prevents child abuse 98% of the time. That outcome is true across all 67 counties in the state of Florida. 98% efficacy since 2009 at preventing verified abuse before it starts. And we do cross-reference our cases against Department of Children and Families records, so we can say that with confidence. We serve 1,800 children and families in Orange and Osceola counties with this proven evidence-based program. And that program this year, Healthy Families is seeking an additional $5 million in funding to support expansion of the program. Our Children's Advocacy Center, Joy Chuba mentioned that a moment ago in Osceola County. We are partnered there as well as having the Orange County Children's Advocacy Center. We served over 4,000 abused and neglected children in the last year. And that includes assessment services, medical exams, interviews, advocacy services, and counseling. Last night I was at the office late, and we had staff there till 10:30 with a young girl who was brought in for abuse concerns. It's a 24/7 operation. And this year, as Joy mentioned, she mentioned Bridge the Gap funding. That is to offset cuts to the VOCA, Victim of Crime Act funding, that experienced cuts in Florida. And the Bridge the Gap funding is supporting the Children's Advocacy Centers. The funding last year was supported by Representative Soroy and Senator Trumbull. We supported by them again this year. Lastly, I want to mention our Teen Express mobile clinic. We get funding, same as Grace Medical gets, from the Florida Association of Free and Charitable Clinics. We are seeking $3 million this year on the state level as a whole to support mental health and dental services, and that's sponsored by Representative Chabolsky and Senator Bradley. So,
thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Legislative
Delegation of Orange County. My name is Carla Radka, and I am a resident of Winter Park, Florida. My zip code is 32792. I actually have a small farm and an old house in Winter Park. My position is the President and CEO of Senior Resource Alliance. We are the area agency on aging in Central Florida, and we serve Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Brevard counties. We are so proud of the ecosystem that we have been able to build and maintain in our region, and the safety net, along with multiple providers, to provide meals, housing, energy support, and many other services that seniors need in a region to be able to age in place. Many of you had the opportunity to volunteer on a Meals on Wheels route, and for that, we are extremely thankful. We know who you are, and you are always invited to do that again, and if you haven't done any opportunities to be able to serve seniors, we invite you to do that. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for everything that you do for our seniors in our region, for meals, because that prevents hunger, for services that are related to housing, because that prevents homelessness, and for any services that relates to keeping seniors healthy and strong through our network of evidence-based programs to keep seniors strong, preventing falls, preventing diseases that are covered by funding that you provide. Please know that the funding that you allocate and do so hard work for us is matched by community dollars. Advent Health, through a grant to prevent readmissions, where we have a 94% success rate in preventing seniors to go back to the hospital within 30 days of being discharged from the hospital. With UCF, where we have a research program to be able to research falls that match our programs that are evidence-based to prevent falls. Thank you so much. See you in Tallahassee. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Radka. Thank you so much for all you do through your organization. You know, my mother is 96 years old. Every single time I invite you to events in my district, I always learn so much about the services that you have, not only for the seniors, but also for the family members and caregivers. I encourage everybody that have a senior in the family or are a senior or caregiver, just go and try to connect with Senior Resource Alliance. I think that is so much that you have that I know the 2 minutes did not give you enough time to explain. But thank you for all you do for our seniors.
Thank you.
Osha Tiwari, volunteer advocate, Alzheimer Association, just in case I did not pronounce the name the right way. Okay, so Penny Cedar, CEO, Habitat for Humanity of Seminole, Apopka. Jeffrey Dorian, Citizen Climate Lobby. Kathy Schmitz, Co-President, League of Women Voters of Orange County. Jane Hirsch, Barbara Lanning, Eileen Wilkins, CEO, UCP of Central Florida, and Nicole King, Frontline Nurse Medical Freedom. Justin Harvey, We Are Change Orlando. Danny Hornstein, ACT Lead American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Yes, ma'am, you are recognized.
Thank you, Orange County Delegation, for giving me the opportunity to talk about Habitat for Humanity. My name is Penny Cedar, and my address is 251 Maitland Avenue, Suite 312. And Habitat for Humanity, the habitat that I represent, serves the entire county of Seminole County and Orange County in Apopka, Zellwood, all the way up to the Lake County line. And Habitat offers people earning low to moderate incomes, home buying, in our case, a full-service home buying program with affordable mortgage solutions. And we're proud to be Central Florida's hometown habitat to make the dream of, or the American dream of affordable homeownership a reality for households earning low incomes. There are a few Habitat for Humanity affiliates that work inside of Orange County, And we are one of them, serving families in the 80% or below area median income, but not all of us do that. One of the things that makes our particular Habitat affiliate a little bit different from the others is, as a full-service home buying program, we offer financial education, as well as the construction of homes and these affordable mortgage solutions. But our particular affiliate is doing what I'm going to call responsible redevelopment, and we are the only Central Florida Habitat affiliate doing this, where we're taking land and it's raw land where we're developing land that a for-profit company would not want to do because it's cost prohibitive, and we're taking, in many cases, funding, private, corporation, and government funding to help underwrite the cost of putting in infrastructure to then go vertical. And in the Orlando Business Journal this morning, you'll see that $1 million contribution has been made by a private company where we're going to leverage that money. And I want to say thank you to Senator Jason Broder, Representative Rachel Plakin, and of course, Representative Bankson, for your support and support of the appropriation that we have going right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Dorian, 100 East Anderson Street, 3 blocks from here. Thanks for the chance to being heard. I help lead the Orlando Citizens Climate Lobby chapter. We're a nonprofit grassroots advocacy organization with over 400 supporters in Orange County and Seminole County. I'm thankful I live in a city that has amazing greenhouse gas reduction goals and is working towards them. We applaud local and national policies that promote cleaner, safer, healthier air. My ask today is for you to consider helping us to lobby for national policies that incentivize plentiful and affordable clean energy. We know some of you are trusted messengers to our members of Congress and hope for your support there. There is now bipartisan support in Congress for a rapid increase in energy production and transmission. We are lobbying Congress this year to build clean energy infrastructure faster, speeding up the approval of energy projects and transmission that is waiting to be built. Research shows, as some of you may know, that more than 90% of new energy projects are clean, renewable energy. There's a bottleneck blocking that energy from cities that need it. Transmission and clean energy must get built faster, or we could face higher electric bills and lose out on half of the potential pollution reduction. Would connecting our sustainability values be worth a letter to your members of Congress? It can ask them to consider policies expediting energy transmission. I've submitted copies of a template letter. I hope to hear any questions or ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Kathy Schmitz, co-president of the Orange County League of Women Voters with over 800 members. I live in Orlando, 32803. The League of Women Voters has been working for fair districting in Florida since 1939. We were a primary member of the Fair District Coalition, which in 2010 led to Floridians voting overwhelmingly to support fair districts. Our primary ask today is that you respect that decision and say no to mid-decade redistricting. Redrawing lines now for partisan advantage would go against the will of the people and our state constitution. We additionally, in support of voters, ask that you oppose any proposals this year that would make it harder for Floridians to vote. Voting is a right that should be both secure and convenient for all citizens. And to ensure that our elections remain secure and convenient, we urge you to support full funding for election administration. In addition to our voter advocacy, we support well-studied positions that impact quality of life, that allow people the freedom to engage in democracy. You can expect to hear from some of our teams. To ensure, I want to lift up two, though, to ensure that our immigrant neighbors and friends are treated humanely, we ask that you ensure that they are afforded the due process that is the right of every person in this nation, whatever their status. And we ask that you respect home rule and support strengthening it, so that we here in Orange County can grow and address growth in intentional ways that are right for current and future members of residents of Orange County, and that ensure the quality of life that we know is possible in our beautiful and diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't leave. We recognize our Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Just want to thank the Orange County League of Women Voters for your leadership on so many different topics. And I'll just add a shameless plug, which is that your Hot Topics luncheon next month on November 12th is about exploring the use of tourism development taxes. And I'm proud to be a panelist during that discussion. So we'd love to see people there. Thank you so much.
And we're proud to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Subtle.
That's what I'm known for, subtlety.
I'm Jane Hirsch. I'm a resident of Winter Park, and I am a grateful constituent of Senator Smith and Representative Dr. Escamani. My emphasis and concern is over the wild reality that redistricting has been proposed. Allow me to remind those who represent us as public servants that Florida families expect their elected leaders to focus on the kitchen table issues affecting voters' daily lives, not divert millions in taxpayer dollars to a rushed and unnecessary redistricting process. Floridians overwhelmingly supported the Fair Districts amendments in 2010 and sent a clear message to elected officials in Florida. District maps should be drawn fairly. Partisan gerrymandering is unconstitutional in Florida. Maps must not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor any political party or incumbent. Redrawing congressional districts in the middle of the decade on partisan grounds without new census data defies the will of the people and undermines the Florida state constitution. I wish you well, and I wish you safety and productivity in the new session.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Lanning. I am a proud constituent of Senator LaVon Bracey Davis and Rep. Rashawn Young. I live in 32804. First, I want to thank you all for your public service and wish you wisdom and Godspeed during the upcoming session. I'm here to express strong support for legislation that allows more flexible use of Florida's tourism development tax dollars. In addition, I hope that you will consider legislation that would require Visit Orlando to utilize the same public-private dollar match that is required of Visit Florida. I ask that you support legislation to allow for more flexible use of the funds generated to serve a greater range of needs, including transportation, workforce housing, and public safety. These are areas which directly impact the visitor experience. Tourists don't just see the ad. They see the streets, the parks, the people. Giving counties the option to use tourism development tax revenue for broader, locally determined needs doesn't weaken tourism. It strengthens it. It lets us maintain the very asset that attracts visitors in the first place and ensures that tourism supports the long-term health of our communities. This isn't about abandoning tourism promotion. It's about being smarter and more responsive to the needs of modern Florida. Let's trust our local governments. Let's give them the tools to invest where it counts. I urge you to support legislation that helps us create a more successful and sustainable future for Florida tourism and the communities that make it thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Eileen Wilkins, CEO of UCP of Central Florida, originally United Cerebral Palsy, but now Unlocking Children's Potential. I'm at 651 White River Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. And over 70 years ago, a group of parents got together with the idea that they wanted to provide hope and opportunity for kids, all type of kids. And since then, UCP has been creating opportunities for children with and without disabilities throughout Orange and Osceola and Seminole County. We operate 8 campuses, including 6 in Orange County, and we provide what we call a set of services: support, education, and therapy. Support because we really always believe that no parent should walk a journey alone. Education, we operate 8 inclusive charter schools that we serve kids with and without disabilities, and therapy, physical, speech, and occupational therapy. And as part of our charter school, that inclusion model has become such an important part because, frankly, in most schools, the idea of kids with and without disabilities being able to learn together has not really been as successful. So we're excited about the outcomes that we've achieved, all our kids exceeding learning gains that actually outpace some of the state and local things. As a matter of fact, we were recently honored by the U.S. Department of Education, before they closed, with a $2.3 million dissemination grant to help share our model with all kinds of places all through the country. Last year, when the education bill happened, one of the things that we'd like you to think about for next year is that funding for kids with special needs actually went down. Some of the kids that had the most significant disabilities actually went down $400 per student. So as you are looking at that budget, we do ask you to kind of pay a little bit attention to that because all kids need the support and all kids deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Arlene.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins.
Hi, I'm Danny Hornstein, 32826. I'm a volunteer with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and we work on behalf of the 172,000 Floridians, your constituents, who will be diagnosed with cancer this year. I've had the great privilege to speak with many of you personally and hear your own cancer connections, and I'm here once again to share mine. I first got involved after losing my dad, Richard Hornstein, to an extremely rare cancer. It was devastating and something no family should have to go through. My dad was lucky enough to have great health insurance, and even then the journey was incredibly hard. I can't imagine what it would have been like if he hadn't had access to that care. That experience changed me inside. It showed me that while cancer doesn't discriminate, access to treatment in Florida does. That's why one of our biggest priorities this session is closing the coverage gap. More than 11% of Floridians still don't have affordable health insurance. Too many people fall into that in between, earning too much to qualify for Medicaid but not enough to afford private insurance. And if the Affordable Care Act tax credits expire, another 2 million Floridians could lose their coverage. I also want to thank you all for continuing to fund the Mary Brogan Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program, which provides life-saving screenings to medically underserved people. Nearly 24,000 Floridians will be diagnosed with breast cancer next year, and early detection is key. It saves lives. We encourage you to continue this funding for a critical program at $3.6 million. Finally, we ask your support for cancer and biomedical research through Florida's state research grant programs. These grants help American scientists discover cures and treatments for tomorrow right here in the great state of Florida, keeping us the leader in the biomedical research. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the cure for cancer was found right here in the Sunshine State? I think so. My dad's journey may have ended, but his story continues through the work we do, fighting for a world where no one has to face cancer alone or without access to care. So thank you, lawmakers and voters in the room, for helping us make that vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just say,
you are recognized.
Thank you,
Representative Anna Scamani.
Thank you. I just want to say that your dad is so proud of you, and I really thank you for your comments. And my mom passed away to colon cancer, and I was 13 years old, and so We are fighting for those who are no longer with us, and your actions are inspirational. So I just want to say thank you, and I think all of us are here to support all your efforts, and we're grateful for the American Cancer Society and all the adjacent organizations that work in collaboration to find that cure. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, and your mom would be so proud of you, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Distinguished members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation.
Can you please state your name and address just for
Sure.
the records?
It's Usha Tiwari, and it's 8718 Withmere Lane.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I am one of the many faces of Alzheimer's. My name is Usha Tiwari, and I am a former caregiver for my mother who died in 2021 from advanced dementia. I know many of you have been touched by the realities of Alzheimer's and dementia. Over 580,000 Floridians are living with the Alzheimer's disease, including an estimated 22,600 individuals here in Orange County, which equates to over 12.7% of our 65 and over population. Orange County is ranked as one of the top 100 counties in the country for Alzheimer's prevalence. Due to your commitment, Florida has proven to be a leader in dementia care and support. With our aging population, we must maintain this momentum. I am proud to advocate alongside the Alzheimer's Association. With your support, we remain optimistic as we propose our 2026 legislative priorities. Raising awareness about what to look for and when to seek medical advice is essential. We are advocating for $1.5 million to fund a comprehensive statewide public health awareness campaign that leverages multiple media platforms. It's time to break the stigma surrounding this disease. We now have FDA-approved blood tests to aid in diagnosis and treatments that can show the progression of Alzheimer's by reducing amyloid plaque in the brain. Yet Florida remains one of the few states that has not invested in a public awareness campaign. The time is to act now. Second, we must do more for Florida caregivers. We have over 870,000 dementia caregivers, and over 66% of these individuals are managing their chronic conditions. Dementia care navigation and respite services are critical programs that help caregivers desperately needed support throughout the journey. These services also work to allow the individual living with Alzheimer's or dementia to stay at home with their community. We're also asking, two more, the Florida legislature to codify the Florida Alzheimer's Center for Excellence, the FACE program, as well as an increase in funding for the Brain Bus. Again, we appreciate your support on a continued basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole King, Frontline Nurse, Medical Freedom. Justin Harvey, We Are Change Orlando. Sarah Switcher, Genesis Malaspina, Citizen Coordinator, Mi Familia en Acción. Nicole Varma, Charlie Pioli, CEO, Old Town Compost. Larry Colleton, President, Orange County Chapter, Florida Voters League. Eric Gray, Christian Service Center for the Homeless. Paul Owens, President, 1000 Friends of Florida. Clinton McCracken, President, Orange County Classroom Teachers Association. Tim Harper, Board Member, Children's Home Society of Florida. You are recognized.
Hello, my name is Sarah Swisher. I live in 32806. On June 12th, 2016, 49 people lost their lives at Pulse nightclub in a mass shooting. In the wake of grieving this tragedy, a temporary memorial was installed along with a rainbow crosswalk on Esther Street. In August of 2025, in the middle of the night, the Florida Department of Transportation, or FDOT, painted over the crosswalk without any formal notice. In response to the understandable outrage and sadness towards this cruel act, citizens repainted the crosswalk to its original rainbow form. FDOT's response was to repaint it each time, 4 times to be exact, and situate armed officers outside of the crosswalk 24 hours, resulting in some arrests. While the reasoning of the repainting the crosswalk was unclear, FDOT claims that this crosswalk, among other colorful crosswalks, including bike lane art created by Orange County school students, approved by them in 2025 in May, are hazardous to pedestrians. My response to that is that really the case? Why haven't several crosswalks in my neighborhood been repainted? I could point to a crosswalk on Michigan and Bumby that has been severely faded and needs repainted for the safety of pedestrians. But that's not the reason one particular crosswalk on Esther Street has been painted over 4 times and has an officer posted 24 hours outside of the crosswalk at taxpayers' expense. The reason is yet again another political stunt by the governor to intimidate, punish, and silence minority groups and their allies in Florida. They painted over the crosswalk at Esther Street in the middle of the night because they knew what they were doing was wrong, and the other crosswalks were painted as an attempt to cover up their disgusting act. This is the free state of Florida that prides itself on the First Amendment, and I'm asking you all to restore these crosswalks, as well as ensure that the governor cannot infringe on our freedom of expression and what matters to the people of Orlando, a right enshrined in our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Please don't leave, Sarah. I recognize Senator Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Swisher. I just want to say thank you for your courage in addressing the delegation on this issue. We're exploring ways legislatively that this can be reversed, but the challenge is that the state of Florida nor the governor were required to do this. They voluntarily decided that that was what they wanted to do. The law does not require them to do it. So the options that we have on reversing a law that still doesn't actually require them to do it is limited. But I do want to encourage you to continue doing what you're doing. And also I would encourage our private business owners who have stepped up and offered their local establishments for the painting of more rainbows to be a powerful reminder that we will build back a gayer and more colorful than ever before. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Colleton, and I live at 10648 Springbuck Trail. Representative Booth is my state rep, and Senator Smith is my senator. I represent today the Florida Voters League, and specifically its Orange County chapter. We are very much a voting rights advocacy group, and we support the Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore Voting Rights Act. We know that it has been introduced. This would be the 3rd year. It has not gotten, I think, the just reading by the majority party in our state. And I really want to speak to the majority party, those who represent the grand old party here in Orlando and Orange County in particular. It is important for a legislative body to be just that, whether you're in the Senate or in the House. You're going to have this mid-decade vote on congressional districts. I understand that the House has already created its committee. Don't know about the Senate. But I witnessed 3.5 years ago, I was in Tallahassee. I witnessed the state legislature, both House and Senate, sit quietly after negotiating for nearly 6 months the redistricting map. And yet, in 3 days of a special session, the governor got his map. Now, the same map that the governor wanted 3 years ago, you want to do something mid-decade. That is not democracy. That is not what we, the people, have voted for. And it's important for the stone-faced GOP to stop doing it. Just simply stop. And let's be a democracy.
Thank you,
Let's do
Mr.
that.
Larry.
Thank you.
Don't leave, please. I recognize our new representative, Rashawn Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Colleton. I applaud the work that the Florida Voters League does in really understanding that democracy requires active participation. And I am extremely honored to, along with Senator Bracy Davis, file and run the Harry T. and Harry V. Moore Florida Voting Rights Act this upcoming legislative session because, as you have said, we are a citizens legislature. And we represent the people who have sent us to Tallahassee. And our job is to make it easier for them to access the ballot box, not create barriers for them to not use that God-given right that they have, that we proclaim to provide the people. And so I'm grateful for the advocacy of the organization and for you. And with that, I yield the remainder of my, he's also my cousin. So I know he's from good family. He's from good family.
All right. Thank you so much, Larry.
Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you. I'm Eric Gray. I'm a Representative Booth's constituent and Senator Smith's. I appreciate all of your service. I know it's a lot of hard work, and I appreciate you very much. My name is Eric Gray. I live at 921 Spring Island Way and serve as the Executive Director for the Christian Service Center for the Homeless, as well as on the Orange County Planning and Zoning Commission. To be expeditious, I'm going to pass a handout out that'll cover a couple different issues. I just want to touch on a few. I encourage you to look at Representative Hinson's House Bill 51. She's out of Gainesville, and she's introduced a legislation that provides some tax incentives for employers who are offering housing for their employees. On the issue of charter schools, I would just encourage you to keep an eye on Oklahoma. There's a pending Supreme Court case that if it goes through the Supreme Court in the way that we think, it will open the door to religious charter schools, and that will change the constitutional mandate that we've lived by previously. On property tax reform, everybody's in favor of tax cuts. I just ask you to please not trade your better judgment for gimmicky short-term issues that might harm things like fire rescue, pedestrian safety, and other important issues. On Everglades accountability and environmental oversight, please keep in mind if we silence scientists, the planet will find a way to speak for them, and I don't think they're going to whisper. So please keep that in mind. And on that same vein, when it comes to public health, in anti-science legislation, which we seem to see more of, I just don't believe you can claim to defend freedom while attacking the facts that simply have kept us alive. In order for Floridians to remain open for business, we must keep Florida healthy, not through dogma, but data. Please work to change or repeal, finally, Senate Bill 180. I believe that local voices build local futures, and as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I was really disappointed to see 8 years of hard work from Orange County, started by a Republican mayor, be just thrown out the window for reasons that I still don't understand. I think we can move forward responsibly, but Florida doesn't need more top-down mandates. Please protect local control. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon, Paul Owens, 3029 Westchester Avenue in Orlando, Senator Broder and Representative Escamani's constituent. I'm president of 1,000 Friends of Florida. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan, statewide organization. We advocate citizen-driven planning to protect our environment, our quality of life, and the economy that depends on both. We have members across Florida, including in Orange County. We have several priorities for the 2026 session, but given the time limits, I'm going to highlight our top priority, fixing Senate Bill 180. To be clear, the original purpose of SB 180 to help residents rebuild their property and lives after disasters is a worthy goal worth preserving. But SB 180 didn't stop there. Two provisions, Section 18 and 28, go far beyond disaster recovery to limit local government's ability to plan responsibly for future storms, strengthen environmental protections, or keep up with population growth. I'm sure you're familiar with SB 180's impact here in Orange County. State regulators have declared null and void multiple provisions in the county's update of its comprehensive plan, a years-long effort with extensive public input. It has thrown into doubt the citizens' initiative supported by 73% of voters to establish a rural boundary. To put it bluntly, SB 180 has kneecapped planning authority for local governments and the citizens they represent. We don't believe that's what the legislature intended. We urge you to repeal sections 18 and 28 of SB 180. We're ready to work with you on fixing the law. Please restore Floridians' right to choose the future they want for their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Good afternoon. Clinton McCracken. I live south of downtown, 32806. I am a 24-year OCPS teacher and proud to be serving as the president of the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association, representing our nearly 14,000 educators. From the joy and energy of an elementary school cafeteria to the camaraderie on a Friday night school bus ride to a football game, our neighborhood public schools are where community thrives. But let's be honest, there's a lot of work ahead. Florida ranks 50th in the nation for average teacher pay. Many educators work multiple jobs just to make ends meet, and new mandates keep piling up, pulling focus away from what matters most, teaching our kids. So as you consider education policy this session, teachers ask you to focus on what truly strengthens public schools. First, pay educators fairly. An additional $1,000 per student each year in the Florida Education Finance Program would move Florida's teacher salaries from the bottom to the top 10 and give students the education they deserve. Second, diversify tourist development tax funding. In Orange County, we spend $55 million more on transportation and $17 million more on school safety each year than we get from the state. Covering these gaps would free funds to pay teachers a professional wage. Third, assign every student a statewide ID number, regardless of school type, to make sure funding truly follows students and prevent costly errors like the 22,000 double-counted students last year. Fourth, identify strategies to retain current teachers. That means letting districts offer extended contracts to proven teachers. And fifth, protect FRS system and restore cost of living adjustments so educators can retire with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Clinton.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the delegation. My name is Tim Harper, 1610 Chippewa Trail, Maitland, 32751. And I have with me Frank and Katria. We're representing the Greater Orlando region of Children's Home Society of Florida. Specifically, the Greater Orlando region covers Orange County, Osceola County, and Seminole County. Children's Home Society is Florida's largest serving nonprofit focusing on servicing Florida's children and families now for over 123 years. On behalf of all of us at CHS, we want to thank you for the $20 million in support you provided for us for the last legislative session that is being used to fund 50 community partnership schools across the state, 5 of those which are here in Orange County. CH is a founding partner of the Community Partnership School Model, a model focused on strengthening the quality of education across Florida by addressing key barriers to learning with co-located services in schools such as counseling, medical and dental care, after-school enrichment, mentoring, and more. Over 45,000 students statewide have been positively impacted by the Community Partnership School Model. Many of the schools within the CPS model have experienced increased graduation rates, decreased in chronic absenteeism rates, increased access to academic and wellness supports to improve their students' ability to be successful and focused while in the classroom. For the upcoming fiscal year 26-27, we're requesting a funding increase of $6 million. This increase will expand the model to add 10 additional schools to the program. It will also allow 14 of the existing schools to add access to behavioral health services. Again, thank you for your time, for your enthusiasm to serve our state, and for your consideration of our priorities. Our teams will be reaching out to all of you individually to schedule times in Tallahassee to talk with you. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question, two maybe. The ages that you serve in your organization, what are those ages?
We serve all school-age children up to 18. So we have elementary schools all the way up to high school.
And do you have any sites in Orange County?
Schools?
Yes.
Yes, 5.
Jones, Evans High School.
Eccleston, Carver, and ACE off Paramore area.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can't share. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You're recognized, Dr. Ana Escamani.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for your work, and I do think that the community school system approach is transformational for our kids. What are your prospects for expanding? Are you thinking about other locations, to echo the chair's questions, in Orange County?
Yes, we are. We're looking at multiple areas in Orange County and possibility in Osceola County, but that is if we get the additional funding to do the expansions.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please take my car over there with Miguel or Diego so we can have a meeting?
Okay. All right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. So we will have Valerie Wirtz from Florida Citizens Alliance, Vivian Layette Johnson, Kim White, Cecile Stone, Managing Member, Milner Worldwide LLC, Bradley Hardy, William Germans III, past Florida Region, Vice President, FMU NAA Florida Region, Tuwanan Ware, Village of Love, Inc., Simon Adams, Equal Ground, Sasha Mickey, Becky Campbell, Scholarship Parent School Choice, Abel Beery, CEO, Advent Health Orlando, Robert Agrusa, CEO, Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Orange County Delegation. I am so pleased to be here. My name is Vivian Light Johnson. I live at 1884 Ibis Bay Court, Ocoee, Florida. And my senator is LaVon Bracy Davis, and my representative is Rayshawn Young, the youngest member of the Florida House of Representatives. I come before you today not wearing any of my hats. I come as Vivian Light Johnson because I've been sort of disturbed about a number of things, and some of the things have been spoken to, so I'm going to not go into any depth. But my first concern is, as a Christian, I think about in 9/11 how the Islamic community had to apologize for the people, the terrorists. And I feel like as a Christian, I need to apologize for the extremist Christians who have co-opted Christian faith. Because my Bible tells me that Jesus is love, that he worked for the poor, the widows, the criminals, and the orphans. I want my legislators to understand that this isn't a Christian country. If you look at the Constitution, we have lots of faiths. We are to love everybody. So that's my first thing. But my biggest thing is I'm bothered by the fact that the Supreme Court seems to be trying to take this country in a backward trajectory. And more importantly, for the people who fought for so many rights that we have today. And this is very troubling that they are, it looks like they might take out the final portion of the Voting Rights Act. And I think that they think they're hurting a certain group of people, but when you mess with voting, you're messing with every citizen. And that's why I'm grateful that I have Representative Young and Senator Bracy Davis. And I won't go into detail because my friend Larry already talked about how important the Harry T. and Harriet bill is to us. And I am calling on our colleagues who are both Republican and Democrats to get behind this bill. This won't be the first time it's been presented. We need protection from our country itself, it seems, and the state can do that. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Vivian. We have Senator Lavon Bracy. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vivian, for your comments. Everyone that has spoken and will speak about the Harry V. Moore Voting Rights Act, thank you. Myself and Representative Rashawn Young plan to fight the good fight again with this bill. We had this morning, the Supervisor of Elections spoke about how our returning citizens need clarity in terms of voting, and that is lined out very clearly in this bill. And I am told that lots of supervisor of elections, not just in Democratic districts, also need this clarity. So thank you for echoing the sentiment that this bill is needed. It can be a bipartisan, it definitely has some bipartisan aspects to it. So all that are speaking on behalf of this bill, I appreciate it. And then if I can, and I may not speak much more to this delegation meeting, but Ms. Vivian Light Johnson said something that was really, really important. She talked about her faith. And I echo your sentiments. I, too, as a woman of faith, this morning, the mayor talked about me being a preacher's kid. And sometimes I echo the sentiments of Mahatma Gandhi when he said, I love your Christ, but sometimes not your Christians. So thank you for speaking some things that oftentimes we as legislators can't say out loud.
Thank you, Senator.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim White. I am a Florida voter. Not everybody in Florida has been given fair treatment. I'm looking for a support of a bill that is in bill drafting at this time for an ombudsman oversight board for our Florida state prisons. Right now, people in prison have nowhere to go except for the Office of Inspector General, which is governed by the Secretary of the Prisons. I have experienced that too. I had a problem and I couldn't do anything because my son was facing retaliation in the prison he was in. We need an oversight group because there's no safe spot for our families or the incarcerated to go to find help for fear of retaliation. I also want to say that last year, legislation took away the $100 million that was reoccurring for the Department of Corrections to fix the buildings, the roofs that leak, the windows that don't open and close, everything as per the 2023 KPMG report that was outlined to everybody. So the secretary, in his good heart, has asked for last year more money to feed these people. He got 1/3 of the money, but we gave him 10,000 more prisoners. How are we going to do that? My son is very tall. They don't give him enough money for food. Thank God I can send him money and he can buy his own. Florida doesn't need tougher prisons. We need smarter ones. We need parole. We need rehabilitation credits. This is where we will save millions off that budget. I want to thank all of you that have visited prisons, those of you that have visited unannounced, and encourage everybody on this committee to visit a prison unannounced. That's the only way you're going to really see what happens in there. As soon as you hit that gate and they hear your name, they're going to be rushing around on their loudspeaker going, do this, do that, do that. Please visit our prisons. It's the 3rd highest budget in the state.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Don't please. Senator Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you, Ms. White, for taking the time to address us today. I know we've been communicating with each other via email and through other methods. We heard from the Secretary of the Department of Corrections in our Criminal Justice Appropriations Committee in the Senate last week, and I was very shook by his presentation because he described the conditions in our state prisons, which has a lot to do with lack of funding and has a lot to do with the increase of the number of incarcerated individuals in our prison system and the fact that we have desperately low staffing levels in our state prisons. He told our committee that basically the conditions have become unsafe, not only for the incarcerated persons, but also for the corrections officers and staff. So I would encourage members of this delegation and other lawmakers around Florida to please do the work of visiting a prison as you suggested, but also in taking very seriously the challenges that our Department of Corrections is facing due to inaction and negligence from the Florida legislature, because it is a pressure cooker that is ready to explode. So thank you so much for your comments. And
I
your
heard him
advocacy.
say there were 19-year-olds with only 2 years' experience overseeing 150 men, where if those men weren't behaving right, that 19-year-old would have problems. So we need to thank God that those men, most of them, do not want to hurt the officers. And I also heard Secretary Dixon say, if I don't get it, I'm going to quit.
That and Ms. White, 70% of those who work for the Department of Corrections have less than 3 years
3 or 5?
experience.
Was it
Less
3?
than 3 years experience.
Sad.
And in addition to that, we know that these shortages and the lack of air conditioning is increasing assaults on corrections officers.
Heat makes people mad.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Bradley Hardy. I'm at 2843 Regency Oak Lane. Representative Booth is my representative, and Senator Smith is my senator. Appreciate you guys for everything you do for our community. I'm here to ask you today to fix Senate Bill 180 and to stop doubling down on this preemption insanity that's stripping away home rule and the voice of local communities. SB 180 was sold to Floridians and most of you as a streamlining law, but in reality, it muzzled local governments, forcing them to rubber stamp development without being able to evaluate how those projects impact infrastructure, traffic, and the environment. Meaning, development must now legally outpace roads, schools, and water systems that people actually need. Now we're seeing House Bill 105 and Senate Bill 208 being filed for the 26th session. These are 2 more attempts to sneak in preemption language under new names. We see what's happening. While the public's focused on fixing SB 180, new bills are already being drafted to push the same top-down control back through the back door. That's not leadership, it's a political sleight of hand. Every time we raise these issues, we hear the same tired argument. It's about protecting private property rights, but let's be honest. Actual private landowners aren't the ones lobbying for these bills. This isn't about the family farmer or the homeowner who's cared for their land for decades. It's about speculative developers who buy cheap land, flip it for profit, and need the state, you guys, to bulldoze local rules that get in their way. So please, stop hiding behind property rights when what's really happening is the state's bending to whoever writes the biggest check and then pretending it's in defense of the Constitution. Local governments were created for a reason, to make decisions that reflect their communities. When you strip away home rule, you strip away democracy itself. So here's my ask. Fix SB 180, kill HB 105 and SB 208 before they get traction and any other bills that pop up that mimic them or resemble them in any way. Because Florida's people deserve leaders with a spine, not shills, sellouts, or lackeys for development money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I am not Abel Beery. I'm number 87 on your agenda, though, number 1 in your hearts, I'm sure. My name is Rebecca Hurd, and I am number 1. Thank you, sir. My name is Rebecca Hurd. I'm the Director of Government Advocacy for the Central Florida Division of Avon Health. I bring greetings on behalf of Abel Beery, who is our new CEO at Advent Health Orlando, and the 34,000 team members we employ in the Central Florida region, which makes us the second largest employer in the region. The Central Florida Division is comprised of 19 hospitals and freestanding ERs located in 4 counties, so Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and South Lake. And in 2024, we cared for more than 5.9 million patients, delivered over 14,000 babies, performed 87,000 surgeries, and had over 175,000 ER admissions. 1.9 of those were in our freestanding facilities. Our mission begins with a simple but powerful belief. Every person deserves to feel whole, mind, body, and spirit. Grounded by our mission to extend the healing ministry of Christ, the steadfast belief in whole person care is the why behind everything that we do. For Advent Health, it's not enough to care about our patients and their families, but we also care about the communities that they return home to after our visit. That's why in 2024, our community investments totaled more than $1.5 billion. We've got a couple legislative priorities I'm sure that I'll be discussing with you all in Tallahassee, but just to name a couple here, lawsuit reform. We support broad, fair caps on punitive damages, preventing excessive litigation that raise the cost of all care. Number 2, payer accountability. I know you heard a little bit from JJ this morning about the Medicaid managed care plans. We'd like some prior authorization from them to reform. That includes public reporting of metrics, reasonable denial codes, and timely response to claims. We also appreciate you fully funding the LINE program, which helps us be able to raise the next care of healthcare workers. So happy to talk to you in Tallahassee. I'm sure I will see you all very soon, but 2 minutes goes fast. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of your delegation meeting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
We have a question or a comment from
Oh, boy.
our representative Young.
Our newest member.
Absolutely. I mean, you knew it was coming. Just a really quick question. I know that in the Live Healthy Act, there was a provision that stated that hospitals had a year to create a pipeline program for at-risk patients to make sure that they had continuous care. That deadline to submit it to ACA was, I think it may have just passed, actually. I just want to know kind of if you all have decided on what that looks like for Advent.
Sure, yes. So we actually worked hand in hand with ACA to get this together, and ACA called us the gold standard, which is, amazing on our part. But we certainly work with our FQHCs. It is in our EPIC program. So your electronic medical record, so you go in. If we find out that you do not have a medical home, we will certainly follow you as designated by the legislature.
And is the recommendation for them to come to one of Advent's in-network, or is it like a community clinic that is?
It only shows the community clinics, but we certainly follow them. And so if they need care that the FQHCs cannot provide, we will certainly provide that for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I also want to congratulate you, for your customer service in Advent Health. Every single time I call you for one of my constituents, you're always there. So thank you so much for following up with the needs of my constituents.
Thank you. We're happy to serve.
No problem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the delegation. My name is Robert Agrusa, and I have the honor to serve as the President and CEO of the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association at 6675 Westwood Boulevard, Suite 210, Orlando, Florida. And I'm here today representing the largest regional hospitality association in the nation. We have more than 800 hospitality businesses that are part of our organization. And here to speak about some of the issues that are important to our industry and to our workforce. With nearly 40% of our local workforce now is employed by the tourism and hospitality industry, of course our number one issue would be the tourist development tax and the protection of the tax. TDT in its current regulatory framework plays a critical role in our economic success and job stability. By driving record tourism promotion to our destination through our marketing, such as Visit Orlando, funding more than $100 million to our arts community, bringing world-class sporting events to our community, and investing in our convention center and community venues. All of this is done at no expense to our local taxpayers. By modifying, increasing, or expanding the allowable uses or other purposes for TDT would only weaken its effectiveness and ultimately hurt our local taxpayers. Next, we'd like to ask for your continued support in fully funding the Sadowski Fund for its intended purpose, workforce housing. Investing also in our critical regional transportation projects like the Sunshine Corridor, and increasing per-student funding for UCF, Valencia College, Seminole State, and our local hospitality programs. These are unfortunately among the lowest per-student funding in the entire state of Florida. And lastly, we urge your continued support for Visit Florida funding, consider reforms that lower commercial property insurance, and finally implementing the statewide regulation of vacation rentals and advertising platforms such as VRBO and Airbnb. I thank you all very much for your time and consideration and look forward to working through you throughout the 2026 Florida legislative session. And before I leave, we're going to leave you guys a report from our foundation and on the impact of our industry and what we have done back for our community over the last 2 years. It's pretty impressive stuff, and I'm looking forward to handing it out to each of you and your teams and looking forward to it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Robert. Please don't leave. I recognize Senator Smith.
Perfect.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for joining us today. And I appreciate you highlighting the various community needs that need to be funded. As you know, we have tremendous needs related to workforce housing, public transit, and much more. Recently, a member of CFHLA, I presume, Frank Santos of Rosen Hotels, has started advocating not for the diversification of tourist development taxes, but to have the legislature consider adding to the 6% tax anywhere between 1% and 4% on an overnight hotel stay, of course, which would be paid by tourists, not by us, to create a dedicated funding source for public transit. My question for CFHLA is, have you taken a position in support of what he calls the TTT, the Transportation Tourism Tax? And what your thoughts are on that proposal.
Sure, and thank you, Senator, for the question. It is a new concept that has been floated, I believe, just fairly recent in the last couple of weeks. I will tell you, as CFHLA, we have not taken an official position yet on that, other than TDT specifically. But I will tell you that there already is a mechanism in place to do the exact same action that he is proposing, and that is a one-penny sales tax that can be done by a local referendum. So there already is a mechanism that can be done by the local residents to approve for workforce housing, transportation, infrastructure. That already exists, and we have not exceeded our cap. So I would say that there is an opportunity to explore that before, I think, going to the legislature for an additional change. I just think that there's going to be a much more tougher road to climb.
Permission for and just to clarify, what you're describing there is not paid by tourists, that's paid by local residents.
It would be a combined effort, correct. But over 50% of our local sales tax collection is coming from out-of-town tourists already.
I appreciated your comments before about needing to protect tourism development taxes. I would argue that I'm trying to do the same with many of my reform efforts. So, as you know, Visit Orlando receives over $100 million in public money, taxpayer money, annually for corporate ads that invite people to come visit our region. My question for you is, should we be protecting tourism development taxes by perhaps offering more scrutiny and oversight of Visit Orlando? They recently were audited, and it was exposed that $3 million in that public money was misappropriated for private use. I know that the CEO of Visit Orlando makes over $500,000 as a salary a year. Again, that is taxpayer money that is funding that. Do you think there are opportunities to make the use of our dollars, TDT, more efficient by more scrutiny and oversight of Visit Orlando?
So I'm not going to answer that question because I think that's the discussion will be coming up in November 18th, I believe, with Orange County. So I'm going to reserve any discussions on Visit Orlando until after that November 18th Board of County Commission meeting, which I know right now that is where that lies. But I will speak to the investment into tourism promotion because specifically you brought up $100 million. Well, last year in 2024, our region and economic impact was over $94.5 billion in positive economic impact. So to me, $100 million of an investment to return $94.5 billion is a really good investment. It's a very small amount of paying into it, less than 1%, to get that kind of return. That's really great returns that I think for any of us we would love to see in any sort of investment by any governmental organization or quasi-governmental organization. So that's how I would respond to the question. I think the investment has resulted, again, in the largest return on visitors to our destination with over 75 million visitors, light years ahead of Vegas, Chicago, New York, all these other destinations that everyone wants to talk about. But the reality is we are still the leader of that. And so I think our investments are going for the long haul and are going in the appropriate manner.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Robert.
Thank you.
If you can give the catalogs to Diego on
We'll do
my
that.
right side.
Thank you so much.
I
Thank you, Madam
appreciate
Chair.
that. So the next 5 speakers will be Anita Keelan from Youth at Risk, Kayla Hoffman, Orlando 5051, Eric Miller, Mike Hannon, and Helene Ray, co-founder Florida End of Life Options.
Thank you. My name is Anita Killen, and I am a resident of Orange County. And for the last 15 years, I have been working with families that have youth, juveniles, young adults on the sex offense registry and understanding the challenges that they go through. My presentation today, very simple. When kids become sex offenders, why Florida's new deep state law demands registry reform. I'm here to speak to you in service of our community, but especially want to speak to the parents of teenagers. The rapid spread of artificial intelligence has made it possible for young people to create explicit deep fake images with just a few clicks of their phone. What many don't realize is that these seemingly harmless pranks or acts of online bullying can now carry devastating consequences. When the passage of Florida's House Bill 757, which went into effect 20 days ago, the creation, solicitation, and possession of AI-generated sexual images, even if they were a joke among peers, can be prosecuted as a felony. While the law was crafted with the intention of protecting children from exploitation, it is equally likely that children themselves will be the ones ensnarled by it. Teenagers experimenting with technology or retaliating against classmates may suddenly find themselves branded as sex offenders, facing years of prison and a lifetime of registration for behavior they did not understand. Florida needs a safety valve in its laws, a way to hold people accountable without permanently destroying their lives. Diversion programs, restorative justice approach, education about the dangers of digital exploitation can all serve as alternatives to felony prosecution and registration. Let me just skip down to say that if House Bill 575 was passed without alternative education, then we've just done a severe injustice to our children. So I hope that you will consider an educational outlet for them to understand the consequences of the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chairman and Board, for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Eric Malier. My address is 1649 Hill Circle. I am in the district for Senator Carlos and for Representative Anna Escamani. I am also an associate supervisor for the Orange Soil and Water Conservation Board. And that is my topic for today, is funding for the Orange Soil and Water Conservation Board so we can better carry out our mission. Our mission is not solely limited to flood damage and soil erosion, but also includes preservation and promotion of land and water resources, as well as being empowered to offer assistance, guidance, and education to the public. The benefits of a strong soil and water conservation board include creating a synergy among other state and federal agencies, such as the water management districts, IFAS, and the NRCS. It also allows us to expand public education and participation in activities, support the Vision 2020 Comprehensive Plan and Rural Boundary, promote sustainability and resiliency plan, implement programs for preservation, conservation, and prevention. But right now we have a budget of $1,000, and most of that was donated by the board members. So as you can see, there are an opportunity for additional funding sources to help us carry out our mission. I produced a handout that will be distributed in your package. It gives more information, and it also lists possible solutions from appropriations all the way to tax incentive for sponsors of programs or partners with us. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public. My name is Michael Haanen. I live in zip code 32818, and I've been a Florida taxpayer and resident since 1982. I'm also a 10-year honorably discharged decorated combat veteran who served 3 combat tours during that 10-year military career. Lastly, I'm a veteran forced to register on Florida's sex offender registry. Florida's registry violates U.S. constitutional amendments 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, 19, and 24 in multiple ways, 24 hours a day for every person who's forced to register's lifetime. This is especially egregious to all of us honorably discharged or retired military veterans forced to register here in Florida. We sacrificed, sweated, and bled for years, some of us for decades, to protect and secure the inalienable constitutional rights accorded to every other person subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. Constitution. Yet due to an error in judgment on our part in our past, after our honorable military service was ended, caused in part by the traumas like PTSD that we all endured during our military's career, we are forever denied the rights, obligations, and protections of the U.S. Constitution we so voluntarily and proudly served. And if asked, we would all gladly serve again. Florida's veterans forced to register earned those inalienable rights, obligations, and protections accorded to everyone else. We deserve to have those same inalienable rights restored fully, permanently, and immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Helene Ray, co-founder of Florida End of Life Options, residing at 32951. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Imagine sitting at your mother's bedside for days while she cries out in pain, begging you or the hospice nurses to end her suffering. Imagine your father, riddled with cancer, feeling he has no choice but to take matters into his own hands with a firearm. Are these the last memories you want of your loved ones? These are not fictional scenarios. They have happened right here in Florida. They are the true stories of people we have met, Floridians who support our organization because they know the pain of having no other option. But there is a solution, one built on compassion and freedom. A solution that is 100% patient-initiated, 100% patient-driven, and 100% voluntary for healthcare workers and facilities. The solution is medical aid in dying. It is simple. If you don't believe in medical aid in dying, you do not have to use it. But would you deny another person this freedom, someone already in the dying process? Medical aid in dying is a procedure where a mentally capable adult who has been diagnosed with a terminal illness with less than 6 months to live can choose to ask their doctor for a prescription for medication that the patient will self-administer to end their suffering and die peacefully in their sleep. Let's be clear, this is not euthanasia. Euthanasia is illegal in all 50 states, while medical aid in dying is legal in 11 states and Washington, D.C. The difference is medical aid in dying, the patient must self-administer the medication. The proposed legislation titled Medical Freedom for Floridians with a Terminal Illness has safeguards to protect the patient, physician, and workers and facilities. It has been my privilege to have talked with several of you in hopes of securing a sponsor. My ask is the opportunity to speak with the rest of you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you. Elaine Ray, thank you. So the next speakers will be Tara Rippert, 199 member from 1199 SEIU, Nancy C. Jacobson, Matthew Rokoski, President, Democratic Progressive Caucus of Florida, Carla Rivera, Policy Director, Alianza Center, Brandon Acosta, Business Owner, and Jessica Carey, Area Director of Vallara Home Health Care, Cheryl Rogers, Pastor Marcus McCoy, State Coalitions.
All right, good evening, legislative delegation. My name is Matthew Groholski, and I'm here to be another bother this legislative session. Some bills I will be bothering you about again come from last legislative session, SB 164 by Senator Grahl. That is a sneak abortion ban that we saw introduced last legislative session that seeks to call for civil liability for the death of an unborn child, which again just is a sneak abortion ban that goes against the will of 57% of Floridian voters. SB 166 slash HB 173 by Senator Grahl and Representative Kendall would also force minors to actually seek parental permission to seek STD treatment, which again is another backsliding for our reproductive health care. But one bill that got filed this legislative delegation session that I saw that was a big concern was HB 31. HB 31 would rename the West Bank to Judea and Samaria. Last week, I was in Tampa at an ice cream shop that was owned by the family of a Palestinian man named Safullah. Safullah is only 1 year younger than I am, and he was killed in the West Bank earlier this year. His cousin, Mohammed Abraham, is actually still kidnapped in the West Bank. He is another Floridian. He's 16 years old. This type of legislation is more erasure of our communities here in Florida. It's erasure of people like Safullah. It's erasure of people like Mohammed. And this state legislative body needs to stop erasing our most marginalized and our most vulnerable Floridians. It's another backsliding for our rights and the recognition of our marginalized folks, and we need to stop that. So I respectfully ask for you to vote against HB 31 to make sure that the Palestinian people are actually recognized here in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
My name is Jessica Harry. I live in Winter Park 32792. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. You all should have a little blue flyer. If not, I have extras as well. But I am the area director for skilled nursing for Beata Home Healthcare. It's a nonprofit organization that proudly serves Floridians, and we have in Florida for more than 50 years. Our local office here in Orlando provides private duty nursing to medically fragile children and adults, offering nursing level care in the home, incomparable to what you would receive in a hospital or an ICU setting. Think gastronomy tubes, tracheostomies, ventilators, in Orange, Seminole, Osceola, and Brevard County. And while JJ, I know he left, thank God, I couldn't do this in front of him. He is an amazing advocate, and it is just amazing. He's not a client of ours, but I really appreciate him speaking on behalf of clients like ones that I serve. Across Florida, we serve 1,200 clients through 12 offices, some here in Orange County. Our nurses and caregivers help children with complex medical needs and adults living with chronic conditions remain safely at home, surrounded by their loved ones, rather than in a hospital or long-term care facility. However, home care in Florida is at a crossroads, a critical crossroads, if that. Medicaid reimbursement rates for private duty nursing remain amongst the lowest in the nation. We are grateful for the increase that we received in 2024. It was 13.8% here in Region 7, but the rates do not keep pace with the cost of living or workforce wages, especially without a legislative requirement to the managed care organizations to pass through that increase to providers and clinicians who provide the care. My organization saw not one managed care organization pass through any of that $38 million. Without additional adjustments, providers will continue to struggle to hire nurses to cover these tough-to-staff patients, and families will face dangerous care gaps. Secondly, families face growing challenges with Medicaid managed care. Delayed authorizations, unjustified denials of medically necessary hours, these administrative burdens cause interruption in care and force providers to spend more time on paperwork than on patients. I invite you all to come and visit virtually or in person. I have probably a client in every single one of your territories. Senator Broder met with one of my clients virtually last year, so I invite you all to do that.
Thank you,
Thank
Jessica.
you.
Bless you.
Thank you all for doing this today. Sorry. Thank you. My name is Cheryl Rogers. Zip code is 34786. I am represented Senator Trunow and Representative Spencer. So today I want to talk about balance between how we build, how we move, and how we protect what sustains us. First, housing. We can't fix affordability with numbers alone. We need pathways, not just units. Transitional housing that bridges shelter to stability. And as we build new units, support integrated solar so that we minimize future utility costs, which are only going to continue to rise. Support PSC reform. Please stop tinkering with property taxes that fund the local services we all, including all of you, depend on. Instead, let's finally address homeowners insurance reform, not for the insurance companies, but for the people. That's the real crisis. The CEOs get rich and the Floridians get crushed. Second, transportation. Affordable homes don't help if people can't reach their jobs. Planning must connect, housing near transit, transit near opportunity, because the cost of a commute is part of the cost of living. Let's make public transit reliable, accessible, and affordable. Third, environmental responsibility. We can't keep building on wetlands and then act surprised when insurance rates skyrocket or flooding worsens. Protecting our natural buffers isn't optional, it's economic common sense. Every dollar spent protecting land saves us billions in losses later. That also means appointing environmental scientists and biologists to the Florida Wildlife Commission and water management boards, not developers. We need qualified people, and remember, no clean water, no economy. Please fix SB 180 so we can protect our local communities and support legislation that plans housing and transportation together and building where nature allows, not where profit insists. Let's design a Florida where stability is possible, mobility is affordable, and sustainability is non-negotiable.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Members of the delegation, thank you for this opportunity to share. My name is Pastor Marcus McCoy Jr. I serve as the State Coalition Director for the Equal Ground Education Action Fund and the Senior Pastor of the historic Greater Refuge Memorial Church located in Paramore, zip code 32805, where Senator Bracy Davis is my senator and Representative Antone is my rep. I stand today not only for myself, but for many of our community members who I serve who could not be present. First, I would like to extend deep appreciation to Senator Bracy Davis and Representative Young for agreeing to sponsor and reintroduce the Harriet T. and Harriet V. Moore Florida Voting Rights Act, a vital acknowledgement that fair access to the ballot remains the foundation of our democracy. Their leadership honors Florida's history and reminds us that protecting the right to vote is not a partisan matter, but a moral mandate. We urge every member of this delegation to support and advocate for the Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore Florida Voting Rights Act. Echoing the sentiments of partners who have already spoken, we also ask that you reject any effort to alter systems, methodology for partisan advantage, or redraw legislative or congressional maps using flawed and incomplete data. As you deliberate and cast votes that will touch lives across the state, we ask that you consult and collaborate with the communities you serve before you vote. And finally, do not go along to get along. We ask that you stand even if you have to stand alone. Please do not vote for a budget or measures that diminish fair representation or further marginalizes the very people who place you in these seats of service, because in the end, actions speak louder than words. Thank you for your service. Please know we're praying with you, and see you in Tallahassee.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm actually speaking for my friend Elizabeth Bonker. She's the Executive Director of Communication for All. She couldn't be here today due to a family emergency, and so I'm going to be speaking on her behalf. She is a constituent, I believe, of this county. Sorry. She wanted me to read this, so I'm just going to read it out. I am Elizabeth Bonker, Executive Director of Communication for All, advocating for the Florida Communication Bill of Rights. The bill simply affirms the right for people with disabilities to communicate in their preferred method. There are no mandates and no funding required. Just a recognition that communication is a basic right that non-speakers are often deprived of. The bill is sponsored by Senator Garcia and Representative Woodson. We ask for your support. I apologize that I was not able to attend in person due to a family emergency. I am a non-speaker who types to communicate, and I appreciate that my fellow Autism Society of Florida board member is reading this statement for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I will enumerate the next speakers. Debbie Smith, Leila Roberts from Community Engagement and Advocacy Director, 26 Health. Maurice Moe Person, Board Member, Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation. Chris Brown, Executive Director from Orlando Family Stage. Isabel Sam, Freedom Family. Rachel Hilbrand from Safe Orange County. Eric Grimmer from Chapter Lead Orlando Jimby. Kate Wallace, Director, State Government Affairs Spectrum, Charter Communications. And Genesis Robinson, Executive Director, Equal Ground Action Fund.
Good afternoon, legislators, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Aaliyah Roberts. I'm here representing 26 Health. We are located in 32803, proudly represented by Representative Dr. Anna Escamani and Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith. Earlier today, Congressman Frost spoke about the expected rise in ACA premiums and the potential impact on families across Central Florida. His message resonates deeply with organizations like 26 Health, who serve the most vulnerable populations here. At 26 Health, our aim is to provide compassionate, comprehensive, and affordable health care to everyone, regardless of their insurance status. We offer primary health care, behavioral health care, and wraparound services that address, the health needs of our community. Each year, we care for thousands of uninsured and underinsured individuals who depend on us as their health care home. The Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits are the cornerstone of affordable coverage for low and middle income Floridians who do not qualify for Medicaid. More than 3 million Floridians, more than any other state, are enrolled in the ACA marketplace plans, and about 90% of those individuals rely on these credits to afford their coverage. If these subsidies expire, millions nationwide could lose coverage, with Florida hit especially hard given our high enrollment rates. Here in Orange County, thousands of residents risk becoming uninsured, which will directly increase uncompensated care costs for community providers like 26 Health. We urge our state leaders to stand with federal partners in advocating for the preservation of ACA premium subsidies that keep coverage affordable for nearly 1 in 6 Floridians. At the same time, we ask that the state continue to support safety net health centers that care for the uninsured through alternative pathways, such as targeted state appropriations, which help us maintain and expand access to essential services for those who would otherwise go without care. Together, sustained federal and state investment can help ensure that Florida families continue to have access to care that they need when they need it. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and on behalf of 26 Health, we look forward to connecting with each of you individually.
Thank you so much, Aliyah. We have, Aliyah, don't leave. So we have our representative Young. So you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Roberts, for your presentation today. Something that she did not mention is that, and I urge all of my colleagues to support us as we, the Senator Bracy Davis and I will be running an appropriation for 26 Health for being able to expand their services to pediatrics. I think it is something that is extremely important, especially as she has said, as we are watching and going to see the impact of the expiration of the ACA subsidies that are going to be taking effect next year. And so I applaud 26 Health for the comprehensive primary care that they offer to the communities that they serve and continue to serve. Their mission is healthcare for every letter. And I think that speaks to being able to reach people in underserved, who are uninsured and underinsured. And so I'm grateful for the work that you all are doing, and I ask that you all support us in both that appropriation and another one that we will be running for them. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Young.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my friends. Good afternoon. My name's Chris Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Orlando Family Stage here in Orlando. We are Florida's only professional theater dedicated to young people, right? Young people and their families. First, I want to thank you for your service to our state and for the difficult work ahead of you this season. We're grateful that you continue to make time to come here and hear from us. Many of you have experienced what we do at Orlando Family Stage, or if you've been around a little while, one of our other former names, Orlando Rep, The Rep, Orlando Repertory Theater, Civic Theater of Central Florida. We could go on and on and on for the last 100 years. For those who are new to us, we bring stories to life. We create meaningful connections. We build courage and belonging for children and families. Last year, we reached more than 60,000 people across Central Florida. That's from Daytona to St. Pete, all the way up in the villages. And this matters because arts participation for young people is uniquely important. It is linked to stronger literacy, better attendance, higher graduation rates, and for some children, access to the arts can be life-changing. Yet right now in our state, arts funding is on hold. We have no process, no timeline, no funding anticipated, while organizations like ours continue to deliver every single day for children and families in Central Florida. The arts and culture aren't a nice to have. I want to change this conversation. This is not entertainment, even in the entertainment capital of the world, right? The arts are infrastructure. So roads open pathways to opportunity. The arts do the same, building transferable skills that drive Florida's workforce and our economy. The sewer systems keep our communities healthy behind the scenes, and arts programs strengthen our schools, our families, and our neighborhoods. Public safety protects citizens in crisis. The arts help prevent crises, fostering trust, belonging, strengthening our mental health, and creating safer communities. In some communities, my friends, doctors are even prescribing the arts now. So next year, Orlando Family Stage turns 100 years old, and as a proven partner of our state and a valued resource for all of your constituents, as we begin our second century, we're asking you to help find real solutions and stronger investment to ensure that these vital services remain alive and accessible for our children and families in Florida. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you so much, Grace. We have we have the Senator Lavon Bracy that wants to make a comment or question, and we also have Representative my Representative Harris as well.
Just want to say thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say thank you. It's so good to see you, and thank you for coming and speaking about the importance of arts. One thing I can say that I'm really proud of is your Orange County delegation. I can't speak for everyone, but we stand in the paint when it comes to arts and culture funding.
100%.
We are beyond supportive. We understand the impact. I understand it both personally and professionally. You said arts is not just a nice to have. I could not agree more. It's a need to have. We remember during the pandemic how the arts was saving lives and people who were literally going crazy, and they were able to see a show, or they were able to experience the arts and how it had healing properties. And we know that there's a cross-section between arts and wellness. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for the work that you do. Know that it's not ignored. I understand that right now we in the arts community is a little bit of frustration based on what's happening in Tallahassee. But I'm happy to say that you're preaching to the choir. I'm happy to say that we understand and we get it.
Anytime you want to wind me up and put me in front of people, I'll be there.
Yeah, so thank you for being here. And we're going to continue to champion when we go back to Tallahassee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Harris.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The reason why I requested to speak is because, I went to a performing arts high school in Phoenix, and I really owe that time in my life to being here today. I had a very difficult childhood, and it was in that space that I was really able to find myself. So not only is it important to the mental health of young people, but it also gave me so many skills that I use to this very day. And I think that gets lost on people. It is a team sport. You have to learn not just to be in the spotlight, but also to be behind the spotlight as well. You have to learn disappointment when you don't get the part that you really, really, really wanted.
100%.
So there's a lot of life skills, and I think that you really are preaching to the choir or singing to the ensemble here. I look at my colleagues, and so many of us either have some sort of arts or entertainment or performance background, and that is a testament to how powerful the arts really is. So thank you.
Could not agree more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
My name is Isabel Sam, and I live in Orlando, 32826. Freedom Family is a group that has rejected the left versus the right culture wars, and we're focusing just on bringing back our tribes and villages and maybe some common sense to our laws. My background is actually in tech. I homeschool my 3 children, and my mom is a retired public school teacher. All of that, along with this New York Times bestseller, which focuses on why device-based childhoods are harming kids, have inspired the microschool bill proposal that I'm bringing to you today. But what is a microschool? A microschool takes the personalized, quick way of learning that homeschoolers have mastered, and it marries it to the real-world project-based group learning that makes learning really, really fun, considerably less expensive. Most microschools actually charge $10,000 or less per year for tuition, and most importantly, they eliminate almost all of their students' anxiety. Microschools have 150 students or less, can exist as full-time schools, homeschool hybrids where the students come in 2 to 4 days per week, or home-based pods with 20 students or less. As a homeschooler, I'm seeing families on the left, the right, and everywhere in between leaving public schools right now for various reasons. But their finances, even with vouchers, are making private schools still too expensive for them, so they homeschool. But both parents still have to work full-time, and that's when they start looking for the microschools. But then what ends up happening is that government overreaches. When one of these microschools tries to open, and the government makes it nearly impossible for them to exist. What's even sadder is that many of these microschool founders are actually public school teachers or homeschoolers themselves who are trying to make something better for their children. So we would like to see a microschool law passed in Florida that codifies what a microschool actually is. 6 states have already passed something like this, and we would like Florida to be the next one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Hildebrand, and I'm speaking today as a concerned citizen on the behalf of the Lake Pickett Community Association, representing the Lake Pickett Rural Settlement in East Orange County. There's much I'd like to say, but I'll keep it brief. My legislative goal today is to urge you to revisit SB 180 and either repeal it or modify it so it's constitutional and doesn't stall Orange County's progress or other local governments towards responsible, sustainable growth. But my ultimate goal is to remind you that Behind every amendment and signature, there are real people who live with the consequences and the decisions made at the state capitol. I know you face pressures from all sides, but if working parents and community volunteers can read the fine print and follow the paper trails, so can our elected leaders. Last-minute additions, even with good intentions, create loopholes that devastate communities. In the case of SB 180, just 3 words, restrictive or burdensome, have already led to 2 counties losing their comprehensive land plans, lawsuits, countless lawsuits filed by developers, and 2 constitutional challenges against the state itself. I've seen it firsthand as a resident involved with the second lawsuit alongside 1,000 Friends of Florida. It's clear that what couldn't get passed through earlier bills like SB 118, 1080 found its way into SB 180. I'm here today to show you that real residents with no means or motive are still showing up, doing the unpaid work to defend what's right. It's getting harder when decisions seem to prioritize power over people. From Tallahassee's overrides of local authority to questionable land deals and appointments, Floridians are losing faith, and I don't want to lose mine. As a kid, I looked up to elected officials as role models, and now as an adult, I ask you to prove that my faith wasn't misplaced. Thank you for your time, and please help us protect the integrity of our communities, restore trust in our state government, and reconsider SB 180. Thank you.
Thank you. So then our next speakers will be Eric Grimmer, Kate Wallace, Genesis Robinson, Bryce Machino, Shamaya Higgins, Jennifer Evans, Jog Milwani, Grace Ann Cabrera, Rene Gomez, Elizabeth Grace, Adam Abuta.
Good afternoon, delegation. My name is Eric Grimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I'm represented by Erica Booth and Senator Coaskamer Smith. Thanks for having me today. I'm also a chapter lead for Orlando YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. For those not aware, we are a pro-housing organization that advocates for what we call housing abundance to address the affordability crisis that is primarily driven by an imbalance between supply and demand of available homes. For YIMBY, one of our primary goals this upcoming session is also a legislative fix to SB 180. But we come at this from maybe of a bit of a different perspective. Because we support the construction of additional housing, we support growth and development, provided it is the right kind. Orange County's recent updates to its comprehensive plan and land development code, known as Vision 2050 and Orange Code, represent that right kind. YIMBY support these policies for over 2 years because they represent true smart growth and sought to support development by directing it to the areas with the most resources to accommodate it: roads, services, infrastructure, public transit. These are pro-growth plans aiming to provide a more prosperous and affordable Orange County. We need a fix to SB 180 that will allow local communities to pursue smart growth initiatives that will lead to a more resilient and sustainable Florida. Orlando YIMBY is also supporting several housing proposals being offered by a bipartisan coalition that includes the American Enterprise Institute, Americans for Prosperity, and the Florida Housing Coalition. These proposals are meant to address statewide housing supply and affordability by making it easier to build more housing in communities that are already connected to public utilities, such as by allowing smaller starter homes of less than 1,200 square feet lot size, and including allowing housing types that include townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, and ADUs. The bipartisan coalition is also proposing that local governments allow more housing to be built surrounding our public transportation system. One thing we're all trying to do with our public transportation investment is solve traffic congestion. Feeding our public transit ridership by surrounding it with housing will incentivize more residents to switch their mode of travel, freeing up capacity on the existing roadways for those who choose to drive. By surrounding our public transit with potential riders, we can ensure that the investments we do make in public transit, such as into Linked and Sunrail, are more effective and an efficient use of our limited tax dollars. If you'd like to learn more about these proposals, we would love to have a conversation and provide you more information, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Paula, can you assist with the line and allow Diego? You're gonna switch with Diego? Yes. Okay. Sure. I'm so sorry. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bryce Machino. I live on South Bumbee Avenue, 32806. I'm here today to voice my concerns on the direction of the Florida Department of Emergency Management. My concerns started after Hurricane Ian struck South Florida in 2022. Ian was the deadliest hurricane in nearly a century. Of the 149 that were killed, nearly 2/3 were over the age of 65, continuing a trend where the oldest die in the highest rates during hurricanes. After similar tragedies, government agencies would review what caused these failures to protect citizens and find ways to improve. At this time, however, FDEM was spending tax dollars flying migrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. The following year, they oversaw the expansion of the unauthorized alien transport program. Instead of designing programs to help evacuate elderly or investigate county evacuations plans, FDM strayed from its core humanitarian mission into a political one, culminating in building and running a $500 million concentration camp in the Everglades. A disaster is when a hazard interacts with a vulnerable population. Storm surge is a hazard. Wildfires are a hazard. Immigrants are not a hazard. They are people worthy of respect. Effective emergency management relies on the trust of communities. Emergency management is not law enforcement. Immigrant populations can be among the most vulnerable during disasters, and FDN being openly hostile to them will result in more deaths as people avoid evacuating to shelters. With the systematic destruction of FEMA on the federal level, I believe Florida is wholly unprepared for the next disaster. Every dollar and every minute FDEM diverts from its proper role puts us all at risk. I ask that the legislatures here use all their powers, not only in the budget, but in oversight and investigation to return FDEM to its proper role in humanitarian response. It is within your power to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce.
First, I want to start off by saying thank you, representatives, for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Shemaya Higgins, and my zip code is 32805. I am 17 years old, and I attend Jones High School. I have been a part of the Project Cultural Arts program for 11 years now. When I first started off, I was very shy, but the program has inspired me in many ways by allowing me to get out my comfort zone, get out my shell. I first started by attending dance, theater, step, piano, and even spoken word. The program's main purpose is to allow and help kids that may not be in after-school programs or who parents can't watch them or help them with their work after school. The program is completely free, which is a huge help to parents. The program has also helped my parents watch me grow into the young woman that I am today. Another add-on that I will say is that this program, one big takeaway that I will say this program is that you can give back to the community that helped raise you. For example, I'm a 2-year youth ambassador and a 3-year junior camp counselor. And what I also want to say is I want to ask you guys to continue supporting this program and supporting the kids of Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question, and I think that we have also a senator that wants to make a comment. So where do we have, I visited you, yes, it's amazing. I believe in the program. So, but where do we have this program available right now?
We have, so far, what I know, we have 3 different sites. We have one in Boca Club Apartments, Hollowbrook, and Palm Grove.
That is, which district?
It's
Which school belongs to that site, high school?
328, I think it's 12, 08, and 05.
It's a neighborhood, not a school.
Yeah, but where does the neighborhood, where do the neighborhoods belong? In which district?
But it's like mostly like Boca Club, just the Jones High School area. Some of the areas also would include Washington Shores Elementary. What's that school over there? Hollowbrook. You have
Mercy Drive.
And like the schools in Mercy Drive area as well.
Perfect.
Ivy Lane and
Carver and all those places.
Love the program. I saw the leaders at the program are very, very engaged, very committed, and they are from the same area as well. Love it. I would love to have it in my district as well. So I'm just asking because I'm looking to enhance my district with these great programs. So thank you so much for sharing your story. Very inspiring. Very proud of you. So we have here our Senator Lavon Bracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very familiar with the program. The entire program is in my district, all of the sites. Question for you. Annually, ONIC Prodigy used to have a annual showcase at the Dr. Phillips Center. Is that still happening?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, I'm Tom Hope, speaking on behalf of Jennifer Evans of United Arts of Central Florida, 32804. So I am here to, like my friend Chris Brown from Orlando Family Staged, here to preach to the choir and ask about for a reinstatement of state arts funding, or rather investment, because I'd invite you to think about the arts beyond its impact on our quality of life, which is substantial, and consider the ways it strengthens our economy, drives tourism, improves our children's academic performance, and provides essential benefits to our seniors. The arts account for 9,400 jobs in this region, $500 million in economic impact annually. We are, after all, a region built on the creative industry and the power of imagination. Arts attendees drive revenue to local businesses. In Orange County, they spend an average of $36 per person per event beyond the ticket. For non-locals, that's $57, which goes to the next point. Arts and culture are tourism drivers. Arts travelers stay longer, spend more. On children in the arts, the data is clear. Students engaged in the arts have higher GPAs, standardized test scores, college-going rates, and lower dropout rates across socioeconomic groups. Studies have shown programs for seniors in the arts improve cognitive function, reduce anxiety, depression, loneliness. As the state has scaled back its investment in the arts, local nonprofits have cut staff and programming. That means fewer cultural experiences for visitors, fewer programs for seniors, fewer sparks of inspiration in the classroom, and ultimately a reduction in economic impact and quality of life. I believe I represent not only United Arts, but you and the majority of the citizens when I say we need your continued leadership to ensure arts funding is restored, not merely for art's sake, but for our community's sake. When we make more art possible, art makes more possible for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and delegates. My name is Yog Malwani, Orlando 32835. Here to ask about care. The 3.7 million caregivers in Florida trying to balance every day with their life. About 40% are men. I'm one of them. For the past 9 years, I've cared for my mother with Parkinson's and dementia. The value of unpaid caregiving in Florida is enormous, over $61 billion a year. That's 4.5% of our GDP, state GDP. Yet caregiving takes a toll with over $2 billion in healthcare costs due to stress and burnout. And I'm here today to talk about this on behalf of Usha Tiwari, who you heard from earlier, the founder about Ask for Care, a grassroots campaign for caregiver health. Usha and I share a journey that many Floridians live quietly every day, caring for loved ones. As a son, I never imagined I'd become a caregiver to my mother. But when that moment arrived, I showed up, rolled up my sleeves, figured out, and stayed strong. And yet, in all these years, 9 years and going, sitting in doctor's offices, juggling work and life, not one provider or my provider asked me, "Are you a caregiver?" That one simple question can change everything. The Ask About Care campaign calls for just that. Are you a caregiver? In physician intake forms, hospital forms, and pharmacy screening. This can help in various different ways. In the interest of the time, I'm going to cut it short and move forward to some bullet points that I'm going to skip that we'll provide to you via email. This is a compassionate, common sense solution to a growing crisis. Florida has the opportunity to lead the nation by becoming the first caregiver-friendly state. So today, on behalf of Usha and every caregiver, we ask for your support to make this simple question a standard part of care. Because when we ask about care, everyone wins. We appreciate Representative Anna Eskamani and Rita Harris's communication on this matter and hope all of you will jump on board. We welcome your ideas and any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair, can I add something real quick?
Of course, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to both Usha and Yogi for your work on this. And as a caregiver for my mom when I was just 10, 11, 12 years old, I know how heavy that responsibility is and how difficult it is. And oftentimes we forget about taking care of the caregiver. And so this simple question to be integrated into a conversation that you have with your medical provider, it just seems like a no-brainer to make sure that as caregivers you have the support that you need to maintain the support of your loved one. I just want to acknowledge, too, that caregivers are a huge asset to the state. You mentioned the economic impact. But when we think about our nursing shortages and just our medical practitioner shortages and also the desire for someone to age in place versus being in an institutional environment, all of that is smart economically, and it's also smart for that quality of life. So just thank you for your leadership on it.
Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair, share one more statistics. There's 10,000 to 12,000 baby boomers turning 65 every day. So the numbers I shared are only going one way. That's this way. So if we don't take care about this, as Senator Smith earlier called something else a tsunami, I was watching online, this is a tsunami on steroids.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, York.
Good afternoon, members of the delegation. My name is Grace Cabrera. I live in 32828, represented by Senator Smith and Representative Booth. As a retired teacher from Orange County Public Schools, I am concerned that many laws that have passed recently restrict districts and teachers from providing a robust public education. Our schools are underfunded, overburdened, and increasingly politicized. I ask that you oppose any efforts to privatize education through unchecked charter school expansion without accountability and continuation of unlimited voucher programs. We must return local control to school districts. We must repeal the banning of books in our schools. By restricting access to books, we stifle our children's ability to receive information, various viewpoints, and experiences that form critical thinking. Students learn from the events of the past, and they learn from exposure to inclusive curricula that reflect truth and honor Florida's rich mix of cultures. As a state, we must oppose any legislation that restricts Florida students from a variety of information needed to develop fully educated citizens. We also need to keep our schools safe by enacting laws that control access to guns. Last session, extremist Republicans tried to lower the firearm purchase age from 21 to 18, reversing a bipartisan victory over the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Thankfully, that did not pass, and it should not be reconsidered. We do need to reconsider the expansion of the state's cap law into a comprehensive, secure storage law, which will keep guns out of the hands of minors. Guns are the second leading cause of death among children and teens in Florida. In Florida, an average of 229 teens and children are killed by guns every year. These staggering numbers are preventable. Thank you for your time and your commitment to your constituents.
Thank you, Grace.
Good afternoon to the delegation, and thank you for having me. My name is Elizabeth Grace. I live in 34761, so I am happy to be represented in the House by Representative Rayshawn Young, and I am extraordinarily happy to be represented in the Senate by Senator LaVon Bracey Davis. Having said that, I thank each of you for what you do in your respective areas. Probably unsurprisingly, I am here in very strong support of the Harry T. Moore and Harriet V. Moore Florida Voter Rights Act. It is imperative that this is seen for what it is, and that is a nonpartisan issue. That no matter Republican or Democrat or independent, one thing you have in common is that you were all elected by your constituency to serve your constituency. And so it is imperative among us that we open the avenues to exercise our voting rights and not close it. It is a cornerstone of democracy that the voices of the citizens are heard and represented by those that we elect and send to, whether it's City of Orlando, Orange County, or State of Florida, or federally. We rely on you to be our voice, and we do that at the ballot box. And it should be able to be exercised without obstruction. And so I encourage everyone, no matter your political party, to support and pass the Florida Voter Rights Act, named for Harry T. Moore and Harriet V. Moore. In that same vein, I also urge everyone to reject mid-decennial redistricting. It is unnecessary and it is unconstitutional according to Florida Constitution. And it has been shown not to be in the will of the majority of the Florida constituency. So I urge each of you to reject any thing that might restrict people's voice being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We have one question from our Senator Smith.
Senator Smith.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Elizabeth. I just want to make a comment and say that I will be proudly co-sponsoring the Harry T. and Harriet V. Moore Florida Voting Rights Act, not only because I know that it is important policy that we need to move forward, but also to do it in honor of your late mother, Senator Geraldine Thompson. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Our next speakers will be Sophia Glover from Central Florida Regional Director, Florida Rising, Heidi Harn, Communications, Social Media Director, National Organization for Women Orlando, Nicole Grabner, One Voice Coalition, Carol Guggin, Chair, Florida Council on Arts and Culture, Christina Haiti, Justice Impacted Veterans, Laura Buitrago, Individual Artist, Sean Crumpacker, Christian Phelps, Juan Varela, Committee Chair, UCF Student Government, and Rosaline Clouden, Pine Hills Community.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Abuta, 200 Northeast 1st Avenue, Pompano. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I am here today on behalf of MGage Florida to express deep concern about HB 31, HB 119, and HB 111. HB 31 hands government officials the power to dictate political and cultural language. By banning the internationally recognized term West Bank and replacing it with Judea and Samaria, this bill effectively privileges one political narrative over another and silences the language used by international bodies, human rights organizations, scholars, and the families who live there. This measure will chill academic freedom, restrict how educators, researchers teach and publish, and limit reporters' ability to report accurately. When state law prescribes which historical and cultural terms are acceptable, we set a dangerous precedent that erodes free expression and deepens divisions in our communities, particularly among American Arab and Muslim residents who already face heightened scrutiny and hostility. HB 119 targets a single faith by allowing courts to void contracts referencing Sharia. This undermines religious liberty, civil autonomy, affecting marriage agreements, wills, estate plans. This is not a theoretical limitation on doctrine. It is a direct curtailment of civil contract autonomy and religious liberty. Tailoring civil law to stigmatize one faith undermines religious neutrality, damages trust in government fairness, and sends a message of exclusion to Floridian Muslims and faith communities across Orange County. HB 111 raises concerns about vague enforcements that could chill free speech and civic engagement. Condemning anti-Semitism and combating all forms of hate are essential. However, laws must do so without infringing First Amendment rights or enabling uneven enforcements. Laws written or applied in ways that elevate protections for one group by limiting the rights of others will not build lasting community trust. They will deepen mistrust and fear across our diverse communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Grabner. I am, I think, an interloper. I'm sorry. I'm from Brevard County, but I know many of you here, so I hope that it's okay to come speak with you tonight. I want to thank the Orange County delegation for your time this afternoon, as well as your staff, for all their hard work, not only in putting this event together, but for everything they do to help our community and families. So thank you. I am a disabled veteran and mother of 2 autistic children. I am the founder of One Voice Brevard and a board member of the One Voice Coalition, as well as the Autism Society of Florida. There has been a lot of national conversation surrounding autism lately, and I'm grateful if this interest can help us spur advances which are desperately needed. My children represent different sides of the spectrum, but I often refer to them as opposites of the same coin. The reason this is important to know is because while many have heard about autism, understanding the spectrum of differences and supports needed varies from one child to another. For example, with one child, I might be dealing with replacing hurricane impact windows, which were chipped during a tantrum, and another which had to overcome a panic attack for feeling overwhelmed and embarrassed during public speaking. Our families need help, and this struggle isn't aided by difficulty in accessing the supports and services that we need. Currently, there are at least 3 different definitions of autism in Florida statutes that I was able to find. My request today is that the delegation help me and families like mine with standardizing the legal definition of autism across all state statutes. Some of these definitions have not been updated in over 30 years. I would like your help with updating these to reflect and match the current DSM. I feel it is important for our rules to reflect the actual diagnosis because doctors diagnose, agencies do not. To this end, I have drafted a bill which I entitled Sienna's Chance Act, which is in House bill drafting after my daughter, in hopes that we can build a unified definition of autism and demand that our agencies respect clinical diagnosis. Thank you.
I have a question for you. Do you have any draft, you said?
Yes, ma'am. It's in House bill drafting. Representative Brackett is my representative, and he submitted it for me. I believe Representative Maggard is interested in working on this, and I'm still seeking a Senate sponsor as well.
Perfect. So I think that you can reach out to us as well in case you need any type of co-sponsorship, or in case you need somebody to file it. Sometimes they have to change their strategies. So let us know. I think that everybody agrees with me.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Honorable members of the Orange County, Florida delegation, my name is Carol Hanley-Goggin. I'm a member and current chair of the Florida Council on Arts and Culture. Thank you so much for allowing me to come speak and stand before you with a clear and powerful message. Investing in the arts is investing in Florida's future. First, thank you for your support last year for the restoration of state arts and culture funding. Your efforts made a real difference, and today I'm asking for you to stand with us once again. Florida's nonprofit arts and culture sector continues to face many challenges. Despite recent setbacks such as state vetoes, reduced funding, and the elimination of public art programs, our organizations do continue to thrive, creating and serving our communities. There are a total of 803 matching grant applications totaling approximately $74 million, some still needing to be reviewed. 51 grants here in Orange County for a total of $5.6 million of an ask. These funds make a difference right here in Orange County. Organizations like the Orlando Science Center, Orlando Family Stage, Crialdi School of Art, Orlando Ballet, the Orlando Philharmonic, and so many more will benefit by supporting and funding these cultural development drivers. These investments spark tourism, boost local economies, support education, support jobs, and foster a strong sense of community pride. However, we are at risk of losing critical gains. Many organizations face instability due to sudden changes in state guidelines and rising costs. The uncertainty around state funding in 2026 can disrupt arts programs across the county. We urge you to continue to support arts funding, remain engaged with the future funding recommendations, and be cautious of legislation that could harm the arts grant eligibility. In closing, arts and culture are not a luxury. They are essential infrastructure, and I urge you today to support the funding at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question from our Senator Smith.
Thank you so much, Carol, for your advocacy and also for your service on the Arts Council. We heard earlier from speakers who talked about how the application process has not even yet begun. I was just alerted to this actually last week, and I'd like to connect with you maybe perhaps offline to try to find out more about exactly why they have not started meeting. I don't know if you have discretion over that or if that is controlled by the Department of State. But also I know that there are some proposed guideline changes that I serve on the Joint Administrative Procedures Committee, where rules are often codified or at least there's oversight there. So I don't know if you can shed any light on what's going on, but I'm kind of confused and would like to certainly get some insights from you, even if that's offline as well, to see what we can do to move things along.
Thank you. I don't have any insights right here. I am also, it's frustrating. I'm trying to get underneath it so that I can move forward. I'm hearing from a lot of our arts and culture organizations that are frustrated that the panels for general program support and the cultural, that they haven't happened yet. I'm told that they will happen ahead of the legislative session, but I don't have concrete details on that today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Senator Bracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but you know, you and I share a passion, and also I too was the chair of the Florida Council on Arts and Culture, and it was just probably 4 or 5 years ago, but it seems like a totally different world now. And so I echo what Senator Smith has said. If you could tell us how to best advocate what we need to be doing to ensure that, especially Central Florida, when you say over half of the grants are Central Florida, we want to make sure that those grants are funded. So once you do get word on what the next step is, let us know so that we can use our platform and our microphone to help, because we know how important it is and the work that you all are doing. So just one more question for facilities. Have those grants been reviewed yet?
Yes.
So the big $500,000 grants, those have been reviewed. Have they been ranked?
They have been ranked. They were reviewed by the council earlier this month at our annual meeting, and they have been ranked.
Thank you.
Yes, we have our representative, Ana Escamani.
Yeah.
I just want to echo, of course, everyone's gratitude for your leadership and the overwhelming support that our delegation across party line shows for arts and culture funding. In addition to just keeping us posted on the status of meetings in the process, I was curious, I know we allocated in the previous budget, this year's budget, about, I think it was $1 million for the America 250 type of projects. Was there any update on who was awarded those projects? I'm not sure what engagement you've had on that, but I'd love to hear in Central Florida, who received those projects for America 250.
I don't have an update for you, but I will get one and send it right over to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Heedy, and I appear before you as a Florida constituent, a pre-law student, and the loved one of a justice-impacted veteran. I'm asking for your support on a matter of importance to both myself and the veteran community as we approach the 2026 legislative session. My loved one, Kyle, served in the United States Army and is currently fulfilling a 25-year sentence. His entanglement with the justice system could have been prevented had he received timely support from his family and the Department of Veteran Affairs. The absence of intervention continues to have devastating consequences for veterans, their families, and our communities. While Kyle serves his sentence, I, along with many other loved ones, serve a parallel sentence too. We face overpriced calls, commissary costs, and the continuous pain of separation. Not because we broke a law, but because we support, love, and care for our justice-impacted veterans. This is a burden imposed by circumstance, not by choice, and it is shared by thousands of others. While veteran courts exist, their scope is limited. It is crucial to expand these provisions to include all charges and veterans currently incarcerated, honoring their service and their sacrifices. To address this, I drafted the Veterans Second Look Act, which would establish a judicial review process for veterans who have achieved rehabilitation while incarcerated. Judges, with input from an independent committee and Department of Corrections, can reassess eligible veterans, where appropriate, permit supervised, monitored release for veterans meeting strict criteria, including continued mental health, treatment, anger management, and substance abuse programs. This process would affirm their progress and provide meaningful relief to veterans and their families. As you consider the needs of our Florida veterans, I ask you to see the loved ones behind every justice-impacted veteran and sponsor this legislation. Florida's veterans answered the call when our nation needed them. Now I ask you to answer the call for them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Christina.
Good afternoon, senators and representatives. Buenas tardes. My name is Laura Butrago, and I'm an individual artist here in Orlando, Florida. And I am here to ask you today, our legislators, to seek the highest level of funding for the 4 grant programs of the state of Florida, Department of State Division of Arts and Culture. I am so incredibly grateful to be one of the artists that have benefited from the funding. I was awarded the Art and History Museum's residency for a year. I just received the United Arts Individual Artist Grant, which is making possible a really ambitious project that used to be only a dream, and now it's possible thanks to your funding. Not only that, but it's also inspired at least 15 community members, other artists that are also so inspired by the theme of what I work in. So a lot of people kind of disregard the arts sometimes as seeing them as decorative pieces, but the work that I do is about our relationship with the parts of us that we suppress, that we reject, that we're ashamed of, and how we can transform that relationship into something that can bring us together. Right now, our world has so much division and separation that we need to get to the root of that compassion that we have for each other and for ourselves. So this project that I'm taking on is something that is inspiring people from all around the community. I'm talking about local sculptors, carpenters, engineers, people that are helping me with sound and with projections, making it possible to bring this experience to life, because they all can come together and connect with that really core idea of being in a better space with ourselves. So art is so much more than something decorative. It's something that can move us all. And if it weren't for these grants and these opportunities, it would have just stayed a dream. I would have had to work a 9-to-5 job and be doing something that would feel too small for me. You know, these dreams are so important to fund them because we need people to remind us why it's worth living and to dream that big. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you for your time. So you're asking for appropriations to support you, or you're just trying to describe the grants that you're losing and the cuts? Can you?
So I'm asking for the 4 grants to be that are being asked by the Department of the Division of State Arts and Culture for the future artists that are wanting to ask for these grants. You know, there's over 600 applicants, which is the largest number so far. So I would love for other artists to have what I was able to have as well.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Sean Crumpacker. I live at River Park Apartments, zip code 32. Rights organization. I'm here today to urge our representatives to restore access to life-saving, gender-affirming, and reproductive health care. Orange County's constituents overwhelmingly support LGBTQ+ rights and abortion access. At Pride this past weekend, I spoke to multiple parents who are moved to tears at our booth because they are fearful of their child's future under a state government that restricts parents' freedom to make supportive choices about their children's access to life-saving health care or support within the school system. The right-wing party platforms itself on freedom, but when the parent of an LGBTQ+ child wants to support their child's identity, SB 254 prevents a child from accessing hormone replacement therapy, even with parental approval. Despite being ruled as unconstitutional, this bill is still in force due to legal disputes. Prior to this bill, both doctors and registered nurses could provide hormone replacement therapy to consenting adults. Under it, only doctors can prescribe this care, and only after an in-person visit, severely restricting access to gender-affirming care that is vital for trans people's well-being and freedom from discrimination. that access to gender-affirming care at a young age was not a mistake or a danger to myself, but in fact allowed me to thrive, establish a career free from discrimination, and hold agency over my life as a man. This same agency has unfortunately not been afforded to many of my peers, their parents, or other queer Floridians. Our state's right-wing party is more concerned with platforming itself around punishing queer people, women, and immigrants than addressing the very real problems in our state and its reputation, like declining university ratings, rampant unemployment, or the lack of so many vital public services. That said, I know that many of you are on the right side of history. Quality Florida has supported multiple of the representatives before me, and I thank them for their inspiring advocacy. To the rest of you, I ask you to model their examples, and please stand for LGBTQ+ and reproductive rights, as well as the human dignity of all marginalized groups when the legislative session begins in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We have our Senator Smith with a comment.
Thank you, Sean. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you bringing these issues forward. As you know, I'm a big supporter of LGBTQ rights, and as the free state of Florida, which we are often called, I think it's incumbent upon all of us here in the delegation to make sure that people also are free to live their lives without discrimination, without being scapegoated by their government, particularly as the transgender community has repeatedly been the target and has been scapegoated by our state government and now the federal government. And we stand with you, and I'm looking forward to actually co-sponsoring that Healthcare Freedom Act that you had mentioned before that will restore the freedom of parents to make important private medical decisions about their children's health care in consultation with their healthcare provider and doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are really happy that you're endorsing that bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Phelps, and I live in Orlando, 32828. I am an 18-year-old queer registered voter, and from 2021 to this year, I was a recognized and distinguished student journalist at Timber Creek High School. I stand here today to speak against and elaborate on the effects of laws that deny students the dignity of being called their name. When laws force schools to censor students' identities, it doesn't protect adolescents. It strips away the truth of who we are. As editor-in-chief of the yearbook, it was my responsibility to represent every student and moment of the school year. But after Don't Say Gay, the law that banned preferred names and pronouns without parental consent, to uphold the integrity behind my journalistic promise became impossible. My high school yearbook staff now has to verify and invade the privacy of their classmates, all to ensure that quote attributions don't violate any rules. This sends a message to already alone and afraid queer students that their story is not deserving of being told. Orlando was built on diversity, and the stories of workers, families, immigrants, and artists provide a strength that is now home to so many identities. When policy legally permits choosing whose identity is respected, it undermines the promise of this diverse city, and it weakens the trust we have in each other. As a student journalist, an Orlando citizen, and a queer adolescent, I ask that you please vote to preserve the privacy and protection of LGBTQ youth rights in the upcoming legislative session. We all deserve to be fairly represented, and censorship that erases queer students only weakens our school and our schools and our city. Anti-LGBTQ legislation claims to protect children. So as you cast your votes, please consider and remember the children it forgets, the ones who will be erased, the ones who will face the drugs, the disease, and the despair that come when laws tell them that their story doesn't deserve to be told. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. We have a comment from our Senator Smith.
Christian, I just want to thank you and applaud you for your courage. You mentioned you were 18 and you identified yourself as queer in front of a public delegation meeting. When I was 18, I never would have been able to have the courage to do that. So I just want to say congratulations, and I'm proud to represent you in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christian.
Juan Escobar, Winter Haven, Florida, 33AA0. Good afternoon, legislators of Orange County. My name is Juan Escobar, and I stand before you today as a student at the University of Central Florida and student senator serving in the 57th session of the Student Body Senate. Within UCF student government, I serve on the legislative branch on the Government Affairs and Policy Committee. As a committee, we are charged with serving the student body for its legislative priorities that we use to create our advocacy agenda for UCF's student government's Day at the Capitol. This semester, the Government Affairs and Policy Committee has been busy promoting the survey, reviewing state legislation, and informing the student body on relevant local, state, and national issues. Based on responses we've gathered from this year's legislative priority survey, the current most pressing issue to the student body is campus safety, followed by the issue of healthcare. The UCF student government urges you all to support, introduce, and pass legislation that addresses student concerns of public safety on university and college campuses. In the past legislative session, the UCF student body advocated on the policy areas of education, healthcare, civil liberties at the Florida Capitol. Additionally, the previous student body Senate session unanimously passed resolutions advocating for state measures supporting housing affordability, sustainable environmental efforts, and the expansion of SNAP and toll relief for college students. Thank you all for your commitment to public service, and I look forward to seeing this delegation on January 27th for UCF Student Government's Day at the Capitol.
Thank you.
Charge on.
So our next speakers will be Rosalind Clouden, Holy Bayer, Mohammad Idris, David Seagal, Larry Calabreta, Christian Fodenhor, Timothy Ayers, Haiti Bryant, Liz Connor, Ray Prysock, Deidre Bender, Mark Bender, Erica Jacobs, Jessica Doyle, and Lydia Sittler. And if I say it wrong, you just, when you are there, just state your name and your address and correct me with my beautiful accent.
Okay. Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Rosalind Clouden, and this is Dr. Latanya Nichols. And we are residents of Pine Hills. Senator LeBron Bracey Davis and Representative Rashawn Young are our representatives. Thank you all. I am speaking here today on behalf of the Pine Hills Foundation 75th Anniversary Planning Committee, of which Dr. Nichols is the president. Pine Hills is a vibrant, growing community of more than 82,000 residents. Over the years, it has become one of the most culturally diverse and dynamic neighborhoods in Central Florida, with families, business owners, and community leaders working together to shape its future. In 2027, as we mark 75 years of Pine Hills, our goal is to celebrate the people, history, and promise of this community through a year-round calendar of events, including cultural showcases, legacy projects, educational initiatives, and family festivals. We believe that these actions will foster social cohesion and civic responsibility. It will create a sense of belonging and lead to a more vibrant and resilient community and foster community pride. We will uplift the voice and identity of Pine Hills. We have named this event the Pine Hills 75th Jubilee Anniversary. The Pine Hills 75th Jubilee Anniversary is a milestone that not only commemorates our community's rich history and achievements, but also serves as a beacon of hope for future prosperity. This celebration is an opportunity to showcase the resilience and strength of our community while honoring its diverse cultural heritage. By supporting this project, you will be contributing to the continued growth and development of Pine Hills, ensuring a brighter future for all its residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for having
Rosalind.
us.
We have our representative, Young. Will they come in?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ms. Rosalind and Dr. Nichols for being here today. I'm speaking more so to my colleagues than to the community that the Senator and I will be, Senator Bracy Davis and I will be running appropriations for the Pine Hills Community Foundation this upcoming legislative session, and I am asking you, I'm begging you and pleading you to help us support as we push forward some good initiatives, both with a Pine Hills storefront initiative that the Community Council is working on, as well as for the celebration of the 75th Jubilee. And so looking forward to pushing this forward and seeing it across the finish line as we head into this next legislative session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Badenhauer, and I am a constituent of the downtown Orlando zip code 32801. Thank you for listening to the community today. I would like to reiterate the concerns mentioned earlier about trans people accessing medical care. Currently, there is a ban preventing trans people from accessing hormonal treatment that is prescribed by nurse practitioners, requiring patients to see an MD for their care. This is harming patients in our community by creating long wait lists, sometimes extending for months, and also places great strain on trans people to access care in the Orlando area. Patients sometimes have to drive for hours just to receive medical care. Banning trans people from essential care is discriminatory. Nurse practitioners are licensed and able to give specialized care, including hormonal therapies. It is only transgender people who are being excluded from accessing care. I ask you, please consider that everyone has the right to equal treatment under the law, including trans people. Please keep all of your constituents in mind when considering legislation for the upcoming term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian.
Good evening, Orange County Delegation. My name is Timothy Ayers. I'm Executive Director of West Lakes Partnership. I'm a proud resident of the districts that Representative Young and Senator Bracy Davis represent. But for clarification, the organization I'm representing is still in Senator Bracy Davis' district, but it's also in Rep. Bruce Antone's district as well. I'm here today to speak about an issue that Republicans, Democrats, and independent voters should agree about, and that's affordable housing. Across Central Florida, too many working families, teachers, nurses, and first responders are being priced out of the very communities that they serve. Raising rent and limited housing supply are not just social challenges, they're generational barriers. That's why we are asking for your support and advocacy for increased state funding for private-public partnerships in terms of housing initiatives. With consistent state funding, we can accelerate the efforts that my nonprofit has done, revitalizing neighborhoods, creating construction and service jobs, and ensuring that the people who built and serve this community can afford to live in the area that they serve. I want to thank you for your leadership and your commitment to keeping Florida a place where all residents should have the ability to own a home. If you want to solve the problem of homelessness, solve the problem of housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Timothy. We have our Representative Young with a comment or question.
You all put my constituents at the end of the agenda.
You have to do. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Mr. Tim, for the leadership that you have taken with the West Lakes Partnership and all that you all have done in the community for making sure that affordable housing is accessible and available to the constituents. Senator Bracy Davis and I are also supposed to be running an appropriation, and for my colleagues, this is something that is getting support. I'm looking at it right now. Support from both the federal and municipal levels, as well as some other private funding that they are working toward. And so this is just a short, small penny, just a couple $100,000 that they're requesting, and I am hoping that we can have your support as we again make sure that we are able to provide housing to the unhoused and those who can't easily access it.
I thank you, Rep. Young and Senator Bracy Davis and your colleagues on the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Timothy.
Hi, I'm Hattie Bryant, 32789. I'm the author of this book, I'll Have It My Way, which teaches seniors, the seriously ill, and their families how to engage productively with modern medicine. In 2018, my lecture based on this book appeared on most PBS stations. Myself, Dr. Leonard Hawk, veteran palliative care physician, and Meredith Fisher, veteran nurse, are the unpaid lobbyists for this effort we are about. We have nothing to gain personally from our work. We simply know the pain and heartache that is experienced every day as patients' wishes are not respected here in Florida. You have in front of you a page that says, please support patient-directed medical order. The bill is being filed as we speak by Representative Susan Placencia and Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez. It has just returned from draft and will be assigned bill numbers probably this week. Patient-directed medical order provides just-in-time goals of care at the point of care. Technology has made this possible, and the time has come for a patient's wishes to follow the patient. While Florida already has 2 patient self-determination laws, the Advance Directive and the DNRO, many of the seriously ill and frail are not being fully served by these 2 laws. This new law addresses the reasons existing laws often fail. Instructions are not available, and instructions are not respected. With this law, a patient sits with their doctor to create a medical order that clearly states what the patient wants if the patient cannot speak for themselves. This law will create a medical order just like a prescription for a drug. 2, this order will be posted in an online registry and easily updated. 3, this order will be portable and follow the patient, and all medical providers in every care setting in Florida can know how to care for a patient who can no longer speak for themselves. With this modern technology, this modern tool, we can all know, professionals particularly, how we want to be treated if we can't choose for ourselves. This is common sense. Thank you for supporting patient-directed medical order.
Thank you, Haiti.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liz Connor, and I live here in Orlando, Florida, in the Orange County area, 32820. I'm here to represent myself and the organization Save Orange County. I'm here to represent this organization because we are a grassroots community organization promoting sustainable growth, preservation of rural lands, and smart, sustainable growth in the right areas, as was mentioned earlier. In 2024, in November, nearly 75% of Orange County residents voted to establish a rural boundary. That is not in one district. That is bipartisan support. We wanted a rural boundary. We canvassed, we worked the polls, we knocked on the doors, right? And SB 180, as you've heard already from many citizens today, and I'm sure thousands of emails and phone calls to all of your lines, we want that. That is a voter mandate. And so SB 180 seeks to strip not only home rule and local governments, but also voters. That's something we voted for and put our hard work and effort towards. Urban sprawl, as many of you might know or remember, urban sprawl is expensive for taxpayers. It's very cheap for developers. As it was said earlier, they find the cheap lands, the open lands that don't have infrastructure around them, are not supported, and that land is lost forever. So I'm just asking and representing thousands of residents, along with other organizations, to just do everything you can to please, I know many of you are already talking about it, fix Senate Bill 180, but also really be on the watch for where this language is going to show up. It is not going to go away. It is going to come in a different form in different areas. So I just ask you to do that, and thank you again for everything you do.
Thank you, Liz. Don't leave, please. We have our Senator Smith with a comment.
Real quick, I just want to thank Save Orange County, not only for your advocacy in making sure that we hear the message that SB 180 needs to be tackled, addressed amended, repealed, whatever it is that will help us get through this, but also just in your advocacy and making sure that we even got the rural boundary enacted in the first place. This is something that Orange County voters spoke very loudly and very clearly about, and I feel like I lost count of how many people have addressed the delegation today about SB 180, which of course implicates the rural boundary. So just want to say message received and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz.
Hi again. Third time in the last 3 months because everything's on fire.
Right.
My name is Erica Jacobs, Winter Garden 34787. And first of all, as the decibels of the disenchanting discourse from DeSantis ring in my ears about how none of us need health care, I would like to encourage all of you that that is not the case. I am speaking on myself, behalf of my friends, my neighbors, and my community. We have trans citizens that need hormones. We have diabetics that need insulin. We have men that need prostate exams. And while my breasts are ample and fantastic, they could also kill me without regular mammograms and screenings. Every citizen here has something that they're going to need medically this year, and under our current system, takes them several months to get through insurance to treat and address. So please do everything that you can within your powers to stop any bills, any legislation, anything that is going to hurt the health of our citizens. And second, please continue to fight and help remove our concentration camps. I cannot stop coming here until I know that my friends and neighbors, every immigrant, every citizen of our state and our country is safe to be here and will not disappear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegation. My name is Jessica Doyle. I live at 11012 Hub Plaza, 28626. I'm a senior studying political science at the University of Central Florida, and I'm here today to represent the youth voice calling for a safe, affordable, and resilient Florida. As the Sunshine State, Florida should be leading the clean energy movement. We need local leaders like you to stand up for what's best for our communities. Clean, affordable energy, and strong local decision-making. We need our leaders to support PSC reform and help Floridians in their increasing utility bills. Our generation is paying attention, and we're ready to work alongside you to build a better future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. The next speakers will be Chloe Daughtry, Elizabeth Neville, Douglas Coleman, Flynn Dobbs, Andrea Montañez, Lady Amador, Farah Al-Jalad, Julia Calarossi, Alejandro Garcia, Julie Kent, Angela Hinton.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Thornton, and I'm a 17-year-old resident of Orlando, Florida, residing at 5542 Donnelly Circle. Florida is lackluster in our efforts to adopt renewable energy. Did you know that only 10% of energy in our Sunshine State comes from renewables? Comparing this to states like Nevada, Oklahoma, and New Mexico that are all well above 40%. This shows we really have some work to do. I understand that it may be difficult to make this change, but here are some ways we can implement these necessary changes. Bills come across your table very frequently, pushing towards a brighter, renewable future that are vetoed. Senate Bill 180, which I spoke about earlier this year, stripped away local rights from my fellow constituents and I. Florida is a state that leads the way, and although it may be difficult, you need to invest in renewables and steer clear of fossil fuels. Fossil fuels harm our environment by emitting greenhouse gases that trap heat. Say no to fossil fuels and do your part in preserving our environment, starting with preserving our Sunshine State.
Thank you, Jason.
Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Doherty. I'm a resident of Orange County in Winter Garden 34787. I'm here representing the Florida Springs Council, a nonprofit organization focused on protecting and restoring Florida springs. Here in Orange County, we are lucky to have rock springs right in our backyards and other national treasures like Wekiwa Springs and the springs of the Ocala National Forest just a short drive and adventure away. Florida Springs are a unique gem offering popular recreational opportunities for Orange County residents, and I ask that you continue to advocate for our wonderful springs during the 2026 legislative session. Springs restoration is typically allocated $50 million each year, which is the minimum amount allowable under Florida statutes. Unfortunately, at this funding rate, 26 out of 30 outstanding Florida springs continue to suffer harm, pollution continues to increase, and springs flows continue to decline across the state. I ask that you support increased funding for springs restoration in the 2026-2027 Florida budget. I also ask for your support of Ocklawaha River restoration. Lake Apopka here in Orange County is the headwaters of the Harris Chain of Lakes, which flows into the Ocklawaha River. Breaching the Rodman Dam, creating a free-flowing Ocklawaha will be a boost for the economy, creating more recreational opportunities for all Floridians, and it will open critical warm water habitat for manatees that is essential as other warm water habitats see a continued loss of vegetation. For the last 2 years, the Florida Springs Council has worked with our conservation partners to keep local plastic and other container regulations in place to keep trash out of our waterways. Thank you for your support of home rule and local regulations to keep our communities clean and safe. This year, I would like to see more opportunities for local governments to expand plastic regulations. For example, Senate Bill 240, which was just filed last week, is good common sense legislation that would protect our environment, people, home rule, and businesses across Florida. I hope that you will continue to safeguard Florida springs and conservation lands to benefit our local economy, increase recreational opportunities, and defend Florida's water and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Neville. I am the Director of Environmental Law and Policy with Save the Manatee Club, and I am also a resident of Winter Park 32789. I'm a constituent of Ana Escabani and Senator Jason Brodeur. Thank you both so much for your leadership on environmental issues. Save the Manatee Club is here to firstly encourage you to support restoration of the Indian River Lagoon to the greatest extent possible. Seagrass loss in the lagoon caused a record-breaking unusual mortality event from 2020 to 2022, whereby hundreds of manatees starved to death. We applaud the state's ongoing commitment to IRL restoration, especially Governor DeSantis' award of $100 million by 2023 executive order. We hope to see this good work continue by ramping up funding, cross-sector and agency collaboration, and supporting sensible pollution regulation to restore this important economic and environmental resource. Secondly, we urge you to galvanize restoring the Ocklawaha River by breaching the dam, blocking its natural connection to the Silver and St. Johns rivers. This is the most impactful available project to restore natural habitat for manatees, and it is urgently needed to ensure manatees' future survival. Presently, thousands of manatees, over 60% of the population, rely on warm water discharges from artificial sources like power plants to survive the winter. Many power plants will soon change their technology to systems that do not discharge warm water, some as soon as within the next few years. Manatees cannot wait for alternative habitat. Reuniting these rivers will provide manatees with unimpeded access to Florida's largest springs, Silver Springs, and the 20 lost springs of the Ocklawaha River. Thirdly, we hope you will support the right of Florida communities to protect their local environments without state government overreach. Preemption laws, such as existing plastic preemption and last session's SB 180, have harmed the abilities of communities to protect their environments according to their local needs. So yes, please support SB 240 as mentioned. Finally, we urge you to appropriately regulate and resource manatee and habitat management activities. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hi, my name is Douglas Coleman, Oxalis Avenue. I don't have such a finely polished speech. These are incredible speakers here. I'm just touching base on an issue that a lot of Floridians face when it comes to motor vehicle repair. There's a prolific amount of fraud and issues that go on, and it's allowed to continue because the law is actually vague compared to other states like Michigan. If you look at the enforcement mechanisms of these states, it's a little more clear. And I've spent a lot of time with Linda Stewart's staff. I've spent time with the state attorney's office in Lake County. I've dealt with a number of agencies within the state of Florida, and I've gotten nowhere on a case of my own. And I've, over the course of several years, met numerous people that have been through similar circumstances. Even just a few weeks ago, I had somebody play a bait and switch with a friend on a repair that had to do with parts that were stated. It's a long story, but the point is these people don't have to be compliant. And when the state comes at them for compliance and tells them they have to be compliant, there's really no requirement to even respond. They don't have to be bothered. And it's something that it affects a lot of people. And there are no advocacy groups out there that I've been able to reach out to. I haven't been able to find anybody that can actually engage this issue on a level that matters. So I'm here today to try to get you guys to understand that there needs to be a modification of the Motor Vehicle Act in order to facilitate a more appropriate mechanism for enforcement. So, and if you need details, of course, I can email all of you. And some of you I have. Some of you actually have my emails. So, and the work that some of you have done have actually helped me. So, I do appreciate it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Chair, if I can ask this a quick.
Of course. Douglas, please don't leave.
If you could definitely just do a follow-up email too, so no pressure.
Absolutely.
But I'd love to learn more about the specific fraud happening. Is it with the certified parts? Is it with insurance companies?
There's a number of different mechanisms that are used by people. But regardless, the main thing is compliance with the Motor Vehicle Act and the registration requirements. And the way that they're supposed to follow through with their business obligations. States like Michigan have a very clear and defined way that you're supposed to do things, and if you don't comply, they will show up at your door.
Mm-hmm.
Here in Florida, it's optional.
And what agency is the enforcement?
Right now, the Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
So, and I was actually told by one of their agents that, in my case, maybe the guy didn't know that he had to be compliant, but I'm not sure that that's how that works.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, senators and representatives. If you look closely, you will determine that I am not Flynn Dobbs. My name is Jim Hobart. I am proudly represented by Senator Smith and Representative Escamani in 32801. I've lived in downtown since the early 1980s. I've been self-employed commercial artist for over 30 years. I've had more than 40 full-time employees and countless part-timers and subcontractors during that time, all of whom have housed, clothed, and fed themselves and their families, thanks, at least in part, to their jobs in the arts. We live in a region which is nearly 500,000 people are employed by corporations built on arts and entertainment. The efforts of all those artists is why tourists account for $94.5 billion in annual impact in the Central Florida economy. I would like to follow up on the things that Carol Goggin, Chris Brown, and Tom Hope said, that arts are infrastructure. Funding the arts makes smart financial sense. In addition to making our world brighter, the arts funding provides measurable return on investment. As an example, the largest nonprofit arts event in Central Florida currently, the annual Immerse Festival, receives $1 million a year from the county. And thanks to all of you who are involved in that. According to the study by Americans for the Arts, it has a total economic impact to our region of $3.3 million. Additionally, Immerse supports 109 full-time jobs and 1,400 artists over the weekend of the event. These people pay their rent, they buy their groceries, they pay their childcare, they go out to restaurants, and they pay their taxes based on those incomes. The arts make our communities more attractive, our buildings more colorful, our parks more interesting, and our lives more enjoyable. But they also make smart financial sense, returning way more than invested to our county, our region, and our state. The smart money is on the arts. Please invest our dollars wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir. We have Representative Young.
Yeah, just a comment. And thank you, Jim, for being here. I remember the first time I met you was when I worked for the senator at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, and I 100% agree with you. The senator, while serving in the House, made a great statement about art. She said, "Earth without art is just eh," and that is so true. That is so true. And as we have said, this delegation has historically been kind to the arts space,
Absolutely.
and I think we will continue to do just that. So thank you.
Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much.
Good evening. How are y'all? My name is Lady Amador, 355 North Rosalind Ave. Still remembering it. Only been in Orlando for a little bit, but thank you guys for having us today. I come on behalf of Florida Student Power. We're a youth-led organization that focuses and centers young and Black and marginalized communities within the state of Florida. I am proudly a Cuban immigrant and have the privilege to serve our democracy campaign. Specifically why I'm here, right? And a lot of our community members have shared their concerns with the current redistricting that is happening. I know a few folks are on the board for the House of Representatives, so we really want you guys to push back on that and make sure that we have fair maps. Our communities have been impacted for a very long time, and their voting rights are always restricted. Once we lose our rights, it's not easier to gain them back. We just lose them completely. So we want to make sure that we're cutting this right now, and this is not a party issue. Both parties, both people in our communities are going to be impacted. Republican majority does not want redistricting to happen. So this is something that's going to impact all Floridians. Also want to amplify that we want to focus on the Florida Voting Rights Act. We want to make sure that voting is accessible on all college campuses. Early voting is something that we're really pushing for. We also want to ensure that the right to shift our Constitution is protected, right? We saw HB 1205 last year on constitutional amendments, and I've met with supervisor of election offices that are saying that they don't know how this is going to impact the process in their offices, and we've seen ballot initiatives that have had to stop because of the cost and the burden this has caused. So we really want to see if there's a possibility to amplify and make it easier for ballot initiatives to pass and really, really protect democracy within the state of Florida. Our young people want to push for this, and we want to ensure that voting is protected. I really appreciate voting, being in a country that I can execute it. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Julia. I live in Orlando. My zip code is 32826. And today I'd like to talk about the 287G agreement and the lack of due process in our immigration system. For those in the room who don't know, the 287G agreement allows police departments to be trained by ICE to perform specific immigration enforcement procedures, like identifying and apprehending people to be deported. As a UCF alumni, finding out that UCF has signed on to this agreement has been more than disappointing. The UCF PD now has the ability to be trained to stop and question students about their immigration status, a guarantee for racial profiling and mistreatment of students. As someone who has the privilege to never be questioned on my status, every single student should be able to feel the same, to learn without the fear of being disappeared. ICE presence destroys the trust between students and campus authorities, making students afraid to report crimes, seek counseling, or access basic services. It is not a requirement for universities to sign on to this agreement. It is a voluntary agreement, and Florida is the only state in the country where public universities have signed on to it. This shows that university administrations prioritizes politics over the safety of their students. The public deserves to know, was this deal made for funding, political pressure, or other incentives? People are being taken by masked enforcers and their families have no idea where they are. Here in Florida, at the Everglades detention camp, there are serious questions of how this site is protecting any semblance of due process. Considering the horrific conditions that have been reported and the hundreds of detainees that have been reported missing from the Everglades camp, many of whom did not have access to due process. I'm here asking my legislators to please publicly denounce the 287G agreement on universities, publicly clarify 287G is not mandated by law, add legislation that protects migrant communities from abuses of power, and please offer support to migrant youth facing these situations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may. Thank you. I want to say thank you for your advocacy, and I will state it publicly now. No local government is required to enter a 287G agreement. Governor Ron DeSantis' own lawyers admitted that in court. No university should be partnering with ICE and 287G. And our office and other offices continue to support, whether it's DACA, whether it's our Dreamers, whether it's families that are undocumented, who've committed no crimes. As a reminder, your status is an issue of civil, not criminal law. And we'll do everything we can to support our diverse community, including all of our immigrants. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speakers will be Alejandro Garcia, Julie Kent, Dylan Lovings, Jocelyn Santo.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ortiz. I'm here with Jocelyn Santos and Dr. Maria Sanchez. Again, good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the delegation. We represent the Florida ACN Primary Care Network. Today, I want to bring attention to a critical issue that threatens the healthcare access for thousands of Floridians. One we can still prevent if we act now. The federal HRSA, that is the Health Resource and Service Administration, designation determines where's the area of critical needs for physicians that serve. These areas are being withdrawn across much of the state of Florida. If this continues, by July 2026, hundreds of physicians could lose their authorization to practice under the Florida ACN framework, even though they meet all the professionals and clinical standards. These physicians serve our seniors, veterans, and working families. Losing them will mean fewer primary care options and greater strain on hospital and emergency rooms, leading to higher costs and preventing conditions. We have a proposal that doesn't create a new law or remove oversight. It simply replaces the federal geometric restriction with a practice-based model, allowing physicians to continue serving with registered primary care entities under state supervision. This reform protects access to care, prevents unnecessary costs, and allows medical corporations and MSOs to continue expanding the services across the state. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment with Florida patients and physicians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was the last speaker to pre-register. We will now move on to the non-agenda speakers. Are there any more speaker submissions this afternoon? So we have Lori Forrester, Sarah German, Maria Mass, Edward Mass, Connie Edson, Terry Falvo, Mark Morin, Susan Geller, Ron Rokoff, Tracy Blue.
My name is Lori Forster. I live in Winter Garden, Florida. Florida is not a one-size-fits-all state, and in the past several years, including this year for 2026, the amount of legislation passed and proposed targeting and dramatically limiting our ability for home rule is increasing, and most recently what was passed was SB 180. SB 180 ties the hands of our local government, keeps our elected officials from doing their constitutional duty to ensure safety, security, and the well-being of their constituents. Any preemptive legislation that goes similar to this should be opposed and rejected. As you're reviewing the legislation, please flag and oppose language that states prohibits local governments from, or prohibits local land development regulations from, or anything that prohibits or limits local governments from governing their area. With all due respect, development regulations, patterns, smart growth should be left to those who know and understand the issues and operates in the best interest of the residents, which is our local government, versus developers who operate in the best interest of their own bank accounts. When SB took away local government's control and handed it to developers, they never considered the negative impacts that it would have on the residents of the area. Please care about us. Please stop preemptions to gain favor with developers and re-empower local governments with what SB 180 took away. Please oppose HB 105 and 208 and any similar legislation that prohibits or limits local governments and home rule. Please propose corrective language for the 2026 legislative session prior to December 1st to remove sections 18 and 28 from SB 180 and give development power back to the local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Lori, I want to say thank you, but I also just want to thank everyone who has stuck with us today. We know that you've been here for a very, very long time, and although we might not have comments or questions for all of you, I just want to let you know that we are listening, and thank you. Thank you.
I'm taking notes as well.
Hi, so thank you all for just staying and being here and listening to all of us today too. I really appreciate it. So my name is Maria Moss, and I'm a Florida resident here in Orlando, 32829. I'm also a licensed naturopathic doctor in the state of Connecticut, and I am the medical education director for a continuing medical education company that provides education on integrative dermatology and other integrative modalities in health in general. So I'm here to ask for your support and spread awareness on naturopathic medicine for the bill that's going to go through that would legalize naturopathic medicine here in Florida. That's Bill HB 223. And so naturopathic medicine, it's a whole person, patient-centered, individualized care model. We focus on disease prevention, the mind-body connection, so really emphasize how important mental health is along with physical health. And we really want to empower and educate our patients to understand how their body works and advocate for the choices that they want to make. And this is alongside conventional medicine. So we utilize things like clinical nutrition, botanical medicine, lifestyle counseling, exercise, again, pharmacology and other integrative treatment modalities that are evidence-based. And we really just like to, like I said, provide full informed consent to the patient so they can also really make the decision for themselves. So naturopathic medicine, it was legal in Florida from 1927 until 1959 when the law was sunsetted. So I'm just asking if we can have it legal again to practice in Florida and provide our citizens and patients with this type of care. With the company I work for now, we have a lot of conventional medical providers that are looking to provide this type of care for their patients and for themselves as well. So this would also just foster more collaboration and create a more sustainable healthcare model, and most importantly, ensure patient safety and the public safety by regulating as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question for our representative, Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for you. I know Representative Smith is carrying it in the
Yes.
House. Do you have a Senate sponsor yet for the bill?
So last year we had Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez. We're not 100% sure if she's doing it this year as well, but we're keeping it open. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greeting, honorable women and men of the legislative delegation of Florida. And on behalf of the constituent of United States of America, it's an honor for me today to stand before you to speak about immigration and debt ceiling $36 trillion. And to whom it may concern is for 50 states of United States of America, both sides. Excellency President Trump and Honorable Governor, Congress, and the House of Representatives, both sides. This is Sarah Bernard. I'm a former resident at Palm Beach County. Now I'm living in Orange County, District 10. Okay, District 10. The reason I'm writing and to you all, I have a pre-proposal about immigration and the $36 trillion, and then the debt we have. I have an idea, and to pay all the debt. And in 3 or 6 months, we have a resource. We have a resource now. The illegal people live in the United States of America, and then now they can use that resources to help paying all the debt. All those illegal people, one got 1 year to 5 years, and then they can charge them 2,000. Oh, I can continue?
Thank you. Can you send us
Yes.
an email with your idea?
No,
or if you have any copies?
I will give you all.
Perfect. So if you have copies,
Yes.
we will be more than happy to get copies. You have to go to Diego
Okay.
on that corner, and we will be more than happy to revise and stay in contact with you.
Okay, thank
we
you.
also have our District A and Legislative Aid on the floor. They can raise their hands, and you can get cards from their offices, and you can continue the conversation
Okay.
with us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand, please. All of these great kids that you see, young adults. Don't want to be in trouble. Cecilia is still young.
Good evening. Thank
Good
you.
evening.
My name is Edward Moss. I live in Orlando, 32829. I'm here to support my daughter, who was just up here talking about House Bill 223, and that is the licensure.
Can you say your name, state your name and address?
Edward Moss.
It's because, and also he's in charge of the timer as well. Yes.
Edward Moss, Orlando, 32829. Okey doke. All right, so I just want to help explain why I think it's important, and a little bit about what's the difference between a naturopathic doctor and a traditional doctor. So my daughter has studied for 8 years, 10 years all in to get her license, and like she said, she's licensed in other states like Connecticut, but not here in Florida. Basically, what they try to do is get to the real root cause of the illness, okay? It's not to offset the need for a medical doctor. If anything, it could complement the medical doctor profession by having an ND on their staff. It's an alternative to the traditional approach. It gets to the real root cause of some of the underlying conditions. We heard a lot today about healthcare. We learned a lot about the aging population. 10,000 people are turning 65 every day. And there's a shortage of doctors, right? And there's more people moving here. So why not consider, this bill, get behind it, support it, to help deal with the aging population, deal with the shortage of doctors, and provide a holistic approach to healthcare as you age so we could all age optimally, okay? It's a combination of lifestyle, health, getting to the root cause, blood work. They do have an approach that's scientific, and it's not as random as what you might think is out there when you hear about other professions. They conduct history exams. They look at prevention for chronic disease. And, quite honestly, I've had the opportunity to learn from her and found that there's a lot of, medications I'm on that if I did more of what she tells me to do, I probably would be just as healthy. So again, thank you for your time today. Again, it's House Bill 223 that we hope comes up, and thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will be more than happy to meet with you and know more about the bill. I will be more than glad to co-sponsor as well, but I would love to have the conversation and learn more, even for my health and my family. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Terry Falbo, known as menacing to some, which I will explain later. Yes, many people have that reaction. And I'm in 34761, represented by Senator LaVon Bracey Davis and Rashawn Young. And listening and taking notes with everything here. There's lots of issues that I see that people brought up. A lot of people brought up different aspects of healthcare. Others brought up housing, utilities, education, transportation, and all these things, the problem with the affordability for many people regarding these. Others brought up the importance of voting rights, immigrant rights, the environment, issues with the prisons. So there's lots of issues, and there are lots of possible bills that could address these issues that would impact Floridians in positive ways. What I want to talk about is bills that it bothers me that it seems like they're being introduced to not help anyone in Florida, that, even if they were passed, they wouldn't help anyone at all in Florida at best, and at worst, they could hurt a lot of people. And some people have talked about some of those bills, but also I want to talk about some bills that seem to be designed to just scare people and drum up hatred and lies. And that's where the menacing part comes in. I've recently been a target of a right-wing hit piece where they called me menacing for talking about how many Muslims are in Florida and in this area. And that was menacing. And my time is up, but I will share more individually with people about that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Hi, my name is Susan Geller. I'm actually a resident of Seminole County. However, I am a retiree of the City of Orlando and a proud graduate of Edgewater High School, class of 1966. I live 1 mile over the county line, and believe me, I wish you all were over there. But anyway, I'm here today to advocate to amend Florida Statute 21208, exempting all Florida prisoners of the sales tax on commissary items. Commissary items are negotiated with the Department of Correction at a significantly higher cost than other retail stores. The incarcerated cannot shop freely and are compelled to buy from the institutional vendors. Example, Keefe. Not only are costs higher, but therefore the sales tax is higher. This exemption would reduce the financial hardship on inmates and/or their families. And you heard today, I believe, of 2 people that spoke of how they send money in to help support their families. Well, every time that they buy something that you and I would pay tax on, they're paying tax at this exorbitantly high rate. They would be better off going to Costco at retail, and it would still cost less for the families. there would be a minimal reduction in state sales tax, and we believe that this exemption would align with the fairness principles and reduce the financial strain on the incarcerated and their families. So I know this is the first time this has kind of been thrown out there, but it's something that maybe you can try to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
My name is Ron Grokoff. I'm a resident of Apopka 32703. The reason I'm here is I'm asking for your support on a critical piece of draft legislation that would provide expanded access to nursing home care. Each year, hundreds of people in Florida die alone on the streets or in the woods, some in their families' arms, some in hospitals because they cannot access nursing home care. Why? Because they are on the sex offender registry. The legislation I'm asking you to support would allow people who are permanently incapacitated to petition to be removed from Florida's sex offender registry so they can access nursing home care. This proposal is analogous to Georgia's existing law. Currently, nursing homes are forced to turn away registrants, including veterans that have served in our armed forces. Not because they pose a threat, but because of Florida's skilled nursing regulations, our residency restrictions, and the stigma that follows registrants and facilities that house them. Registrants who are bedridden, in advanced dementia, or terminally ill are denied nursing home care. Families care for loved ones at home without proper resources. Hospitals keep patients for months due to no Florida nursing home availability. This is not a small problem. The Florida registry is basically for life. Hence, our registrants are rapidly becoming elderly. Almost 7,000 are aged 65 or older. 906 are over the age of 80. This proposal to create the bill 943.04355 allows our sex offender registry resources to focus on higher risk individuals, not on people who are permanently incapacitated and need skilled nursing home care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Good evening, Orange County Delegation members. Thank you for your service to our communities and for hanging in with us for a very long day for you all. I am Tracy Blue, Director of Strategic Community Initiatives with Bright Community Trust. We are the largest community land trust in the state, and we provide permanent housing affordability. I'm here this evening to speak to you because we serve as the backbone organization of the Homeownership Opportunity Collective, which is a group of organizations from various aspects of the home buying and homeownership process, who created the Homeownership Opportunity Initiative, which covers Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Lake counties. So some of you will hear from me again in the next few days. Lack of homeownership and housing stability leads to reduced business competitiveness, impeded economic growth, increased commuting costs and traffic congestion, strain on infrastructure and public services, and negative impact on workforce productivity, in addition to the impacts on the households themselves, which include less financial stability, more health issues, less educational success for both children and adults, and less job stability, among other issues. The Homeownership Opportunity Initiative is addressing this issue with strategies around policy, building and developing starter homes, preparing home buyers, and walking them through the home buyer process. We are submitting a legislative appropriation, which we hope you will support, to help fund the implementation of this initiative. You all should receive an informational flyer with more details. I will be working to schedule meetings with you both in your district and up in Tallahassee during committee weeks. Homeownership is the largest indicator of wealth and economic stability and in this country, and we plan to help increase opportunities not only for individual homeowners and families, but also for our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tracy. We have, don't leave please, we have a comment from our state rep, young.
Question. Have you already selected an office to run the appropriation?
We have Representative Jose Alvarez is serving on our staff, so he has offered to carry the appropriation forward. I did let him know that now Senator Bracy Davis carried this similar appropriation for us a couple years ago. So we're looking to be able to work with you all as well.
And, man.
Of course.
And what's the amount for it?
It is approximately $650,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Hello.
Hello, good evening. My name is Aaron Quinn. I serve as the community organizer with the Farm Worker Association of Florida. We're a statewide organization with 5 offices throughout Florida that have been advocating for farm workers since 1983. So did you know that farm workers die on the job more than police officers, firefighters, or other emergency responders? According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the rate of work-related deaths in agriculture is 7 times higher than the national average across all industries. Farm workers are the backbone of a $200 billion agriculture industry in this country, yet they still lack basic protections against workplace injuries. Pesticide exposure, heat stress, and dehydration. They're not the only ones, like construction workers, landscape, and roofers face many of these same dangers every day. We're not asking for a handout or a favor. We're asking for common sense protections to ensure that every person working outdoors can do so safely. Currently, under Florida Statute 448106, local governments are prohibited from requiring employers to provide heat protections beyond what's mandated by state or federal law. This means workers are left vulnerable when entirely within the state's power to act. Our request is simple. We urge the state to adopt basic heat standards that guarantee access to water, shade, and restrooms facilities for all outdoor workers. We believe Florida can and should be a leader in protecting the very people who contribute so much to daily lives, the daily lives of every resident. And if, as the governor has suggested, young people are expected to fill some of these jobs, that's all the more reason to make sure workplaces are safe for them and for anyone in general. This isn't a partisan issue. It's a matter of human dignity, safety, responsibility, and something state has the power to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hello, I'm Terry Olson, 911 North Shine, represented by Representative Escamani and Senator Guillermo Smith. I don't mean to keep you long, but I have an answer to the question that was asked about the America 250. I am the president of the board of the Timucua Arts Foundation, which is one of the groups that applied for that, but did not get funded. There's one group in Orange County that was funded of the 26 funded groups in the state, and that is the Daughters of the American Revolution. They are going to put crocheted poppies in the Winter Park Library and some wreaths on some Winter Park graves and serve on the Winter Park 250 committee. So that's where $10,000 went of that. That's all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. So that was our last speaker. Thanks to all who participated in today's meeting. Is there any other business to come before the delegation? So we have our representative, Leonard Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senators and members, as I reflect on today's meeting, I think one thing is very clear in that our constituents have a deep and enduring commitment to civic engagement. Their presence and participation throughout this day, as long as it has been, should remind all of us why our public service matters. Now, with that being said, I would like to offer just a brief observation about the fact that the delegation meetings can last up to 10 hours or more at times. And I think the length of these meetings demonstrate just the remarkable enthusiasm and involvement from all of our constituents. But it also, in my opinion, highlights the need for a more efficient and respectful process where we can engage more deeply. Many of our constituents are rearranging their schedules. They've got family commitments. They've got personal obligations. And they're here to have their voices heard. And I think we all respect that. And we want to hear from them. And I would just like to offer, I guess, 2 suggestions before we leave. Number one, as a remedy, perhaps we could have an online registration with written remarks where all of our constituents can submit a written statement, and speaking slots could be allotted on a first-come, first-served basis around a reasonable agenda that will allow us to adjourn at a reasonable time. The written remarks from all of the constituents could be shared with all of the delegation members for their review. Alternatively, as another option, we could have a 2-day hearing format where we could expand our delegation meetings over 2 days to ensure that every voice is heard, everyone who wants to speak can do so without the session going late into the evening. Both of these approaches, I think, could strengthen transparency, accessibility, and support public trust while allowing the delegation and those constituents who wish to attend the meeting an opportunity to adjourn at a reasonable hour. I don't expect us to get to a consensus on either of these options today, but I do want to bring it up, in the spirit of continuous improvement as we seek to serve our constituents better. And what I vow to do between now and our next delegation meeting is to collaborate with all of the delegation members to see if we can come to a mutually agreeable solution. In closing, Madam Chair, as elected officials, I think all of our shared goals should be to remain focused, efficient, and respectful of the time and engagement of the folks that we serve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Another feedback from our State Rep, Dr. Ana Escamani.
For sure. Well, thank you so much, Chair. I actually think that 6:30 is impressive compared to last year. So I want to give some flowers to our chairwoman for carrying us through what was a packed agenda. And I also acknowledge this is my potentially last delegation meeting as I term out next year. So it's very bittersweet for me, but I remember being on the other side of this in the audience and waiting in that long hours to be able to speak. And so I want to echo and affirm Rep. Spencer's points about thinking of ways to be more efficient. And just to add some of these ideas, I've always thought with the growth of Orange County that one day is not enough, that we should consider more days, and also even themed delegation meetings. So I'm old enough to remember during the Affordable Care Act legislative debate years ago, it was actually Senator Thompson who hosted a legislative delegation meeting just on health care. And so every person who spoke was there to just speak on health care. And I think we've heard a lot of great topics from housing affordability to transportation to everything else in between. And so why not consider not just creating convenings that are more themed, so the conversation is more structured and more targeted, but also when folks sign up, we can organize by category. Because a lot of folks came to speak about Senate Bill 180. It might have been more efficient if all those folks go at the same time. They're building off each other versus repeating the same points. So it just kind of creates some consistency. And I do think being transparent with the public to say, here's the estimated time for you to arrive. And don't dismiss them if they miss their slot. But I think to Rep. Spencer's point, if we can tell a constituent, you're speaker number 35, you're going to be mostly in this time block, then at least folks can plan around that versus in this situation where I know folks were leaving because they just can't, got kids to pick up, they got jobs to get to and all those other dynamics. So just want to share some of those ideas in my tenure, in this body and prior to being elected just as an advocate in the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another feedback from Representative Harris.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and you've done a wonderful job during your term as chair, so thank you very much for all your hard work and for your staff's hard work as well. Thank you to all the constituents who hung through the whole entire day with us. To that point, I do think a scheduling slot or something like that where people do have a better idea of when they will be here will be super helpful, especially for working people, people with small kids, responsibilities. We talked about caregivers. People have maybe people at home that they're taking care of. I also want to, there are new faces here. There are people here that I haven't seen before, and I love that because we really want to encourage you all to engage with us. Please don't let this be the end of the conversation. Many of you have grabbed the contacts for our staff. Please feel free to reach out to us and continue the conversations. 2 minutes is not enough time to really get out everything that you want to say, but that is just the beginning of the dialogue. So please don't hesitate to reach out to each of our offices. That is why we are here, literally why we are here, and we appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you, Representative. I also want to acknowledge, you want to say something before? Yes, so we have our Senator Bracy as well.
No, I'm just thinking through, I guess because at the end of this meeting you have a new chair. I'm thinking through some creative ideas. But also I want to say, and I can't speak for everybody, but I pride myself in being extremely accessible. So while this is a great forum and it's a great opportunity to get, all of the legislators in one place, my staff knows that when constituents want to meet, we make ourselves available. So just know that this is not the end. This is the beginning. If you want to meet with your legislator, remember, we work for you. You are the boss. So you want to meet with us, you want an audience with us, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, I would suggest that all of our legislators meet with our constituents. I know that I do, so for whatever that's worth.
Yes. Thank you so much for all of you who provided recommendations and feedback. I highly appreciate your hard work. Today we had 170 speakers in our list, and we finished at this time. I even reintegrate people that were late to have, to be able to speak. So I tried to make those arrangements, but in reality, I strongly believe in everything that you were saying. But we are always available. We love to have meetings with you, even virtually. If you don't have access to our office or we're in Tallahassee, we're always available. And I think that I can speak, from all of us. And when we have conversation with all of you, most of the time, we want to hear the constituents. We want to hear the constituents is what I heard every single time I call. So thank you so much for your hard work, and thank you so much for coming here and sharing your stories, provide recommendations, feedback, how to vote, opposing bills, being in favor of bills, and educating us, because we are not expert on every issue. It depends on you. And I am very, very honored to serve all my constituents. And I think that all of us think the same way. So thank you so much for coming. And I think that I can adjourn if there is anything else to say. Okay, so we adjourn.
Great job.
Thank you.